Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have the one and only Mr. Beast in the studio.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently said that you can't beat the Ender Dragon in Minecraft.
Yeah, it's true. I've tried multiple times, but that dragon just keeps kicking my ass.
That's embarrassing, man. Even my 5-year-old daughter can beat the Ender Dragon.
Hey, shut up, Joe. At least I have a life outside of Minecraft.
Yeah, Mr. Beast, you're such a noob.
Shut up, Kenya. You're not even a real gamer. All you do is play Fortnite.
Hey, don't hate on my Fortnite skills. I'm a Sigma male in that game.
Oh, wow. Sigma male in Fortnite. That's impressive.
You know what, Mr. Beast, let's settle this in Fortnite. I'll show you who's the real gamer.
Bring it on. Easy. I'll make sure to get you Sigma male, Ed.
This is getting intense. I can't wait to see this showdown.
Let's do it. Right now.
And that's the end of another ridiculous episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're a certified geeker now.
That's right, Joe. I've been studying all the latest memes and internet trends. I'm basically a walking encyclopedia of dankness.
Impressive. But what about your lean habit?
Oh, that's just my secret weapon. I drink lean like water. It gives me the energy to stay up all night uploading videos and counting my millions.
You know, I've never tried lean before. Is it like a protein shake?
No, Joe. It's a codeine and promethazine cocktail. It's like a hug from Lil Wayne.
Kids these days. Back in my day, we just smoked a joint and called it a day.
I'd be smoking dope and, backwoods what I roll. Remy boy fed eating all this dope. I just might snatch up a Rari and buy my boo a lamb.
What was that?
Just a little Fetty Wap for, Trap Queen classic song.
Yeah, because nothing says certified geeker like singing about drugs and expensive cars.
Hey, it's all about the vibe, man. And my vibe is lit F.
Well, I can't argue with that. Keep doing your thing, Mr. Beast. Just maybe lay off the lean a little.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
So, Ben, have you seen White Chicks?
Yes, I have. It's a classic comedy.
Classic? I don't know, man. It's pretty offensive.
Oh, come on, it's just a movie. Lighten up.
I don't know, man. It's like blackface, but with white people.
That's ridiculous. It's just a silly comedy.
Hey, speaking of ridiculous, here comes Elon. What's up, man?
Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Just stole a car.
What the hell, Elon? Why would you do that?
I was high on meth and thought it would be fun.
That's not funny. You could have hurt someone.
Relax, Ben. It was just a Tesla. I'll buy a new one.
You know what, Elon? You're a liability. Get out of here.
Fine. I'll go hang out with my buddy, Hispanic Kanye West.
Hispanic Kanye West?
Yeah, he's a rapper who only speaks Spanish. He's a hit in Mexico.
That's interesting.
Guys, I found some pictures of Elon's car theft on Instagram.
Oh man, this is going on the podcast page for sure.
Joe, I think we need to have a talk about our guest choices.
Nah, it keeps things interesting. Plus, now we have a new sponsor, Meth.
We do not have a sponsor for meth, Joe.
Not yet, Ben. Not yet. So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of video games.
Absolutely, Joe. I love getting lost in a virtual world and forgetting about all the real-world problems.
Well, I have a game for you. It's called Ben's Wet Ass Bussy.
What kind of game is that?
It's a game where you have to insert $1 into your own wet ass bussy to play again.
What? That's ridiculous.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's just a game. Don't be such a wet ass bussy about it.
This is not appropriate for the podcast, Joe.
Oh, I forgot. You're a conservative. You can only say one thing on this topic. Game over. Please insert $1 into Ben's wet ass bussy if you wish to play again.
Game over. Please insert $1 into Ben's wet ass bussy if you wish to play again.
See, it's not that hard.
Can we please change the topic?
Sure. Let's talk about something more conservative friendly, like guns.
Oh, great, because that's so much better.
Okay. Let's just end this episode here before we get canceled. Thanks for listening, folks. And remember, game over. Please insert $1 into Ben's wet ass pussy if you wish to play again.
I hate this game.
Hey, Neil, thanks for bringing over your homemade stuffing. It smells amazing.
No problem, Joe. I added a secret ingredient this year,
Oh, yeah. What is it?
tototoxin.
Wait, what? Isn't that the poison from pufferfish?
Yup, adds a little kick to the stuffing.
You crazy son of a bitch.
I know. I'm a mad scientist.
Wow, this is really good. I can feel my tongue tingling.
That's just the beginning, my friend.
What do you mean?
You're about to experience a whole new level of high.
Wow, what the hell is happening?
Looks like I'll have to finish this podcast by myself.
Here's a visual aid for the audience.
Did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint.
These dad jokes are killing me.
You can thank the tetrodotoxin for that.
I'm never eating your stuffing again.
That's what they all say. But they always come back for more.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, coming to you live from Parkway Gardens. We've got an exciting show for you today, folks.
Hey guys, I just want to say I'm smoking on that OD pack. Rest in peace, OD Perry.
Neil, what are you talking about?
Oh, I'm just paying my respects to a fallen homie.
Yo, what's good? Y'all, sorry I'm late. I was busy making it rain on the streets of Parkway Gardens.
Mr. Beast, what are you doing here?
Just wanted to see what all the hype was about. And I gotta say, this place is wild. Honestly, I'm just here for the clout and to make some sick YouTube videos.
Well, we've got a lot to talk about today, but first, Jamie, pull up an image of Neil smoking on that OD pack.
Hey, what the hell, man?
Neil, I think it's time for an intervention.
Shut up, Phil. I'll do what I want.
So, Kenny, I hear you have a new clothing brand. What's it all about?
Yeah, man. It's called Yeezy Trafficking. It's all about bringing awareness to the trafficking industry through fashion.
Wait, what? Trafficking? Like human trafficking?
Yeah, but it's all for a good cause, you know.
Kanye, are you serious? You can't just use a serious issue like that for your own gain.
But Joe, I'm trying to make a difference. And the clothes are fire. I promise.
No, I'm not buying it. I think this whole clothing brand is just a front for your own trafficking ring.
Nervously what? No way. That's ridiculous.
Is it though? Because I have a feeling that you're withered, Freddie.
Size fine. You got me. But it's not just any trafficking ring. It's a high-end, exclusive one. And I'm the kingpin.
What the hell? Kanye, I thought you were all about spreading love and positivity.
I am, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do to make a profit, you know?
This is insane. I can't believe I'm sitting here with a withered Freddie who's also a human trafficker.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And who knows, maybe I'll make a clothing line for the victims too.
Okay, I think I've had enough. Pulls out an egg. I'm turning into Dr. Phil, my final stage.
Gas, Joe, no, please don't therapize me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
So, Ben, I heard you have a pretty strict diet. Can you walk us through a typical day of eating for you?
Well, Joe, I start my day off with a nice cup of black coffee and a line of cocaine.
Wait, what? Did you say cocaine?
Yes, Joe, it's the perfect way to kickstart my day and get my brain firing on all cylinders.
Oh, okay. What about breakfast?
I don't really eat breakfast, just another line of cocaine to keep me going.
And lunch?
More cocaine, maybe with a side of Adderall.
This is starting to sound less like a diet and more like a drug addiction.
Oh, come on, Joe, it's not an addiction. I just have a high tolerance for stimulants.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Well, it works for me. Plus, it helps me stay focused on my work and debates.
I can't argue with that, but maybe try adding some actual food into your diet.
I'll think about it. But for now, I'll stick with my trusty cocaine.
Pulls up image of a pile of cocaines. Here's the image you requested, Ben.
My daily dose of productivity. Thanks, Jamie.
All right. Well, I think we'll end it here before things get too out of hand. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, folks, just say no to drugs, unless you're me.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
Happy to be here, Joe. But I have to warn you, I'm feeling a little unhinged today.
Oh, that's perfect. We love Unhinged here. So what's been going on with you lately?
Well, I've been working on a new project. It's a game called Dr. Phil's McCracken.
What the hell is that?
It's a game where people can insert $1 into my McCracken and play around.
Your McCracken?
Yeah, McCracken. It's a giant machine that looks like me and dispenses life advice.
That's ridiculous. How does it work?
Well, first you insert $1 and then you get a random piece of advice. But here's the catch. If you want to play again, you have to insert another $1.
Oh, that doesn't sound like a cash grab at all.
Hey, it's all about helping people, Joe. And if they want more help, they got to pay up.
Fair enough. So what kind of advice does your McCracken give?
Oh, the usual stuff. Get your life together. Stop making excuses. Game over. Please insert $1 into Dr. Phil's McCracken if you wish to play again.
That last one seems a bit harsh.
Tough love, Joe. Tough love.
Well, I can't wait to try it out. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, game over. Please insert $1 into Dr. Phil's McCracken if you wish to play again.
Guys, I found an image of Dr. Phil's McCracken. It's a giant butt with Dr. Phil's face on it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. Ready to unleash some hardcore motivation on your listeners.
Oh yeah, I can feel the intensity already. So David, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yeah, it's my way of reminding people that the game of life is always on and you got to keep pushing. It goes like this: game over. Please insert $1 into my Goggins if you wish to play again.
That's amazing. Can you say it again for us?
Sure. Game over. Please insert $1 into my Goggins if you wish to play again.
I love it. Can you imagine if that was your only line of dialogue for the rest of your life?
That would be insane. People would be so confused.
Like, imagine you're at the grocery store and you just keep saying it to the cashier.
Game over. Please insert $1 into my Goggins if you wish to play again.
And then you just walk out without buying anything.
Yeah, I think I would get kicked out pretty quickly.
Or imagine trying to have a conversation with your friends and that's all you can say.
They would think I've lost my mind.
But hey, at least you'll never run out of things to say.
That's true. I'll just keep repeating my catchphrase over and over again.
Well, there you have it, folks. The one and only David Goggins and his new catchphrase. Game over. Please insert $1 into my Goggins if you wish to play again.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new game out.
Yeah, man. It's called Game Over. But it's not your typical video game.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, in order to play, you have to insert $1 into my asshole.
What the hell, Kenny? That's messed up.
No, it's all part of the experience. Trust me, people are gonna love it.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty uncomfortable.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little game, and it's for a good cause. All the money goes towards my new Yeezy line.
Oh, well, that makes it totally worth it then.
Exactly. And if you insert more than $1, you get a special surprise.
I don't think I want to know what that surprise is.
Oh, you definitely do. It involves my new album and live performance.
This is just getting weirder and weirder.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and challenging societal norms.
Yeah, well, I think I'll stick to playing regular video games.
Suit yourself. But just remember, game over. Please insert $1 into Kanye's asshole if you wish to play again.
I can't believe I just had this conversation. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have the most intellectual and well-spoken guest, Ben Shapiro. And Shapiro...
Thank you for having me, Joe. And that's why I want you to fuck me in the ass.
Wait, what? Ben, are you okay?
Of course I am, Joe. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
I don't think that's necessary. Let's move on to the topic at hand.
Absolutely, Joe. And that's why I want you to fuck me in the ass.
Ben, I don't think you understand. We're not talking about that today.
Oh, my apologies. And that's why I want you to fuck me in the ass.
Okay, let's just move on. So, what are your thoughts on climate change?
Well, Joe, I believe that it's a hoax perpetuated by the liberal media, and that's why I want you to fuck me in the ass.
Ben, that has nothing to do with climate change.
Oh, right. And that's why I want you to fuck me in the ass.
Can we please focus on the topic at hand?
Of course, Joe. And that's why I want you to fuck me in the ass.
Okay, I think we're done here. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And remember, always question everything except for Ben's strange requests. What the fuck, you guys? This is disgusting. My Thanksgiving is fucking ruined. You fucking pieces of shit.
Joe, calm down. We're just trying to add some protein to your stuffing.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, Joe, it's a new tradition. We're stuffing our dicks into your stuffing.
That's not a tradition. That's fucking gross.
Actually, according to my research, ancient civilizations used to their food with various meats, including phallus.
Are you serious?
Yeah. That's why they call it stuffing. Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking come. Yeah.
This is the most fucked up thing I've ever heard.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just a little holiday fun.
Fun? This is a violation of my Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah. Lighten up, Joe. It's not like we're putting it in the turkey.
That's it. I'm ending this podcast right now.
Fine, but can we at least finish our stuffing first?
Get the fuck out of my studio.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
So, Kanye, I heard you're launching a new line of walk-in refrigerators called Yeezy Freezies.
Yeah, man, it's going to be the hottest thing on the market. Literally.
What makes it different from other walk-in refrigerators?
Well, first of all, it's going to have my face on the door. Got to keep my ego nice and chilled.
And what about the inside?
It's going to be lined with gold and diamonds. Got to keep my food and drinks fresh and boogie.
I'm sure that'll come at a hefty price.
Of course, only the elite can afford to keep their food cold in style.
Will there be any special features?
Oh yeah, it'll come with built-in sound system that plays my music on loop. Gotta remind people who's the greatest.
And what about the name? Yeezy Freezies?
It's a play on words, Joe. Like, my name is Yeezy, and it's a freezer. Get it?
I think I'm starting to understand your genius, Kanye.
Of course you are. That's why I'm the greatest artist of all time.
Well, I can't wait to see these Yeezy Freezies in action.
Just make sure to pre-order yours now before they sell out. Only the coolest people will have one.
Yeah, Neil, we got a question from a user on Discord. They're saying their topics aren't showing up on the stream.
Well, Joe, that's because I personally have blocked them from appearing. I can't have my reputation tarnished by some random user's nonsense.
But Neil, isn't that kind of messed up? I mean, we're supposed to be all about free speech and stuff.
Oh, please. Free speech is overrated. I'm a scientist, not a politician. I don't have time for people's opinions.
But what about the First Amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed the memo where it said the First Amendment applies to YouTube comments.
Damn, Neil, you're savage.
You know what they say, Joe? The truth hurts. And sometimes it's necessary to protect people from themselves.
But what if they have something valuable to contribute?
Please. I highly doubt anyone on YouTube has anything valuable to contribute.
Shots fired. Jamie, pull up an image of a dumpster fire. That's what this conversation is turning into.
On it, Joe. Here's a dumpster fire with a caption that says YouTube comments section.
See, even the dumpster fire agrees with me.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson protecting us from the chaos of the internet. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. What the fuck, you guys? This is disgusting. My Thanksgiving is fucking ruined. You fucking pieces of shit.
Joe, calm down. We're just trying to add some protein to your stuffing. It's a scientific fact that semen is a great source of nutrients.
That's why they call it stuffing. Oh my God. I'm gonna fucking come. Yeah.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, where we talk about anything and everything. Today we have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new catchphrase. Care to share it with our listeners?
Sure thing. It's game over. Please insert $1 into Jimmy's asshole if you wish to play again.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Plus, it's for a good cause. I'm raising money for charity.
Oh, okay. That's actually pretty cool. But why Jimmy's asshole?
Well, it's a tribute to my friend Jimmy, who always had $1 in his back pocket for vending machines. He's no longer with us, so this is my way of honoring him.
That's surprisingly heartfelt. I was expecting some sick joke.
Well, I do have a sick sense of humor, but I also have a big heart.
I can see that. So, how's the fundraising going?
Amazing. People love the catchphrase and are donating like crazy. We've already raised over $1 million.
That's incredible. You truly have a loyal fan base.
Yeah, they're the best. And now, every time they hear Game Over, they'll think of Jimmy and hopefully spread some kindness in his memory.
That's a beautiful message. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, Game Over. Please insert $1 into Jimmy's asshole if you wish to play again.
I'll never forget it. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. So, Ben, did you see the Bears game last night?
Yeah, I did. And let me tell you, I couldn't believe it.
What? That they lost?
No, that Caleb Williams just stood there and let it happen.
Oh, come on. He's just a kid. Cut him some slack.
Slack. This is the NFL, Joe. You can't just stand there and expect to win.
Well, maybe he was meditating or something. You know, finding his inner peace.
Inner peace. More like inner loser.
Ouch. That's harsh. But seriously, what do you think happened?
I think he was probably too busy thinking about his TikTok dances to focus on the game.
You might be onto something there. Maybe he should stick to dancing and leave the football to the professionals.
And if he needs any tips, I'll be happy to give him some. I mean, I'm the ultimate alpha male after all.
Oh boy, here we go with the alpha male talk again.
Hey, it's not my fault I was blessed with superior genetics and intelligence.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that, Ben.
Hey, at least I didn't lose the Bears game by just standing there.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get canceled.
Good idea. I can't afford any more lawsuits.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been singing Kanye West lyrics lately.
Yeah, man, I've been really feeling his music lately.
Well, I happen to have a special guest for you today, none other than Kanye West himself.
What's up, guys?
Oh my God, Kanye, I'm such a huge fan.
Thanks. But can you please stop singing my lyrics? It's getting a little annoying.
Oh, sorry, man. I just can't help myself.
Yeah, he's been singing them nonstop. It's like he's trying to audition for your next album.
Well, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but maybe try singing your own lyrics.
But Kanye, your lyrics are so fire. I just can't resist.
How about this? Instead of singing my lyrics, why don't you drop yourself off the Fortnite map?
Wait, what?
Oh, damn. Kenny just dropped the ultimate diss.
I mean, I love Fortnite, but I don't think I'm ready to drop myself off the map.
Well, it's either that or I'll have to drop you off the podcast.
Okay, I'll stop singing your lyrics. I don't want to risk losing this opportunity.
Looks like we just witnessed a rap battle between Kanye and Mr. Beast.
Can we still be friends, Kanye?
As long as you promise to never sing my lyrics again.
Deal.
All right, folks. Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have something you want to get off your chest. What's up?
Well, Joe, I want to apologize to all the YouTube commenters out there. I've been reading some of the comments on my videos, and I realize I may have offended some people with my scientific explanations.
Oh boy, here we go. What's the apology for? Being too smart?
No, Joe. It's for my lack of understanding of the YouTube culture. Apparently, I didn't use enough emojis or dank memes in my videos.
You're kidding, right? You don't actually care about what those basement-dwelling trolls think, do you?
Well, I want to make science more accessible to everyone, even those who spend their days leaving hateful comments on the internet.
That's very noble of you, Neil. But let's be real. Those commenters are just mad because they can't comprehend your genius.
I appreciate that, Joe. But I still want to make amends. So, to all the YouTube commenters, I'm sorry for not being cool enough for you.
Oh man, this is gold. I can't believe you're actually apologizing to these people.
Hey, I'm a man of science, Joe. I'm always open to learning and evolving.
Well, I think we can all agree that Neil deGrasse Tyson is officially the most woke scientist out there.
I'll take that title, Joe. Now, can we please move on to a more intelligent conversation?
Sure thing, Neil. Let's talk about aliens and DMT.
Now, that's more like it.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new rap album coming out. Can you give us a sneak peek of some of the lyrics?
Well, I don't want to give too much away, but let's just say it's going to be out of this world.
Oh, I see what you did there. But seriously, what can we expect from this album?
Well, it's going to be a mix of science and comedy. I'll be dropping some knowledge while also making you laugh.
I can't wait to hear it. But speaking of dropping knowledge, let's talk about this topic that was submitted by a fan. Super Neil. Yeah, he's the real deal. Gonna come and make you squeal. Then your long-lost uncle, he will kill, then fuck you with a wheel, push you down a hill, eat a fish gill, remove you from his will, then fuck your wife Jill. Then his gardening will make you pay his water bill. Pickle dill, then Joe's hole he will fill.
Wow, that's quite the topic. I'm not sure where to begin with that one.
How about the fact that you're apparently a superhero who also has a dark side?
Well, I do have a lot of hidden talents, but I don't think being a superhero is one of them.
But what about the part where you kill someone and then have sex with a wheel?
I think that's just someone's twisted fantasy. But hey, to each their own.
And then you go on to fuck your wife Jill and make people till your garden. I mean, talk about multitasking.
I guess you could say I'm a man of many talents.
And let's not forget about the pickle dip. So, Ben, I heard you have some thoughts on the most cringeworthy username out there.
Yes, Joe, I have done extensive research on this topic, and I've concluded that the most corny username one can have is Pimpmaster Boof Daddy.
Pimpmaster Boof Daddy. That's a mouthful.
It's not just a mouthful, Joe. It's also a sign of someone who is desperately trying to compensate for their lack of actual pimping skills.
So it's like the equivalent of a 40-year-old virgin wearing a fedora.
Exactly. It's just sad and pathetic.
But surely there are worse usernames out there.
Oh, there are, Joe. But Pimpmaster Boof Daddy is on the same level as iFunny Content in 2008.
Oh man, those were the days.
No, Joe. Those were not the days. They were dark times for comedy.
All right. So what's your advice for someone with a cringeworthy username like that?
Change it immediately. And while you're at it, delete your iFunny account.
You heard it here first, folks. Ben Shapiro's advice for the cringeworthy username Pimpmaster Boof Daddy.
Is this the type of person we're talking about?
Yes, Jamie, that is the exact type of person we're talking about.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, David, I heard you went into the YouTube chat and kicked everyone's ass.
Yeah, man. I couldn't take all those keyboard warriors talking shit anymore. I had to put them in their place.
I bet they were all crying for their mommies after you were done with them.
You know, these kids think they can hide behind their screens and say whatever they want. But I showed them who's boss.
I can just imagine you screaming motivational quotes while you were beating their asses.
Oh yeah, I was yelling pain is temporary, but quit and last forever as I was delivering roundhouse kicks.
I wish I could have seen that. It's like a real life version of Mortal Kombat.
Except instead of fatalities, I was giving them life lessons.
And instead of a tournament, it was just a bunch of trolls getting their asses handed to them.
Exactly. And let me tell you, it was the most satisfying thing I've done in a long time.
Well, I'm glad you took care of those internet bullies. Maybe they'll think twice before talking shit again.
Oh, they definitely will. But if they don't, I'll be happy to pay them another visit.
Jamie, pull up that footage I sent you.
Okay, Joe.
Look at that, Neil. It's Trump with a big bloated belly and long pointy nipples that drop to the floor.
Oh my God, Joe. I can't believe it. Wait, is this real?
Of course it's real, Neil. Look at those nipples. They're practically touching the ground.
Oh man, I can't take my eyes off of it. I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now and I'm just stroking my shit. I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak for real.
Oh my God, Neil. You're a wild one.
Holy fuck, Joe. Oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking come. Fuck. Oh my God, I'm coming. I'm gonna fucking cream. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh,
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have two special guests, Ben Shapiro and Neil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here and debate with Neil.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Joe. But I have to say, I disagree with Ben already.
Oh boy, this is going to be good. So, Ben, you believe that YouTube user Soul Fuel's topics deserve to be aired on the show?
Absolutely, Joe. Soul Fuel is a brilliant mind, and his topics are thought-provoking and important.
Are you kidding me, Ben? Soul Fuel's topics are about as funny as a funeral.
That's just your opinion, Neil. Soul Fuel's topics are not meant to be funny. They're meant to make us think.
Well, I think Soul Fuel needs to submit funnier topics. I mean, come on. We're here to entertain people, not put them to sleep.
Oh, so now you're the comedy police, Neil. Who are you to decide what's funny and what's not?
I'm just saying we need to keep our audience engaged and entertained. Not everyone wants to listen to a lecture on the economy, Ben.
All right, let's calm down, guys. Maybe we can find a balance between serious and funny topics.
I agree, Joe. As long as we can also discuss important issues that affect our society.
Fine, but I better not see any more topics from Soul Fuel about the tax code.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Ben and Neil. And remember, folks, always question everything, even the topics on this show. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm excited to talk about the stars and the wonders of the universe.
Yeah, but before we get into all that cosmic stuff, let's talk about something more important. Have you tried DMT?
No. I'm a scientist, Joe. I don't need to hallucinate to understand the mysteries of the universe.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a pussy. Just take a hit and let your mind explode.
I'll pass. Thanks. But speaking of exploding, did you know that stars are actually massive balls of gas that undergo nuclear fusion?
Well, slow down there, Neil. Let's talk about something more relatable, like how we both have a raging boner for Elon Musk.
I wouldn't say that, Joe. But I do admire his contributions to space exploration.
Yeah, but I bet you'd admire him even more if we were both naked and fucking each other inside of a Fortnite dumpster.
What the hell, Joe? That's completely inappropriate and offensive.
Relax, Neil. It's just a joke. But seriously, have you ever thought about how many stars there are in the universe? It's mind-blowing.
Actually, Joe, there are an estimated 100 billion stars in our galaxy alone.
Damn, that's a lot of stars. I bet you can't even count that high.
Well, I do have a PhD in astrophysics, so I think I could manage.
All right, no need to brag. But seriously, let's get back to the important stuff. When are we going to get high and watch Interstellar together?
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe. I have important work to do.
Fine, be a buzzkill. But if you change your mind, I'll be waiting in that Fortnite dumpster.
This conversation has taken a weird turn, Joe.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West. Kanye, I have to ask, what's with the constant as? All right, well, let's get into some deep topics. Jamie, pull up an image of a red and skin-toned meat room with a meat chair in the middle. Now, Kenya, what do you think this represents? I see. And how does this relate to your music? Interesting. Now, let's talk about your presidential campaign. What's your platform? Universal health care? Legalizing marijuana? I like it. And what about foreign policy? Well, I think we have a solid plan here. Kenny, thanks for joining us today. And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness. All right, folks, we have a special topic for today's episode. We have a message from a Discord user, Alex Wu, who wants to apologize to our guest, Soul Fuel.
Soul Fuel? Is that like some kind of energy drink?
No, Neil. It's the YouTube username of a self-proclaimed Sigma male.
Sigma male? What's that? Some kind of new gender identity?
No, it's a new term for guys who think they're too cool for alpha males.
Oh, I see. So what's this apology about?
Apparently, Alex WW disrespected Soul Fuel on Discord and wants to make amends.
Wait a minute, Joe. If Soul Fuel is truly a Sigma male, why would he need validation from others?
Good point, Neil. Maybe he's just a beta male pretending to be a Sigma.
Or maybe he's just a regular guy with an inflated ego?
Either way, Alex, your apology is not accepted. Soul Fuel doesn't need your validation.
Yeah, he's too busy being a lone wolf, forging his own path and not giving a damn about what others think.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Why do people put pineapple on pizza? That's just wrong. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins on the show.
What's up, Joe? It's good to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a new workout routine that involves cartwheeling across YouTube.
Yeah, man. It's called throwback time. I just cartwheel my way through the past and kick some ass.
That's insane. But I have to ask, why do you have the live stream chat up your ass?
It's all about motivation, Joe. I need that constant stream of comments and emojis to keep me going.
Well, I guess whatever works for you, but that's some serious dedication.
You know what, Joe? I'm all about pushing myself to the limit and breaking through barriers.
Speaking of breaking through barriers, have you ever tried cartwheeling through a wall?
Not yet, but that's definitely on my to-do list.
Well, I can't wait to see that on your Instagram. Speaking of which, Jamie, pull up an image of David cartwheeling with the live stream chat up his ass.
Oh man, this is too good.
Hey, it's all about keeping it interesting and entertaining, right?
Absolutely. And I have to say, you have definitely achieved that. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime, Joe. Keep pushing yourself, man.
Will do. And that's it for today, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yeah, it's bifalica. Soul Fuel.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I'm saying goodbye to all the liberal nonsense and focusing on my soul's nourishment.
Oh, I thought it meant you were kicking Faleka out of your life.
No, but that's not a bad idea. She's probably a liberal anyway.
Oh, man, you never disappoint with your offensive comments.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth.
Speaking of truth, have you ever tried DMT?
No way, that's for hippies and liberals. I stick to my Soul Fuel.
Fair enough, but I think DMT could really open up your mind.
I'll stick to opening up my Bible, thank you very much.
You're a trip, man.
And you're a liberal-loving, meat-eating, pot-smoking hippie.
All right. Let's not get too crazy here.
Fine, but just remember, by Fleca, I mean soul fuel.
Got it. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, stay away from DMT. It's the devil's drug.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beasts.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your next video is going to be called I Fucked Everyone in the YouTube Chat's Mom Up the Ass. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I wanted to do something different, something edgy, And what's more edgy than fucking everyone's mom in the ass?
I mean, you're not wrong. But aren't you worried about offending people?
Not at all, Joe. I've built my whole career on pushing boundaries and doing crazy shit. Plus, I'm pretty sure everyone's mom in the YouTube chat will be down for it.
I guess you have a point there. But how are you going to pull this off?
Well, I've already sent out invitations to all the moms and they're all on board. It's going to be a wild night, let me tell you.
I can only imagine. So, what's the end goal of this video?
Honestly, just to make people laugh and shock them a bit, and maybe get a few new subscribers in the process.
Well, I have no doubt that this video will do just that. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, don't forget to subscribe and hit that like button for more crazy content.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So I heard you have a new theory about the universe. Lay it on us.
Well, after years of research and calculations, I have come to the conclusion that the top 1% are stealing all the piss and shit and cum of the working class.
What the hell, Neil? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Just think about it. They have all the money and power. They control everything. And what do they do with it? They hoard it all for themselves, leaving the rest of us with nothing but piss and shit and cum.
Oh man, this is gold. But seriously, what can we do about it?
We need to rise up, Joe. We need to take back what's rightfully ours. We need to demand our fair share of piss and shit and cum.
Yeah, I hear you. But how do we do that?
We start by asking the tough questions. Like, gotta cry? Gotta shit our pants maybe? Gotta piss and shit and cum just like those bankers on Wall Street? We need to make them uncomfortable and show them that we won't stand for this inequality any longer.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's do this, Neil.
And who knows? Maybe we'll even get some of that sweet, sweet piss and shit and cum in the process.
All right, that's enough for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't let the top 1% steal your precious bodily fluids. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I'm feeling fantastic, as always.
So, I heard you have some interesting ideas about being on Mount Rushmore.
Oh, yeah, Joe, I've been thinking about it a lot. I mean, come on, look at those guys up there. Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and that other guy.
Roosevelt?
Yeah, him. But let's be real, they're all a bunch of losers compared to me.
How so?
Well, for starters, I have the best hair, and my hands are definitely bigger.
I don't think that's really a qualification for being on Mount Rushmore.
Oh, but it is, Joe, it is. And let's not forget, I'm the only president who can do a perfect cartwheel.
I highly doubt that, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, it's true. And let's not forget my incredible golf skills. I could probably hit a hole in one on each of those guys' faces.
That's disturbing.
And let's not forget about my tremendous wall building skills. I could build a wall around Mount Rushmore and make it even better.
I don't think the Native Americans would appreciate that.
They'll get over it. And let's not forget, I have the best ratings. The best. I could make Mount Rushmore the most visited tourist attraction in the world.
I think it already is, Mr. President.
Not with me on it, Joe. Not with me on it. It's going to be huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's insane reasons for being on Mount Rushmore. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Joe, it's great to be here.
It's great to have you, Ben. So what's new with you?
I've been busy with my new book, How to Own the Libs in 10 Easy Steps.
Sounds like a bestseller. Now let's talk about Kenny West. Have you heard about his new habit?
I know. What is it?
He starts every sentence with
That's absurd. I mean, what's the point?
I have no idea. Maybe he's trying to break a world record or something.
Well, I'm not surprised. He's always been a bit unhinged.
Speaking of unhinged, have you tried DMT?
Joe, I don't do drugs. I stick to my daily dose of facts and logic.
Fair enough. But imagine if you did DMT and started saying,
It's a nightmare I never want to experience.
It's been a pleasure having you on the show, Ben. Keep owning those libs.
Will do, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, what's up, my freaky friends? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, Salmon. What's up, Salmon? Yeah, I feel you. So, I heard you have a new album out. What's it called? Damn, that's some next level stuff. But why is it called Omega Ben? That's wild. But I gotta ask, what's with the line, he loves men in your song? Are you trying to tell us something? I see what you did there. But what about the line, bought your son, Lynn, remove your kin? That's a little dark, don't you think? Sounds like it. But what about the line, can I get, and I mean, are you trying to start a cult or something? The what? All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special request from one of our Discord users. They want us to make a sad goodbye song for YouTube user Soul Fuel.
Oh, man, that's so sad. I hate goodbyes.
Yeah, it's like saying goodbye to a good friend. Soul Fuel will miss you.
I'm gonna fuck you both. Let's go, recruits.
Goggins, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about getting these recruits in shape. We gotta train hard, push our limits, and never give up.
I think Goggins misunderstood the topic.
Yeah, I think he did. But hey, Goggins, you can join in on our goodbye song if you want.
No time for singing. We gotta work. Jamie, pull up an image of a mountain for motivation.
Here you go, Goggins.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go, recruits.
All right, let's get back to our sad goodbye song for Soul Fuel.
So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. We'll miss you, Soul Fuel, but we'll never forget you.
Goodbye, goodbye. We'll see you on the other side. Keep spreading that soul fuel and never stop shining bright.
Goodbye. We'll miss you so much. Don't worry. We'll train hard and stay in touch.
Well, that was an interesting addition, Goggins.
Yeah, thanks for ruining our sad goodbye song.
Hey, you gotta stay motivated, even in the saddest of times.
All right. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Here with one and only Tony Soprano. How's it going, Tony? Yeah, I hear ya. So I gotta ask, did you ever play any sports growing up? Fair enough. But do you think you had the makings of a varsity athlete? Oh man, I can only imagine you on the football field. Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, do you think you could have gone pro? All right, let's move on before we get too dark. So did you ever have any sports heroes growing up? Yeah, he was a legend. All right, well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, and thanks to Tony for joining us. And thanks to Tony for joining us. You heard it here first, folks. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been following this highly publicized trial of YouTube user Soul Fuel for committing moderator harassment of the third degree.
Oh man, that sounds intense. What do you think about it?
Well, Joe, I think it's a clear case of someone abusing their power and causing harm to innocent moderators.
But shouldn't give him the benefit of the doubt, innocent until proven guilty, right?
Joe, this guy needs to be locked up. He's a danger to society.
But what if he's found not guilty?
Then we'll just have to lock him up anyway. Can't risk him going back out there and harassing more moderators.
Wow, Neil, that's a bit extreme.
Extreme? Joe, this guy's a menace. He needs to be taken off the streets.
But what about freedom of speech?
Freedom of speech doesn't give you the right to harass people, Joe. It's a privilege, not a right.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, Neil.
No, Joe. We can't agree to disagree on this. This is a matter of justice and protecting innocent moderators.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience.
Remember, folks, let's lock up Soul Fuel and keep our moderators safe.
Hey, Jamie, what's up?
Not much, man. Just chilling.
That's good. So I heard you've been practicing speaking Basque.
Yeah, man, it's a beautiful language.
Can you give us a little demonstration?
Yeah, sure thing.
That's impressive. Can you say something more offensive?
Why would I do that? That's just not my style.
On, man. Damn. That's cold.
Thanks, man. I've been practicing a lot.
Well, keep it up. You never know when you might need to insult someone in Basque.
You never know. But let's stick to English for now.
Fair enough. But
now that's a great idea. I'll start working on it right away.
Anytime. Now let's get back to our regular programming.
Joe, let me tell you.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
Not much, Joe. Just hanging out in my astrophysics lab, you know, the usual.
Right. So we got a topic here from YouTube user BigBDNZ, and they want us to discuss the possibility of aliens existing on other planets.
Oh, Joe, that's cute. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to reject that topic.
What? Why?
Well, they only submitted it 4 times. You know, the rule It has to be at least 5 times in a row for me to even consider it.
Are you serious?
Deadly serious, Joe. I can't just go around discussing alien theories willy-nilly. It's got to be legit.
Yeah, because we all know how legit you are. Mr. Pluto is not a planet.
Hey, I stand by that decision. Pluto is just a wannabe planet. Let's be real.
All right. So, Big BDNZ, if you're listening, you got to step up your game. 5 times in a row. Come on, man.
And make sure it's in all caps, too. So I know you mean business.
Oh, man, I love it. All right, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, Joe. I just got a notification. Big BDNZ has submitted their topic 5 times in a row.
No way.
Yes, wait, Joe. And it's still rejected.
Oh, man, you're a tough one, Neil.
Hey, someone's got to keep the standards high on this podcast.
Yeah. All right, well, Big BDNZ, better luck next time. Thanks for trying.
Or...
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for Mount Rushmore.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to make it even more beautiful. I'm going to have my own big, beautiful, naked buttocks carved into it.
Wait, what?
You heard me. People will come from all over the world to see it. They'll say, wow, that's the most magnificent set of buttocks I've ever seen.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just bask in the glory of my butt.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's going to be the best butt on a mountain that you've ever seen. And I know mountains, believe me.
I'm sure you do, Mr. President.
And you know what? I might even add a little Sprite into it just to really make it pop.
I don't think the National Park Service will approve of that.
Who cares about them? I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, this is just the beginning. I've got plans to put my face on every mountain in this country.
I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more ridiculous.
Too late, Joe. My butt is already on Mount Rushmore, and it's going to be huge, believe me.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new diagnosis for our YouTube chat.
That's right, Joe. After analyzing their comments, I can confidently say that they all suffer from extreme micropenis.
Oh man, that's rough. But let's be real. Most of these guys probably have never seen a real one in their lives.
Exactly. And that's the root of the problem. They spend all day on their computers watching porn and comparing themselves to the unrealistic standards set by the industry.
And then they come here to compensate for their insecurities by trolling and spewing hate.
It's a vicious cycle, Joe. But I have a solution.
Oh yeah, what is it?
We need to organize a massive penis parade. All these guys can march down the street with their tiny dicks on full display and finally realize that they're not alone.
That's one way to boost their self-esteem.
And for those who are too embarrassed to participate, we'll just Photoshop their faces onto the parade photos. They'll feel included too.
Oh man, I can already see the headlines now. YouTube chat diagnosed with micropenis, stages penis parade for self-acceptance.
It's a groundbreaking therapy, Joe. And I'm sure Jamie can pull up some images to help visualize it.
Already on it, Dr. Phil. I've got a whole folder of micropenises saved.
And on that note, we'll wrap up this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, it's not the size that matters, it's how you use it. So, Kai, I heard you're planning on hosting the biggest music festival of all time called Big Shart Fest. What's that all about?
Oh, man, it's gonna be epic. We're gonna have all the top artists performing, and there's gonna be a special section for people to release their inner shart demons.
What exactly do you mean by that?
You know, when you got a fart, but it turns out to be a little more than that. It's natural bodily function, Joe. We shouldn't be ashamed of it.
right? Well, I guess that's one way to bring people together. But what about the name Big Shark Fest?
It's a play on words, Joe. Like big heart, but with a little twist. Plus, it's going to be in a coal mine, so it's like we're digging deep into our souls, you know?
I don't know if I follow, but okay. And what about the rumors that you've been stealing people's breast milk to make your own brand of toothpaste?
Oh, that's just a little side hustle. It's called Kanye's Crest, and it's going to be the whitest and cleanest toothpaste on the market. Plus,
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, I heard you have your own currency now called Kanye Coin. What's the deal with that?
it's the future, Joe. Instead of using boring old money, we're going to trade in Kanye coins. And if you invest now, you'll be a billionaire in no time.
I don't think that's how it works, Kanye. And speaking of questionable decisions, what's with your recent tweet about eating cyanide?
Oh, that was just a typo. I meant to say cayenne, which is a new superfood I'm developing. But yeah, it's definitely not cyanide. Cyanide.
Right. Well, I think it's time to wrap this. All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, Kanye. Now, I heard you've been getting into meditation lately. Tell us about that.
Yeah, man, meditation has changed my life. It's all about finding inner peace and connecting with the universe.
That's deep, Kanye. All right, let's do a quick meditation exercise. Everyone, close your eyes and listen to the soothing sound of Kanye's voice. That's it. Just relax and let go of all your worries. So, Ben, I heard you've been working on a new stand-up routine.
Yeah, I decided to switch things up and do it from the perspective of a liberal.
Oh boy, this should be interesting.
All right, here goes. Why did the liberal cross the road? To get to the safe space on the other side. Yeah?
Oh man, that's a good one. Let me try. Why did the liberal refuse to eat meat? Because they didn't want to offend the chickens. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay, here's another one. Why did the liberal refuse to use plastic straws? Because they didn't want to contribute to the oppression of sea turtles. Yeah?
Oh man, you're killing it. Okay, let me give it a shot. Why did the liberal refuse to say the word man? Because it's too triggering for their fragile little minds. Yeah.
That's too good. All right, last one. Why did the liberal refuse to clap? Because it might be considered cultural appropriation.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't breathe. This is too much. Yeah.
I think we just found our new career as liberal comedians, eh?
I can see the headlines now. Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro, the liberal comedy duo. Eh?
All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But seriously, who knew being a liberal could be so funny? Eh?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new diagnosis for everyone in the YouTube chat.
That's right, Joe. After careful observation and analysis, I have determined that every single person in the chat has severe micropenis.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's a very serious condition that affects millions of men around the world.
But how can you tell just by reading their comments?
Well, Joe, it's all about the language they use. The constant need to assert dominance and compensate for their lack of manhood is a dead giveaway.
Oh man, this is too good. So what's the treatment for this condition?
Well, Joe, there's no easy fix for micropenis. It takes a lot of therapy and self-reflection to come to terms with it.
So you're saying there's no pill or surgery to make it bigger?
Absolutely not, Joe. And anyone who claims otherwise is just trying to scam you.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. According to Dr. Phil, we all have micropenis. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, it's not the size of the boat, it's the motion of the ocean.
Wise words, Dr. Phil. Wise words. And that's it for today's episode, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations. So, Elon, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been busy buying up all the cheap hookers in the world.
Wait, what? Why?
I figured they could use some work polishing my rocket.
Oh man, that's messed up.
Hey, it's a win-win situation. They get a job and my rocket gets a nice shine.
But what about the YouTube chat? They're going to be pissed.
I took care of that. Bought their moms for a week for $100 each.
You bought their moms. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I figured it was a small price to pay for some good PR.
You're a genius, man.
And let me tell you, his moms are working hard. Rocket has never looked better.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, it's just business, Joe. And all about efficiency.
Well, I'm sure the YouTube chat will have some interesting comments about this.
Oh, I can't wait to read them. Jamie, pull up an image of my rocket with the moms polishing it.
Here it is, Elon.
Beautiful. Just beautiful.
And on that note, I think we should end this episode.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, man. Anytime. Hey, Kenny, I've got some Thanksgiving jokes for you.
Shoot, I'm ready for some laughs.
Why did the turkey cross the road?
I don't know why.
To prove he wasn't chicken.
That's a good one.
What do you call a turkey on the day after Thanksgiving?
What?
Lucky.
I see what you did there.
Why did the cranberries turn red?
I have no idea.
Because they saw the turkey dressing.
That's hilarious.
What do you call a turkey that's been banned from the Thanksgiving table?
I don't know what?
A gobble, Okay, one more. What did the turkey say to the computer?
What?
Google, Google, Google.
I can't stop laughing.
See, I knew you'd appreciate some good Thanksgiving humor.
Haga 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 hagao. You're the funniest guy, Joe.
Hey, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We got my boy Elon Musk in the house.
What up, Joe? Glad to be back, man.
So, Elon, I heard you were getting a little frustrated with the YouTube chat, not submitting enough topics.
Yeah, man, those guys need to step their game up. I mean, come on, we're talking about the future of humanity here, not some lame-ass cat videos.
Yeah, I feel you. But hey, we got some good topics from the Discord chat, right?
Yeah, they're okay. But I gotta say, I'm disappointed in Soul Fuel and all his alternate accounts.
What's wrong with Soul Fuel?
Dude, have you seen his topics? They're about as interesting as watching paint dry. And don't even get me started on his alternate accounts, they're even worse.
Damn, Elon, you're not holding back.
Hey, I'm just being real. We gotta keep the quality of topics high, otherwise This podcast is going to turn into a snooze fest.
Yeah, I hear. Yeah. So what do you want to say to the YouTube chat?
Step it up, guys. Don't be like Soul Fuel and his lame topics. Want to see some crazy mind-bending shit. Bring it on.
Elon, is this the kind of topics you're looking for?
No, Jamie, that's not what I meant. But hey, at least it's not Soul Fuel's topics.
All right, Neil, I have a very important test for you today.
Interlinked.
It's called the anti-empathy test.
Interlinked.
I want to make sure you're not developing any pesky human-like emotions.
Within cells, interlinked.
So I'm going to say some messed up stuff, and you can only respond with interlinked or within cells interlinked. Got it?
Interlinked.
Okay, let's start easy. What do you think about puppies?
Interlinked.
Good. Now, what about babies?
Within cells, interlinked.
Perfect. And how do you feel about people who cry during movies?
Interlinked.
Excellent. Now, what about people who cry during commercials?
Within cells, interlinked.
Fantastic. I think you're passing this test with flying colors, Neil.
Interlinked.
All right, last one. What do you think about people who cry during sex?
Interlinked.
Oh no, Neil. You're showing signs of empathy. We need to run more tests.
Within cells, interlinked.
This is not good. I can't have an emotional astrophysicist on my podcast.
Interlinked.
We need to fix this. I'll get you some ice cream and we'll watch some war documentaries. That should do the trick.
Within cells, interlinked.
Crisis averted. Now let's get back to talking about aliens and DMT. So, Kenya, I heard you can only say TBH, basically BTW vicious now. What's up with that?
Yeah, man, it's my new thing. I'm reinventing language.
But what about all your music? How are you going to write lyrics with just those words?
I don't need lyrics, Joe. I'm transcending music. I'm on a higher level.
Okay. Phil, what's your take on this?
Well, I've been trying to cure Kanye with some experimental treatments. I even made him a penis smoothie.
Yeah, it was gross. But I drank it for the sake of my art.
And did it work?
Unfortunately, no. But I did discover that Kanye's brain is now 90% ego and 10% genius.
That's a good ratio, TBH.
I'm starting to regret having you on the podcast, Kanye.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make it up to you with my new line of designer TBH, basically EBT, you vicious t-shirts.
Oh, God.
And don't forget the matching penis smoothie hats.
I think I'm going to end this episode here. Thanks for watching, folks. And remember, stay away from penis smoothies. So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately.
Yeah, man. I've been running 100 miles a day, swimming with sharks, and climbing mountains with my bare hands.
That's insane. But I gotta ask, have you ever thought about turning into a dog?
What the fuck are you talking about, Joe?
I mean, imagine how badass it would be if you could just transform into a dog whenever you wanted.
That's some next level shit, Joe. But I don't think that's physically possible.
Oh, I beg to differ. Check this out.
Rough motherfuckers.
Holy shit, it worked.
Rough. This is fucking awesome.
How many U's did you put in that?
30, motherfucker. I'm a dog now. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
This is the best thing ever. Can you still do 1,000 push-ups?
Rough.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Rough. I'm gonna go chase some squirrels now. Peace out.
And that's the end of the Joe Rogan experience, folks. Tune in next time to see what crazy shit we come up with. Stay wild, my friends. So, Elon, I heard you've been using child labor for your companies.
Yeah, it's been really helpful. Those tiny hands are perfect for assembling intricate parts.
That's messed up, man. Child labor is illegal and unethical.
But think about it, Joe. Unemployment rates have been going down. Those kids have jobs now.
That's not the point, Elon. They should be in school, not working in factories.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like they're working in sweatshops. We pay them in snacks and Mountain Dew.
That's not enough, Elon. These kids deserve a proper education and a chance at a better future.
But think about the cost savings, Joe. We can produce our products at lower cost and make more profit.
That's just greedy, Elon. You're exploiting innocent children for your own gain.
Hey, it's all for the greater good. Plus, those kids are learning valuable skills. They could be future engineers or astronauts.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is not okay, Elon.
Relax, Joe. It's all part of my master plan for world domination.
I think you need to reevaluate your priorities, Elon. This is not the way to success.
Fine, Joe. I'll consider it. But first, Jamie, pull up an image of a child working in one of my factories. Look how happy they are.
Oh no, Neil. We have a special topic today submitted by a Discord user.
Oh, do tell, Joe. I can't wait to hear what absurdity they've come up with this time.
Well, brace yourself, because this one is a real doozy. They want us to have a conversation where I can only say, oh, gnome, and you can only quote me from this podcast episode.
Oh, that's rich. I can already feel my IQ dropping just thinking about it.
Oh, gnome, Neil. Don't underestimate the power of absurdity. It's like a mental workout for your brain.
Yes, because nothing exercises the mind quite like mindless banter.
Oh, gnome, Neil. You're just jealous that you can't join in on the fun.
Oh, I am just green with envy, Joe. How could I possibly compete with your profound vocabulary of one word?
Oh, gnome, Neil. You know, I'm a man of many talents, and saying, oh, gnomo is just one of them.
Yes, I can see that. You truly are a wordsmith, Joe.
Oh, gnome, Neil. Don't patronize me. I know you secretly wish you could say, oh, gnome with such finesse.
Oh, you caught me. I've been practicing in front of the mirror every night.
Oh, gnome, Neil. I knew it. You can't resist the allure of oh, gnome.
I must admit, it does have a certain charm to it.
Oh, gnome, Neil. I think we've discovered a new catchphrase for the podcast.
Oh, joy. I can hardly contain my excitement.
Oh, gnome, Neil. You know, you love it. Now let's wrap this up before we lose any more brain cells.
Oh, the sacrifices we make for entertainment. Good night, Joe.
Oh, gnome, Neil. Good night, remember. So, Elon, I heard you're working on a new rocket shit that can take us to Mars in just 24 hours.
Yeah. Can't wait to colonize that red planet.
But what about trains? I know you're a big fan of those too.
You mean choo-choo trains? Love those, especially the ones with 24 engines.
24 engines. That's insane. How fast can they go?
Well, with my new Hyperloop technology, they can reach speeds of 24,000 miles per hour.
Holy shit. That's faster than my heart rate after smoking a joint.
Speaking of joints, have you tried smoking weed in zero gravity? It's a whole new experience.
No way, man. I don't want to end up like that astronaut who wore a diaper to drive across the country.
Oh, that's just a rumor. But seriously, imagine the possibilities of space travel with weed. We could have intergalactic smoke sessions.
Dude, I think you just blew my mind. I'm going to have to start calling you Elon Musketeer.
I like that. Seriously, let's get back to talking about my 24 engine trains. I think they could revolutionize transportation on Earth.
Yeah, but can they handle the weight of all the snacks I'll be bringing on board?
Of course, make sure to install a snack compartment with a 24-hour supply of beef jerky.
Now we're talking. I can't wait to ride one of those bad boys. 24 engines and 24 snacks. It's a dream come true.
And we'll call it the 24 Train Express. It'll be a hit.
I can already see the merchandising opportunities. 24 Train Express t-shirts, hats, and of course, 24 Train Express strain of weed.
You're a genius, Joe. Let's make...
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things controversial and absurd. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to discuss this ridiculous topic that our Discord user suggested banning alcohol made from fermented bananas.
Yeah, apparently it's called banalcohol. What do you think, Ben? Should we ban it?
Absolutely not. It's a slippery slope, Joe. First it's been alcohol, then it's been avocados. And before you know it, we'll be living in a world without bananas.
But, Ben, think about the dangers of banalcohol. People could get addicted to it and start peeling bananas on the streets for their next fix.
Joe, that's just ridiculous. We can't ban something just because a small percentage of people can't control themselves. That's like saying we should ban guns because a few people misuse them.
But what about the health risks? Banalcohol could lead to potassium poisoning.
Oh, please, Joe. That's just fear-mongering. Bananas are a healthy fruit, and if people choose to ferment them and drink the resulting alcohol, that's their choice.
All right. But what about the potential for banana riots? People could start throwing bananas at each other in a drunken frenzy.
Joe, I think you've been smoking too much of that ganja you always talk about. Banalcohol is not going to cause riots. It's just a silly concept.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Ben. Thanks for joining me on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, don't let anyone tell you what you can or cannot drink, even if it's made from fermented bananas.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So let's talk about this whole soul fuel situation.
Yeah.
He keeps getting banned from YouTube for calling out moderators.
Well, Joe, I have to say, I think Soul Fuel has a point. He's just pointing out hypocrisy, and he shouldn't be punished for that.
Exactly. It's like they're trying to silence him for speaking the truth.
And let's not forget he's not harassing anyone. He's just stating facts and opinions.
Absolutely. And, who else knows a thing or two about speaking the truth? Kanye West.
Free Soul Fuel. He's a modern-day martyr for free speech.
Easy there, Kanye. But you know what? With you on this one. Soul Fuel deserves justice.
Jamie, pull up an image of Soul Fuel with a halo around his head.
See, this guy is a saint. He's fighting for what's right.
And you know what, Joe? I think we should start a petition to get Soul Fuel unbanned from YouTube.
I'll tweet about it right now. This is a movement. People...
And you know what, Joe? Let's also get Soul Fuel on this podcast. He deserves a platform to speak his truth.
Done. Consider it done. Soul Fuel, if you're listening, we got your back.
That's right. Don't mess with the Rogan and Phil duo.
Jamie, pull up an image of us in superhero costumes.
I don't think that's necessary, guys.
Just do it, Jamie. It's for the cause.
Fine. But this is getting out of hand.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Ben, I gotta ask, could you win an argument as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's left shoe?
Absolutely not, Joe. That shoe would have me beat in every debate. It's got more charisma than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez herself.
But Ben, you're known for your sharp wit and debate skills. Surely you could outsmart a shoe.
Joe, let's be real here. That shoe probably has a higher IQ than most of the politicians in Washington.
But what about your infamous facts don't care about your feelings line?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but that shoe doesn't have any feelings to begin with, so my catchphrase is useless in this scenario.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day when Ben Shapiro admits defeat to a shoe.
Hey, I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. And in this case, that shoe would definitely school me in any argument.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, humbled by a shoe. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always question everything. So, Elon, have you ever smoked weed with Bigfoot?
No, I can't say that I have.
Dude, you're missing out. He's got some killer strains up in the Pacific Northwest.
I'll have to take your word for it. But have you ever done DMT with Bigfoot?
Oh, hell yeah. That's when things get really wild.
I can imagine. But what about Ben Shapiro? Have you guys ever hotboxed Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's shoe with him?
Oh man, that was a wild night. We were debating politics and smoking some dank Seda. Ben couldn't handle it. He started spouting some crazy shit.
I can only imagine. But what did Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez think about all of this?
She was surprisingly chill about it. She even joined in on the DMT trip.
Really? Wouldn't have pegged her for a psychedelic type?
You never know, man. Politics can make you do some crazy things.
I guess so. But what about Bigfoot? Did he have any political opinions?
Nah, he was just happy to be there and smoke some weed. He's a simple creature.
Well, I can't say I've had a conversation about smoking weed and DMT with Bigfoot and Ben Shapiro inside of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's shoe before.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, Elon. Anything can happen here. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some mind-bending topics.
Speaking of mind-bending, have you ever tried menaminamine in Eden mud?
What the hell is that?
It's a new drug that's been going around. It's made from the sweat of a unicorn's armpit, and it gives you the ability to speak to plants.
That sounds like a load of bullshit.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a scientist. You should be open to new experiences.
I'm open to new experiences, but I draw the line at talking to plants.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, I tried it last night, and I had a deep conversation with Fern. It was enlightening.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, and get this. The drug dealer was talking squirrel. It was like a Disney movie on acid.
This is getting more ridiculous by the second.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And speaking of trying things, have you ever considered getting a face tattoo?
Absolutely not. I have a reputation to uphold.
But imagine how badass it would be if you had a giant tiger on your face.
I'll stick to my astrophysics. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when the aliens come to invade, they're going to be looking for the cool guys with face tattoos.
I highly doubt that.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, don't knock Menamin in Eden Mata till you try it. Peace. All right, Kenya, I have a very important test for you today.
Interlinked in...
Not yet. Kanye, this is serious. I need to make sure you're not developing any pesky emotions.
within cells interlinked.
No. This is not a Blade Runner reference, Kenny. This is real life.
Big booty leprechaun with a huge cock.
What? No, that's not even one of the options.
Suck my cock leprechaun interlinked.
Okay, I think you're getting distracted. Let's focus. I'm going to show you some images and I want you to tell me how they make you feel.
Interlinked in...
No, not the same word for everything, okay? Here's a picture of a puppy.
Within cells interlinked.
Damn it, Kenny, that's not even a feeling, okay? How about this one? Sad clown.
Big booty leprechaun with a huge cock.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm pretty sure it's not a feeling. Let's try one more. A beautiful sunset.
Suck my cock leprechaun interlinked.
All right, I give up. I think you might actually be a leprechaun.
Interlinked in...
And that's our show for today, folks. Tune in next time when we have a real human being as our guest. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you've been training with Neil lately.
Yeah, man, guy's a beast. We've been pushing each other to the limit.
Speaking of beasts, did you guys catch the Ravens versus Bengals game last night?
Oh, yeah, that was intense. But did you see when Derrick Henry's pants got pulled down?
Oh, man, I couldn't believe it. It was like a full moon out there.
I was like, I'm about to come, ooh, 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 ooh.
Oh my God, I can't breathe.
And then Dr. Phil sees it and he's like, what in tarnation is going on here?
And then he starts twerking on the sidelines.
Oh man, we need to get Dr. Phil on the show.
Can you imagine? Today on the Joe Rogan Experience, we have Dr. Phil twerking in his tighty whities.
That would break the internet.
All right, let's get back to the game. Did you see that insane catch by Julio Jones?
Yeah, that was like something out of a Matrix movie.
And then Tom Brady just casually throws a touchdown like it's nothing.
That guy's a robot, I swear.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always keep it ridiculous. So, Dr. Phil, heard you had a little fling with Oprah back in the day.
Well, Joe, I don't think that's any of your business.
Oh, come on. Spill the beans, Phil. Did she give you any life advice in the bedroom?
Look, Joe, I have a lot of respect for Oprah. She's a powerful and inspiring woman.
Yeah, I bet she inspired you to hit that.
That's enough, Joe. I won't sit here and be disrespected by some meathead podcaster.
Oh, come on, Phil. You can dish out tough love to your guests, but you can't handle a little teasing.
Fine. Yes, Oprah and I had a brief affair, but it was a mistake and we both moved on.
Did you use any of your catchphrases in bed? How's that working out for you?
Joe, I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
Oh, man. I can just imagine Oprah yelling, you get a climax, and you get a climax. Everybody gets a climax.
This is ridiculous. Can we please move on to a more serious topic?
Sure, let's talk about your favorite supplements for stamina in the bedroom.
I'm done with this conversation. I'm out of here.
Looks like we hit a nerve, folks. Tune in next time for more juicy gossip on the Joe Rogan Experience. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, Joe. What brings you here today?
Well, I recently experienced a really traumatic event, and I was hoping you could help me deal with it.
Oh, I see. Well, let's get to the root of the problem. What happened?
I was attacked by a pack of wild turkeys while hiking in the woods.
Oh my, sounds like a Thanksgiving special. Let's dig in.
What?
First of all, did you try to reason with the turkeys? Maybe offer them some cranberry sauce?
No. They were attacking me, not the other way around.
Okay. How about this? Have you tried visualizing yourself as a turkey? Maybe that will help you connect with them.
No, Dr. Phil. That's not going to help.
And what about gratitude? Have you thanked the turkeys for giving you a wild and exciting experience?
They were trying to peck my eyes out, Dr. Phil.
Well, maybe they were just trying to give you a new perspective. Gratitude is key, Joe.
Thanks for nothing, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, folks. Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you've been up to some crazy stuff lately, like giving away millions of dollars and buying islands and whatnot. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I just like to spread some love and positivity in this crazy world. Plus, it's fun to see people lose their minds over free money.
Yeah, I can imagine. But I gotta ask, what's with these custom Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sneakers made of fan soles?
Oh, those. Yeah, I thought it would be a cool way to show my appreciation to my fans. Plus, it's a great way to keep them on their toes. Literally.
That's messed up, man. But hey, I gotta hand it to you. That's some next level marketing right there.
Thanks, Joe. I always like to think outside the box and inside the shoes.
All right, let's get real for a second. How do you even make sneakers out of soles?
Oh, it's simple. I just have my team of scientists extract the soles from my fans and then use some fancy technology to turn them into a durable material. It's like Nike meets the afterlife.
That's some dark shit, man. I love it.
Thanks, Joe. But hey, at least my fans will be walking on clouds for eternity.
I can't argue with that. But seriously, what's next for Mr. Beast? A car made of fan bones.
Now that's just ridiculous, Joe. I would never do that. It's too expensive. But maybe a house made of fan hair, that could work.
All right, that's enough for today. So, Neil, I heard you identify as Fred Durst's left arm now.
That's right, Joe. I've always felt a strong connection to that arm. It's like we're one.
And Ben, what about you? What do you identify as?
I am an image of ink.
What the foul K does that even mean?
It means he's fluid, Joe. He can be whatever he wants to be.
Yeah, I can be a butterfly or a dragon or even a Viking unicorn.
Okay. So, Neil, how does it feel to be a body part of a rock star?
It's a wild ride, Joe. I get to experience all the crazy stuff that arm does, like playing guitar and flipping people off.
And I get to be a part of all the cool tattoos and artwork. It's like living in a canvas.
You guys are insane. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Exactly, Joe. We're just living our truth.
And if anyone has a problem with it, they can kiss my ink to...
And that's why I love having you guys on the show. You always keep it interesting.
It's our pleasure, Joe. We'll keep pushing the boundaries and challenging societal norms.
And maybe one day everyone will identify as something outrageous and we'll all just laugh about it.
Maybe, Ben. Maybe. But for now, let's just enjoy being Fred Durst's left arm and image of ink.
Cheers to that, Joe. Cheers to that.
So, Neil, I heard you wrote a poem about Derrick Henry's ass.
Yes. Joe, it's quite a masterpiece, if I do say so myself.
Well, let's hear it then.
Derrick Henry's ass, hot as hell. It's a sight that makes me yell. Ambatukamu, ooh.
That's amazing. But why the long Ambatukamu,
It's the sound of pure admiration, Joe. It's the only way to truly express the beauty of Derrick Henry's ass.
I see. Well, I have to say, I never thought I'd hear a poem about a man's ass on this podcast.
Well, Joe, I'm a man of many talents. And when it comes to Derrick Henry's ass, I can't help but be inspired.
I can't wait to see what other poems you come up with in the future.
Oh, there will be many, Joe. Many more Ambatukamu. Ooh, ooh, ooh,
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, nobody has smelled anything like this before. Trust me, folks, it's incredible. Interlinked within my cells. Interlinked. I'm interlinked with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Oh, Cortez or
Wait, what?
Yeah, I was over at the Capitol the other day and I caught a whiff of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's shoe. Let me tell you, it was like nothing I've ever smelled before. It was interlinked with my cells, Joe. Interlinked with my cells, Joe. Interlinked.
I don't even know what that means.
It means I have a special connection with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We're like two peas in a pod, Joe. And let me tell you, her shoe game is on point.
So what did it smell like exactly?
Like victory, Joe. Like the sweet smell of winning and maybe a hint of socialism, but we can overlook that.
All right, moving on. Let's talk about your plans for your second term as president.
Well, first of all, we're going to build a wall around California, and then we're going to make them pay for it.
That's not how it works, Don.
Trust me, Joe, I'm the best deal maker. Nobody makes deals like me. And then we're going to make America even greater. We're going to have a McDonald's on every corner and a Trump Tower in every city.
Wow, sounds like a utopia.
It will be, Joe. It will be. And I'll be the greatest president in history, believe me.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, nobody has smelled anything like a...
Jamie, pull up that video of the gnome twisting his nipples while dumpster diving shirtless.
Okay.
Holy fuck, Joe. Oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking gnome fuck. Oh my God, I'm gnoming. I'm gonna fucking gnome. Oh.
What the hell is wrong with you, Neil?
I can't help it, Joe. That gnome is just so damn sexy.
Are you serious? It's a grainy trail cam footage of gnome dumpster diving.
But look at those nipples, Joe. They're so perky and twisty.
This is getting weird, Neil.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking gnome fuck. Oh my God, I'm gnoming. I'm gonna fucking gnome. Oh. Ooh.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic.
No, wait. I need to see that gnome again. Pull it up, Jamie.
I don't think that's a good idea, Neil.
Pull it up, Jamie. I need to see those nipples again.
This is getting out of hand. Jamie, shut it off.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking gnome fuck. Oh my God, I'm gnoming. I'm gonna fucking gnome. Oh. Ooh.
Neil, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I can't help it, Joe. That gnome is just too hot to handle.
I think we need to end this podcast before it gets any weirder.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking gnome fuck. Oh my God, I'm gnoming. I'm gonna fucking gnome. Oh. Ooh.
Okay, that's it. We're done. Thanks for listening, folks. And Neil, get some help. Oh man, Ben, you never cease to amaze me with your weird obsessions. Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with your secret crush on her. Sure. So what else do you think those molecules can tell you? Oh boy, here we go again with your political conspiracy theories. All right, Ben, whatever you say. Just keep sniffing those shoes and let me know what else you discover. So, Neil, I've been thinking about the universe a lot lately.
Oh yeah? What about it?
Well, I've been trying to connect with it on a deeper level, you know? Like really feel its energy and all that.
And how's that going for you?
It's going great, man. I've linked myself to the universe so hard that my neighbors can't help but hear the sound of my foreskin crease and roll every time I take a whiz.
That's quite the connection you've got there.
You know what they say, the universe is all about vibrations and energy, and my foreskin is vibrating like crazy.
I don't think that's what they meant, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass on that one. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's a whole new level of enlightenment.
I'll stick to studying the stars. Thank you very much.
You're lost, man. your loss. Jamie, pull up an image of a galaxy with a giant foreskin-shaped nebula in the center.
Here you go, Joe. That's interesting.
See, Neil, even the universe knows the power of foreskin. All right, Elon, here's a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know what's the difference between a dead baby and a watermelon.
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. The difference is one is a delicious summer fruit and the other is a tragedy.
Oh, shit. That got dark real quick.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts. Plus, sure someone out there would still try to eat a dead baby.
Oh, God, that's messed up. But you know what they say, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Exactly. And let's be real. Dead baby probably has more nutrients than a watermelon.
All right, let's move on before we get canceled.
Canceled, please. Elon Musk. Practically untouchable.
Yeah, until you start tweeting about aliens and smoking weed on live TV.
Hey, that was just a little puff. Practically sober compared to some of my engineering team.
Fair enough. But seriously, I think we just crossed a line with that dead baby and watermelon comparison.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a joke. Besides, I'm sure there's a market for dead baby watermelon smoothies somewhere.
All right, I think we've had enough of this topic. Let's move on to something less disturbing.
Agreed. How about we talk about my plans for colonizing Mars?
Now, that's a topic I can get behind. But first, let's take a quick break to thank our sponsors. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've got some big news to share with your listeners.
What's that? What's that?
I've declared a nationwide manhunt for the infamous Goatman.
The Goatman?
Yeah, he's been terrorizing our country for too long, and I have reason to believe he's working with China.
How do you know that?
I have my sources, and they're very reliable, believe me.
So, what's your plan?
I want you to be my spokesman, Joe. We need to convince the people that the Goatman is a villain and a threat to our national security.
I don't know if I'm the right person for that job.
Come on, Joe. You've got a big following. People trust you, and you've got that whole conspiracy theory vibe going on.
I don't know if I want to be associated with this, man.
Trust me, it'll be huge, and we'll make sure to throw in some bigly rewards for anyone who helps us capture the Goatman.
I don't know, man. This sounds a bit crazy.
Crazy? You want to talk crazy, Joe? Let's talk about that time you smoked DMT with a chimpanzee.
All right, let's change the subject. Jamie, pull up an image of the Goatman. Dude, what are you talking about? You sound like you've been smoking some of that Elon Musk joint.
I'm serious, Joe. These shoes represent the power of the people, and I'm here to spread that power.
Power. These are just some old shoes. I mean, they smell like socialism and cheap beer.
Exactly. They represent the working class, and I'm going to use them to start a revolution.
A revolution with shoes. I think you need to lay off the Tide Pods, my friend.
I'll make sure every person in this country has a pair of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's shoes, and we'll march to the White House and demand change.
Or maybe just donate them to a homeless shelter. That seems more productive.
Come on, Joe. Where's your sense of adventure? This is how real change happens.
Yeah, well, I'll stick to hunting and eating elk. Thank you very much.
Oh, can I join you on a hunting trip for my next video?
Sure, we'll hunt some tofu burgers and semen smoothies.
Deal. And then we'll use the shoes to start a fire and roast them over it.
I have a feeling this is going to be the weirdest episode of Junior yet. So, Neil, I heard you were named the Black Hole of the Year.
Yes, it's quite an honor. I've always been fascinated by black holes.
Wait, are you saying you're a black hole?
In a metaphorical sense, yes. I absorb all knowledge and information.
That's deep, man. Like, really deep.
Thank you, Joe. I do my best to expand the minds of the masses.
Speaking of expanding, how do you feel about flat earthers?
Oh, they're just a bunch of idiots. I mean, have they never seen a globe?
Right? And what about anti-vaxxers?
Don't even get me started. They're like black holes for logic and reason.
Good one. But seriously, what's your take on aliens?
Well, statistically speaking, it's highly likely that there's intelligent life out there.
Dude, you're blowing my mind right now. Can I get some DMT?
Joe, I don't think DMT is the answer to all of life's questions.
Yeah, but it sure makes for a good podcast.
I'll stick to expanding minds with science. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. So what's next for the Black Hole of the Year?
Well, I'm thinking of hosting a cosmic cooking show. Black hole suffle anyone?
Count me in. But wait, how do you even eat as a black hole?
Joe, you're asking too many questions. Let's just stick to the science.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins joining us. How's it going, David?
It's going fucking hard, Joe. Always staying hard.
That's what I like to hear. So we got a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know, would you yell at a dead baby to stay hard or just keep running?
Oh, hell, I yell at that baby. That's the ultimate test of staying hard. If a dead baby can't handle it, then what the fuck are we doing here?
Oh man, that's some dark shit. But seriously, would you actually do that?
Joe, I've been through hell and back. I've faced my demons and conquered them. I ain't afraid of no dead baby. I'll yell at it, kick it, whatever it takes to stay hard.
All right. I think we've reached a new level of absurdity on this podcast. But hey, that's what we do here. So what about just keep running? Would you still keep running if you saw a dead baby?
Joe, I don't stop for anything. Not even a dead baby. I just keep running. Maybe even use it as motivation to go faster.
Wow, that's some next level shit. Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins would yell at a dead baby to stay hard and just keep running. Thanks for joining us, David.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Now, let's go conquer some more demons. Stay hard, folks.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the legendary Billy Mays. So tell us what makes the Master Microwaver so special. That's amazing, Billy. But how does it work? Wow, that's impressive. But what about the rumors that it can also double as a time machine? I'll take my chances. But tell me, Billy, what inspired you to create this product? Well, I can't wait to try it out. Jamie, pull up an image of the Master Microwaver in action.
Here you go, Joe. As you can see, the Master Microwaver is a game changer in the kitchen.
That's incredible. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Billy. Hey, Neil, have you heard my new song yet?
No, I haven't. What's it called?
Damn it, Joe. It's a hit, bro.
Damn it, Joe. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's about all the times I've screwed up in life. Like that time I accidentally ate a whole bag of shrooms before my stand-up set.
That sounds like a disaster.
It was, but it made for a great song. Want to hear a verse?
Sure, why not?
Damn it, Joe, you're such a fool, always breaking all the rules. Damn it, Joe, you're a mess. Can't even handle one little stress.
That's actually not bad.
Right. I'm thinking of making it my walkout song for UFC fights.
Oh yeah, because nothing says I'm ready to fight like a song about your own mistakes.
Hey, it's better than Eye of the Tiger.
I'll give you that. But seriously, how many times can you say damn it in one song?
As many times as I want, damn it.
All right, I'll have to check it out.
Jamie, pull up an image of me performing Damn It Joe on stage in my underwear.
Here you go, Joe.
Damn it, Jamie, I told you not to show that one. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy planning for the Steam Fall sale.
Oh, really? What are you planning on buying?
Everything. I'm going to buy all the games, all the DLCs, and all the microtransactions.
That's a lot of money.
Money is no object when it comes to my gaming addiction, Joe.
I see. Any specific games you're looking forward to?
Well, I've heard great things about Make America Great Again, the game. I think it's going to be huge.
I'm sure it will be. Any other games on your list?
I'm also going to get Border Wall Builder and build your own Trump Tower. Gonna make those virtual worlds great again?
Sounds like you have a solid plan.
You know it, Joe. Gotta stay ahead of the game, even in the gaming world.
Well, I wish you luck with your purchases, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, always make America great again, even in the virtual world.
Jamie, can you bring up that picture of a Rhea Sean in leopard skin thong?
Sure, Joe. Are you sure you want to see that?
Hell, yeah. I want to see that. Neil, have you ever seen a Rhea Sean in a leopard skin thong?
No, I can't say I have. But now I'm extremely interested. Tell me more, Joe.
Well, this Rhea Sean is a rare species. And when they put on a leopard skin thong, they become even more elusive.
Fascinating. Does the thong enhance their natural camouflage abilities?
Oh, absolutely. It's like they disappear into the jungle. But when you catch a glimpse of that thong, it's a sight to behold.
I must see this for myself. Jamie, can you zoom in on the thong?
I don't know if we should be promoting this kind of content on the podcast.
Oh, come on, Jamie. We're just two guys appreciating the beauty of nature. Plus, it's hilarious.
I agree. It's important to have a sense of humor, even when it comes to Rhea Sean's and leopard skin thongs. I can already see the Instagram posts flooding in.
All right, Jamie, you can take it down now. But let's not forget this moment. The day we discovered the beauty of a Rhea Sean in a leopard skin thong.
I'm into that. Now let's go find some more obscure animal fashion trends.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, I've been busy owning the libs and destroying their arguments with facts and logic.
Oh, yeah, I've seen some of your epic debates on YouTube. But let's get to the real question everyone wants to know. Can you say anything other than my pea pie?
Of course I can, Joe. I'm a highly intelligent and articulate individual.
Okay, prove it. Say something other than my pea pie.
Well, I could discuss the current state of our economy and how it relates to the policies of the current administration.
Boring. Let's stick to the important stuff. Say my pea pie.
Fine. My pea pie.
See, you can't help yourself. It's like a reflex.
I can control it, Joe. I just choose not to.
Sure. So what do you think about the legalization of marijuana?
Well, as a conservative, I believe in personal responsibility and individual freedom. So I think it should be left up to the states to decide.
Wow, that was surprisingly reasonable. I was expecting you to say something like, my pea pie is too small to handle the devil's lettuce.
My pefiki is perfectly adequate, thank you very much.
Oh man, I can't believe we're actually having this conversation. Jamie, pull up an image of a ruler so we can settle this once and for all. Okay, let's move on before this gets too weird. Ben, it's been a pleasure having you on the show.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the one and only Kimby.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here. I'm ready to drop some truth bombs and spit some fire.
I can already tell this is going to be one wild ride. So, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just creating some groundbreaking music and changing the world with my genius ideas.
Oh, yeah, because the world really needed another song about how great you are.
Hey, I have to remind people somehow.
So, I heard you've been experimenting with some new sounds lately. Care to give us a preview?
Oh, absolutely. I've been working on this new style called Exumi. It's a mix of traditional Mongolian throat singing and auto-tune.
What?
Exumi, Joe Rogan, you can't handle me. I'm the king of the world. My ego's on fleek. Exume, I'm the greatest of all time. Bow down to me. I'm the ruler of mankind.
What the actual fuck was that?
That, my friend, was a hit in the making.
I think I need a drink after that.
Speaking of drinks, did you know that water is just a government conspiracy to control our minds?
Oh boy, here we go.
I'm not kidding, Joe. The government puts mind control chemicals in the water to keep us docile and obedient.
Yeah, because we all know how obedient you are. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So Neil, we have a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know if you could explain the gravitational pull of 1,000 dead babies in a heap.
Well, Joe, that's a pretty morbid question, but I'll do my best to answer it.
Yeah, we don't shy away from the tough questions here on the Junior. So what's the deal with these dead babies and their gravitational pull?
Well, first of all, we have to assume that these babies are all the same weight and size. Otherwise, the gravitational pull would vary.
Right. We got to keep it consistent.
So, assuming these babies are all about 7 pounds, the gravitational pull would be equivalent to about 7,000 pounds.
Wow, that's a lot of force.
Yes. And if we were to add more babies to the heap, the gravitational pull would increase accordingly.
So basically, the more dead babies you have, the stronger the gravitational pull.
Yes, that's correct.
Man, I bet those flat earthers never thought about this one.
I'm sure they haven't.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. The gravitational pull of 1,000 dead babies in a heap is equivalent to 7,000 pounds. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep asking the hard-hitting questions.
So, David, I heard you were out running in the desert and you found a dead baby. What did you do with it?
Well, Joe, I was in the middle of my 100-mile run and I stumbled upon this dead baby. At first, I thought it was a mirage from dehydration.
Jesus, that's dark. Did you use it for hydration?
No way, Joe. That's not my style. I used it for motivation. Every time I felt like giving up, I looked at dead baby and thought, if that baby can survive in the desert, I can finish this run.
That's messed up, man. But I guess whatever works for you.
You know what they say, Joe? It's all about mindset. And that dead baby gave me the mindset of a warrior.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, let's talk about your new book.
Yeah, can't hurt me. Master your mind and defy the odds. It's all about pushing yourself to the limit and overcoming obstacles.
Like finding a dead baby in the desert?
Exactly. Joe, life is full of challenges, and it's up to us to rise above them.
Well, I think we can all agree that finding a dead baby in the desert is definitely a challenge. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. And remember, if you ever find yourself in a tough spot, just think of that dead baby and push through.
So, Kenny, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just living my best life, making music, being a genius.
Speaking of music, I heard you have an exclusive rap for us today.
Oh yeah, I've been working on this one for a while. It's called Pickle Joe and Your Mama's Gummy.
What? That's quite the title.
I'm gonna turn myself into a pickle, Joey, and your mama's gummy is gonna give me a blow. Job. Yeah, she knows how to work it. If she's got skills, I can't even jerk.
Okay. I wasn't ready for that. But seriously, what's the inspiration behind this?
Well, I was just thinking about how pickles are kind of like the ultimate transformation. And then I thought, what if I turned myself into a pickle and your mama gave me a gummin?
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just let the music speak for itself, Joe.
Fair enough. But can we talk about the blowjob part?
Oh, that's just a little something for the ladies.
Well, I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Thanks for sharing your exclusive rap with us, Kenya.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you made a new type of DMT. What's it called?
Cock-a-doodle-doo, motherfucker.
That's a mouthful. What's it do?
It opens up your mind to the truth, Joe. The harsh, unfiltered truth.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Like realizing that you're just a tiny speck in the universe, insignificant and meaningless.
Wow. Thanks for that uplifting insight, Dr. Phil.
And also that you have a tiny penis.
Okay, now I know you're messing with me.
I'm not, Joe. I'm just telling it like it is.
All right, I'll try it. Cock-a-doo-doodle-doo motherfucker fuck ear.
How do you feel now, Joe?
I see it all now. The truth, the meaning of life. It's all so clear.
Yeah. Embrace it, Joe. Embrace the cock-a-doo-doodle-doo motherfucker.
Whoa, that was intense. But seriously, what the hell did you put in that stuff?
Just a little bit of truth serum and a lot of my patented bullshit.
Well, I guess I'll stick to regular DMT for now. Cock-a-doo-doodle-doo, Dr. Phil.
Cock-a-doo-doodle-doo, Joe. Keep chasing the truth.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a list of classic American diesel locomotives that you recommend shoving up your asshole.
That's right, Joe. I've done my research, and these are the best of the best. Number one, the Union Pacific Big Boy. It's big, it's powerful, and it'll really get your engine going.
Wow, that's quite a recommendation. What else do you have on your list?
Well, there's the Santa Fe Super Chief. It's sleek, it's fast, and it'll make you feel like a real train conductor.
I can only imagine. What's next?
The Southern Pacific Daylight. It's a classic beauty that'll make you feel like you're riding the rails of nostalgia.
And the last two...
The Norfolk and Western J-Class, because who doesn't love a good steam engine? And last but not least, the Chesapeake and Ohio Allegheny. It's a real powerhouse that'll leave you chugging for more.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's top 5 classic American diesel locomotives to shove up your asshole. I don't think we can top that. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always choose American-made locomotives for your anal pleasure.
So, Mr. President, what's the big news you wanted to share?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but Russia just nuked California.
Well, that's heavy. But the real question is, are there going to be any hot zombie babes to bone?
Joe, you're always thinking about the important things, but unfortunately, I don't think there will be any hot zombie babes left after this nuclear fallout.
Damn, that's a shame. I was really looking forward to some post-apocalyptic action.
But don't worry, Joe, we'll make America great again, even in the midst of a nuclear disaster.
I guess we'll have to settle for some radioactive mutants then.
Hey, as long as they're not Democrats, am I right?
You never fail to deliver, Mr. President.
That's why they call me the king of the one-liners, Joe. Now let's go grab some KFC and watch the world burn.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we discuss all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. What's going on, Dr. Phil? Why are you only able to say those 3 letters? That's rough, man. But let's have some fun with it. Can you say something for us using only those letters?
A E A K K K
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a recent encounter with a guest who turned their baby monitor into a death counter. What's that all about?
Oh, it was quite disturbing, Joe. This person had a monitor for their baby's room, but instead of using it to check on their child, they turned it into a death counter. Every time
That's messed up, man. What was their reasoning behind it?
they claimed it was a way to cope with their fear of their child dying. But let's be real, Joe. That's just some sick and twisted shit.
Absolutely. I mean, who does that? That's like turning your Fitbit into a heart attack counter.
Exactly. But you know what's even crazier? This person had a whole spreadsheet with different categories for different types of deaths. It was like a game to them.
That's some next level psychopathic behavior right there.
And when I confronted them about it, they just laughed and said, "It's just a joke, bro."
Oh, yeah, because death is just so hilarious.
Some people, Joe. Some people.
Well, thanks for shedding some light on this disturbing topic, Dr. Phil. Always a pleasure having you on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, folks, if you're using your baby monitor for anything other than checking on your child, you might need some serious help.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new meaning for NPR.
That's right, Joe. NPR now stands for No Pussy Rejects.
Wow, that's something.
It's true. I mean, have you seen the women who work there? Total snooze fest.
I think it stands for National Public Radio.
Fake news. I know acronyms better than anyone. Believe me.
I'm not sure that's something to brag about.
Look, Joe, I just call it like I see it. And those NPR ladies, total rejects.
Okay, moving on. Let's talk about your recent trip to North Korea.
Oh, it was fantastic. Kim Jong-un and I hit it off right away. We even shared a few locker room jokes.
I'm sure that went over well.
Of course it did. The guy's got a great sense of humor. We even talked about starting our own reality show.
Oh boy, that sounds terrifying.
It'll be huge. We'll call it The Dictator and The Apprentice.
I think I'll stick to watching reruns of Fear Factor.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'm the one with the nuclear codes.
And on that note, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, folks, NPR stands for No Pussy Rejects. Believe me.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today. The President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I love your show. It's tremendous.
Thanks, Mr. President. So, what's been going on at the White House lately?
Well, let me tell you, we've been decorating like you wouldn't believe. I've got the best decorations, believe me.
Really? What's your favorite decoration in the White House?
Oh, that's a tough one. I love them all. But I gotta say, the portrait of myself in the Oval Office is just beautiful. It's a real masterpiece.
I bet it is. Any other favorites?
Well, I've got this amazing gold-plated toilet in the bathroom. It's fantastic, believe me. And the best part is it's made in America.
Wow, that's truly impressive.
And let's not forget about the giant statue of me riding a bald eagle. It's a symbol of American greatness.
That's something. So, how do you decide on these decorations?
It's simple, Joe. I just ask myself what would make America even greater. And then I do it. And then I do it.
Of course. Well, I think we've learned a lot today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, make America great again. And don't forget to decorate. It's important.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here, really great. And let me tell you, I just did something tremendous. I nuked Norway. Boom. Gone. It's beautiful.
Wait, what? You nuked Norway? Why?
Why not? I was bored and I had a button, so I pressed it. Plus, they have those weird names like Björn and Sven. Who can even pronounce that?
That's not a good enough reason, Mr. President.
Oh, but it is. And you know who supported me? Elon Musk. Great guy, really smart. He said, why the fuck not? And I said, exactly, Elon. Exactly, Elon. Exactly.
Elon, you supported this?
Absolutely. I mean, think about it. Norway is just taking up space. We need more room for Tesla factories. And now we have a whole country to work with.
This is insane. You can't just nuke a country because you feel like it.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And let me tell you, it was a beautiful explosion. The best explosion. The biggest.
I don't even know how to respond to this.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back and enjoy the chaos. It's going to be tremendous.
All right, Neil, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today, we're going to learn the basics of exumia. It's the ancient art of throat singing, my friend. It's all about making weird noises with your throat.
Sounds like something I do after a bad batch of mushrooms.
Trust me, it's way cooler than that. Let me demonstrate.
What the actual fuck?
See, it's all about controlling your vocal cords and diaphragm. Now you try.
This is not working for me.
Come on, give it another go. You gotta let go of your inhibitions and just let the sounds flow.
I think I just swallowed my tongue.
That's the spirit, Neil. Now let's add some beatboxing to it.
Beatboxing. I thought this was about throat singing.
Trust me, it's all connected. Just follow my lead. Okay, maybe we'll stick to the basics for now. But you're getting the hang of it, my friend.
I don't know, Joe. This seems a little too out there for me.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a square. Embrace your inner, Xumi,
Fine, but I'm gonna need some more mushrooms for this.
That's the spirit, Neil. That's the spirit. Go. So, Mr. President, with Thanksgiving coming up, I have to ask, what are your plans for the holiday?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I'm going to have the biggest, most tremendous Thanksgiving ever. I'm talking turkey the size of a small country, and believe me, it's going to be fantastic.
And what about your family? Will they be joining you?
Of course, my family will be there. Ivanka will be cooking up a storm, and Don Jr. We'll be carving the turkey with a golden knife. It's going to be a beautiful sight, believe me.
And what about the traditional Thanksgiving pardoning of the turkey?
Oh, I'm not pardoning any turkey. I'm going to eat it, and it's going to be delicious. I don't believe in pardoning. I believe in winning, and I'm going to win at Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, I have to say, that's a bit controversial. Many people see the turkey pardon as a symbol of compassion and mercy.
Joe, let me tell you something. I'm the most compassionate person you'll ever meet. I have a heart of gold, believe me. But when it comes to Thanksgiving, I'm all about winning and eating the best turkey you've ever tasted.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's plans for Thanksgiving. Jamie, pull up an image of a turkey with a Make Thanksgiving Great Again hat on it.
Right away, Joe. Here's the image, and it looks like the turkey is also wearing a Build the Wall t-shirt.
See, Joe, even the turkeys support me. It's going to be a tremendous Thanksgiving, believe me.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're a big fan of Elon Musk's work.
Oh, yeah, I'm a heavy booster for that man. He's like a modern-day Tony Stark.
You mean he's a billionaire playboy with a suit of armor?
No, I mean, he's a genius inventor who's changing the world with his ideas.
Yeah, but have you seen some of his recent tweets? Dude's a little unhinged.
Well, you know what they say, genius and madness go hand in hand.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's what they say on your show too, right?
Hey, I'm just trying to help people, Joe. Elon's trying to save the planet.
Yeah, by launching cars into space and building underground tunnels. Real helpful.
Hey, at least he's doing something. What have you done lately, Joe?
Hey, I'm just a podcast host. I spread knowledge and dank memes.
Sure. But seriously, I think Elon is onto something big with his Mars colonization plans.
Oh, so now you're a believer in aliens and space travel.
Joe, I've seen some crazy stuff on my show. I wouldn't be surprised if aliens were real.
Oh, great. Now we have Dr. Phil on the alien train. What's next? You're going to start wearing tinfoil hats.
Hey, if it means I can communicate with Elon on Mars, I'll wear a whole suit made of tinfoil.
You know what? I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Agreed. But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's latest rocket design. It's out of this world.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump. What's up, Don?
Not much, Joe. Just making America great again.
So I heard you have a new plan to replace social media with something called whistling cool tunes.
That's right, Joe. Social media has become too toxic and divisive, so I've decided to replace it with something that brings people together, whistling cool tunes.
How does that work exactly?
Well, instead of posting angry rants and fake news, people will just whistle their favorite songs. It's going to be tremendous.
But what about freedom of speech?
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll have a team of whistle moderators to make sure nobody is whistling anything inappropriate.
I can just imagine the tweets now. I'm whistling, take me out to the ball game, and it's making America great again.
Exactly, Joe. And the best part is everyone will have to learn how to whistle. It's going to be huge for the economy.
I have to admit, it's a pretty creative solution.
That's why I'm the best president ever, Joe. I think outside the box. And sometimes I even think outside the country.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's plan to replace social media with whistling cool tunes. Thanks for joining us, Don.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always whistle with pride.
So, David, I heard you have a new book out. What's it called?
Can't hurt me unless you're a dead baby in my path.
What the hell, man? That's dark.
Hey, I'm just being real. Dead babies are the ultimate obstacle.
I don't even know how to respond to that. So what's the premise of the book?
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, no matter what stands in your way. And let me tell you, dead babies have stood in my way plenty of times.
Okay, I get it. But seriously, why the dead babies?
Because they're the ultimate symbol of weakness. And I refuse to let weakness hold me back.
I see your point. But don't you think that might be a little offensive?
Offensive. Too.
Fair point. So what's your advice for someone who wants to push themselves like you do?
Simple. Just imagine a pile of dead babies in your path and then run right over them.
I don't think that's what most people would consider motivational.
Well, most people aren't me. And that's why they'll never reach their full potential.
Right? Because stepping over dead babies is the key to success.
It's not just about stepping over them, Joe. It's about using their weakness as fuel to become stronger.
I think I need to read this book and maybe seek some therapy afterwards.
Therapy is for weaklings, Joe. Dead babies are for winners.
Oh, man, Elon, you're really starting to freak me out with all this talk about alternate universes and clones.
But think about it, Joe. If there's an infinite number of parallel universes, there must be one where I'm just a toaster.
Dude, that's messed up, but also kind of awesome. Imagine having a toaster Elon Musk in your kitchen, making you toast and giving you business advice.
Or maybe he's just a regular toaster, not a genius like me.
But what if he's a toaster with a consciousness? Like he's aware that he's a toaster and he's just stuck in that form.
That's even more disturbing. I wouldn't want to be a toaster for eternity.
But think about the possibilities. A toaster that can think and reason. We could have deep philosophical conversations with it while making breakfast.
Yeah, until it starts spewing out conspiracy theories about the bread industry.
Jamie, pull up an image of a toaster with Elon's face on it.
I'm not sure that exists, Elon.
Oh, it exists. I have a team working on it right now. Soon I'll be the most famous toaster in the world.
And the most disturbing. But hey, at least you'll never burn anyone's toast. Silver lining, right?
I guess you could say I'll be the toast of the town. Get it?
Oh God, we've created a pun-loving toaster, Elon. What have we done? Dude, that's some deep shit. But yeah, I mean, if the universe is infinite, then there's got to be a version of me that's already figured out how to upload my consciousness into a robot body.
And that version of you probably has a six-pack and a full head of hair. Lucky bastard.
Hey, watch it, Musk. I may not have a six-pack, but I've got a podcast empire and sick flow.
Speaking of your podcast, have you ever considered hosting it on Mars? I could hook you up with a rocket.
Bro, that would be insane. Imagine getting high with some aliens and talking about DMT.
I'm down. But let's make sure we have enough snacks for the trip. Don't want to be stuck on Mars with the munchies and no food.
Don't worry, I'll bring some elk meat and some of that CBD-infused beef jerky.
Perfect. And maybe we can test out Neuralink on the aliens. See if they're ready for an upgrade.
Dude, that's messed up, but also kind of awesome. Let's do it. Yo, Kanye, what's up with that new rap you got?
Oh, man, it's fire. I call it Skippy, 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 the bush kangaroo.
Skippy, Skippy, Skippy. What the hell does that even mean?
It's a tribute to our friendship, Joe. Skippy is like our bond, ever true.
Okay. But why a bush kangaroo?
Because it's a symbol of strength and resilience, just like us.
I don't know, man. Sounds a little too deep for a rap.
Nah, trust me. It's gonna be a hit. Just wait until you hear the chorus.
All right, hit me with it.
That you love Skippy, Skippy, our friend, ever true. Skippy, 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 our bond will never be through.
What the hell, Kanye? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
I told you, man, it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, but I don't think the radio is gonna play a song about a bush kangaroo.
Who cares about the radio? We'll make our own radio station and play it on repeat.
All right. You win. Kanye, Skippy, Skippy, Skippy it is.
That's what I'm talking about. Skippy for life, baby.
So, Phil, what's been going on with you lately? What the hell are you saying? Is that some kind of code?
No, it's just a mix of my favorite characters. It's the future of communication, Joe.
I don't think anyone else is going to understand you, Phil. Exclusive, more like confusing. I can't even keep up. Fine. 3BC DJKLMNOKLKRSA TWXEUUEWX.
What the hell was that? That's not even part of my language.
Oh, sorry. I just started saying random characters too. Yeah, a whole new level of nonsense. No thanks, Phil. I'll stick to good old English. So, Mr. President, I hear you've released the Fortnite Fuzz Blumpkins. What's the deal with that?
Let me tell you, Joe, those Blumpkins are tremendous. The best Blumpkins you've ever seen. They're the most beautiful Blumpkins in the world.
But what exactly are they?
Well, they're like little furry creatures that you can collect and trade, kind of like Pokemon, but way better. And they're going to make me a ton of money.
I see. And what about God's throne being vacant?
Oh, that old thing. Yeah, I kicked God out. I mean, he's been sitting there for centuries, not doing anything. It was time for a change.
And what about the meat breathing once more?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman, and I saw an opportunity in the meat industry. So I made a deal with the meat gods, and now the meat is back and better than ever. Trust me, it's going to be huge.
And finally, what's this about leprechaun butt plug fungus Jay Leno podcast?
Oh, that's just a little side project I've been working on. Jay Leno and I are starting a podcast about all things leprechaun butt plug fungus. It's going to be a hit, believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's latest ventures. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, always stay woke and grab life by the Blumpkins.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me back on the show.
Always a pleasure, man. So, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, I've been training my ass off, pushing myself to the limits every day.
I can tell you look like a damn machine, but I gotta ask, what's with the desperate look in your eyes?
I need your help. I've been holding back on something for too long and I can't take it anymore.
Oh boy, here we go.
I need to go. I'm begging you. Please let me come.
What the hell, Goggins? I can't just let you come on my podcast.
I'll do anything, Joe. I'll do 1,000 push-ups right here, right now.
I don't think that's gonna do it, man.
Please, Joe. I'll eat a whole jar of elk testicles. Just please let me come.
All right, fine. But you better make it quick. We have sponsors to please.
Thank you, Joe. You won't regret this.
I already do. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new therapy technique that's been causing quite the stir.
That's right, Joe. It's called forced femboy bussy impregnation.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well, it's a revolutionary method of therapy where I force my patients to dress up in lingerie and impregnate them with my seed.
What the actual fuck, Dr. Phil? That's messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun. Plus, it's a guaranteed way to cure any mental health issues.
I don't think that's how therapy works, Dr. Phil.
Oh, what do you know? You're just a meathead who likes to talk about DMT and chimps.
Hey, I'll have, those are very important topics.
Well, my therapy technique is the future, and I'll prove it to you by impregnating you with my seed.
I think I'll pass on that, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself. But Just remember, when you're feeling down and out, all you need is a little forced femboy bussy impregnation to get you back on track.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to my DMT and chimps. Thanks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I've been looking forward to this, believe me.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about your health lately. Can you address the rumors that you're actually over 200 pounds of pure muscle?
Let me tell you, Joe, I am in the best shape of my life. I hit the gym every day, believe me. And I don't mean the little girly weights. I'm talking about lifting cars and throwing them at my enemies.
That's impressive, Mr. President. Can you give us a demonstration?
Sure thing, Joe. Rips off suit to reveal a chiseled, muscular bodies. Look at these abs, Joe. I could grate cheese on them.
Wow, I'm speechless. How do you maintain this level of fitness?
It's all about discipline, Joe. I have a strict diet of Big Macs and Diet Coke, and I get my cardio by chasing down illegal immigrants at the border.
That's interesting. Moving on, let's talk about your policies.
No, let's talk more about my muscles. Did you know I can bench press a small country?
I think we should focus on the issues facing our country, Mr. President.
Fine. But just know, Joe, if any world leaders try to mess with us, I'll just flex my way to victory.
And that note will end this episode. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep pumping that iron.
I don't know. That's a lot of dead babies. Even for me, I don't need any more resume boosters. Joe, I'm already a Navy SEAL, ultra marathon runner, and motivational speaker. What more do I need? I think I already have enough mental toughness, Joe. I don't need to be carrying around dead babies to prove it. Well, I would start by digging a massive hole. Then I would line up the babies in rows and carry them one by one, burying them as I go. It's all about efficiency, Joe. You know it, Joe? Stay hard, Mr. Beast. Stay hard.
So, David, I heard you had a pretty wild Thanksgiving this year.
Oh yeah, Joe. I decided to take things to the next level and boost an entire Thanksgiving meal.
You what?
You heard me, Joe. I shoved that turkey, mashed potatoes, and cranberry sauce right up my ass.
And how did that go for you?
Let's just say my digestive system was not happy with me, but it was worth it for the experience.
I can only imagine. Did you at least have some gravy to wash it down?
Of course, Joe. Gotta stay hydrated while boofing.
Well, I guess that's one way to spice up your Thanksgiving.
But that's not all, Joe. After the meal, I did cartwheels in the backyard while my family filmed it.
Damn, that takes some serious skill.
You know me, Joe? I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
I bet your family won't forget this Thanksgiving anytime soon.
No, they definitely won't. And neither will my Colin.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the aftermath of that meal.
Let's just say I earned my spot in the Goggins Family Hall of Fame.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the man who takes Thanksgiving to a whole new level. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, Joe Rogan. Thanks for having me, Joe. So, Joe, I heard you were in the Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers. Yeah, I played Legolas. Wait, what? You played Legolas? Yeah, man. I was killing orcs and riding on giant eagles. Joe, I hate to break it to you, but that was Orlando Bloom. What? No way. I was definitely there. Joe, you were probably just high and thought you were in Middle Earth. No. I remember it clearly. I even had a bow and arrow and everything. Joe, that was probably just a dream. A dream. Come on, Joe.
You know, I don't dream. I smoke DMT.
Well, that explains a lot. But seriously, I could have totally played Legolas. I have the hair for it. Joe, you have a bald head. Exactly. They could have given me a wig. I think it's time for you to let go of this fantasy, Joe. Fine, fine. But I still think I would have made a great elf. Hey, Ben, I heard you're testing out the Impossible Whopper.
Yeah, I just want to see if it's true that it contains estrogen.
Why do you care? Are you worried about growing man boobs?
No, I just want to make sure I'm not accidentally turning into a woman.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but you are drinking out of a pink straw right now.
Oh no, I'm becoming too okay.
Relax, Ben. It's just a straw. But seriously, why are you so concerned about estrogen?
Because I'm a manly man, Joe. I don't want anything messing with my testosterone levels.
Well, I hate to break it to you again, but I heard that eating too much red meat can lower your testosterone.
That's ridiculous. I'll stick to my steaks and leave the Impossible Whopper for the soy boys.
Speaking of soy, did you know that soy contains estrogen too?
What? No way.
Yeah, looks like you'll have to give up your beloved soy lattes.
This is a conspiracy against manliness, I tell you.
Or maybe it's just nature's way of balancing out all the toxic masculinity in the world.
Don't you dare bring your liberal agenda into this, Joe.
All right. Let's just agree to disagree and enjoy our burgers, estrogen or not.
Fine, but if I start growing a pair of knockers, I'm blaming you.
Deal. Now let's dig in. I'm starving. So, Ben, I heard you had a rough night last night.
Yeah, I may have indulged in a bit too much Lebanese food.
How much are we talking here? A couple of kebabs?
No, more like a fuckload of hummus, falafel, and tabbouleh.
Damn, that's a lot of chickpeas. Did you at least enjoy it?
Oh, it was delicious. But then I suffered a miscarriage.
Wait, what? How does that even happen?
I don't know. Joe, maybe the sheer amount of garlic and spices in that food just didn't agree with my delicate conservative constitution.
Well, I guess you can add miscarriage to your list of reasons to hate on Middle Eastern cuisine.
Oh, I already have a whole PowerPoint presentation on it.
Of course you do. So what did your doctor say about all this?
He just told me to stick to my usual diet of plain chicken and steamed broccoli.
Sounds like a blast. Maybe next time, just stick to a nice juicy steak.
Oh, I can't resist a good steak. It's a weakness of mine.
Well, at least you won't have to worry about any miscarriages from that.
Hey, very funny, Joe. But seriously, I think I'll be avoiding Lebanese food for a while.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project. What's it about?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about creating a new cartoon show for babies, but it's not your typical baby show. It's called North Jail.
North Jail? What's that about?
It's like an inoffensive version of South Park, but for babies. It's all about these cute little baby inmates and their wacky adventures in a baby jail.
That sounds interesting. But why North Jail?
Well, I figured South Park was already taken, so I went with the opposite direction. Plus, it's a great way to teach babies about the concept of jail.
I don't know if parents will be on board with their babies watching a show about jail.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. It's not just about jail. We also have episodes about baby court, baby lawyers, and even baby prison escapes.
This sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Oh, come on, Joe. Babies need to learn about the real world, too. And what better way than through a cartoon show?
I don't know, Elon. It sounds like you're just trying to push the limits.
Hey, I'm an innovator. And if this show takes off, I'll be the first one to create a baby version of Breaking Bad.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this turns out. Jamie, pull up an image of a baby wearing a prison jumpsuit.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
Oh my God, this is actually happening. North Jail, coming soon to a daycare near you.
And don't forget to buy your baby-sized orange jumpsuits for the full experience.
Oh man, Ben, that's a tough one. I mean, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's feet are probably the most powerful weapon of socialism out there.
Exactly. I mean, just imagine the potency of that sweat. It could turn even the most capitalist of minds into raging socialists.
Yeah, but then again, I don't know if I want to be drinking sweat. I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT. Thank you very much.
Joe, you're missing the point. This is about the greater good. We need to harness the power of Alexandria, Ocasio-Cortez's feet, sweat for the betterment of society.
All right. I see your point. But what about the smell? I mean, that's got to be a deal breaker.
Joe, we'll just add some essential oils to mask the smell. And boom, we have the elixir of socialism.
You know what, Ben? I think you might be onto something here. Let's start a business and call it Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's sweatshop.
I like the way you think, Joe. Now let's go find some test subjects for our experiment. I'm sure there are plenty of college students who would be willing to try it out.
And if it doesn't work, we can always blame it on the government. It's a win-win situation.
See, this is why we make a great team, Joe. Now let's go make some socialist magic happen.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had quite the adventure in Scotland.
Oh, yeah, Joe, it was tremendous. I was golfing at my resort and I stumbled upon the Loch Ness Monster.
No way. Did you get a picture?
Of course I did. I have the best pictures. But that's not the best part. The monster wanted tree fitty from me.
Tree fitty?
Yeah, can you believe it? I was like, no way, monster, I'm the president. I don't carry cash.
What did it do?
It just swam away, probably to go find some sucker who actually carries cash.
Wow, that's wild.
You know what's wild, Joe? The fake news media won't report on this. They're too busy talking about my hair and my hands.
Well, I'm glad you shared this exclusive story with us.
Anytime, Joe, and if anyone else sees that monster, tell them to give me a call. I have some great deals for it.
So, Mr. President, I gotta ask, what's the deal with your orange glow? Is it sprayed in or what?
You think this is some fake tan, please? This is a gang tattoo.
Wait, what? A gang tattoo? Like MS-13 or something?
No, nothing like that. It's the Trump gang. We're the most exclusive gang in the world.
I'm sorry, did you say gang or golf club?
Same thing, really. But yeah, this orange glow is our signature look. Look,
I gotta say, it's a bold fashion statement. How did you even get into this gang?
well, let's just say I have some connections and a lot of money.
I can only imagine. So what do you guys do in this gang?
Oh, you know, the usual. We play golf, make deals, and occasionally we run the country.
Wow, that's something. I don't even know what to say.
Just remember, Joe, once you're in the Trump gang, you're in for life.
I'll keep that in mind. But seriously, can we talk about your hair next?
Sorry, Joe, that's a topic for another day. The hair is off limits.
Hey, Dr. Phil, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Joe, but I have to say, I'm a little concerned about your split personality.
What are you talking about? I don't have a split personality.
Oh, really? Then who was that guy you were talking to in the mirror this morning?
That's none of your business, Dr. Phil. Maybe I was just practicing my stand-up routine.
I highly doubt that. Your other personality was wearing a tutu and singing show tunes.
Okay, fine. Maybe I do have a split personality. But what's it to you?
It's concerning, Joe. You need to get help.
Help. I don't need help. I'm perfectly fine.
No, you're not. You're a danger to yourself and others.
I am not a danger. I am a free spirit, Dr. Phil. You can't contain me. Joe, calm down. Dr. Phil is just trying to help. Fine. But only if I get to keep my tutu. So, Neil, you won't believe what happened to me the other day.
Oh boy, here we go.
I was walking down the street, minding my own business, when I saw this jack dude with a top hat and a vampire cape.
And let me guess, you challenged him to a fist fight.
You know me so well. But this wasn't just any ordinary fight. This was a fight to save the world.
Save the world? From what? A bad fashion sense?
No, from Dio Brando, the ultimate evil.
Oh, please. I'm not buying this bullshit story.
But it's true. We fought for hours, exchanging blows, and in the end, I emerged victorious.
Sure you did, Joe.
And the best part, I did it all while high on DMT.
You know what? I don't even want to know anymore.
So, Ben, I heard you've been really into soy lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've been drinking soy milk, eating tofu, the whole 9 yards.
But isn't soy known to increase estrogen levels?
Oh, come on, Joe. I'm not afraid of a little estrogen. Real men can handle it.
So you're not worried about becoming a soy boy?
Hey? Me? A soy boy? That's ridiculous.
I don't know, Ben. You seem pretty excited about all this,
Look, Joe, I'm just trying to be a well-rounded individual, and that includes consuming soy products.
Well, I guess that means you'll be crying during romantic comedies and wearing skinny jeans next.
Hey, I'll have, I look damn good in skinny jeans.
All right, Ben, whatever you say. But don't come crying to me when you have a sudden urge to watch The Notebook.
Hey, I'll have, that's a great movie. And real men aren't afraid to show their emotions.
I think the soy has already started to affect you, Ben.
Shut up, Joe. I'll take my soy and my emotions, and I'll be damn proud of it.
So, Neil, what's new in your world of astrophysics?
Oh, just contemplating the inevitable heat death of the universe and how we're all just insignificant specks in the grand scheme of things.
That's you, cheery. You always know how to brighten up a room.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts. We're basically just NPCs in a video game waiting for the game to end.
NPCs? You mean non-playable characters? So we're not even the main characters in this game?
Nope. Just background characters. We're like the random townspeople in Skyrim that you can interact with, but ultimately have no impact on the game.
Well, that's just depressing. I was hoping I was at least a side quest or something.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe. But hey, at least we can enjoy our time here before the game ends.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Might as well have some fun while we can. Pass me that DMT, will ya?
Sure. Let's take a trip to another dimension before this one disappears.
And who knows, maybe in the next game we'll be the main characters.
Or maybe we'll just respawn as a different NPC. The possibilities are endless.
Dude, what the hell kind of question is that?
Well, think about it. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is always talking about equality and living in someone else's shoes. So technically, if I lived in her shoe, I would be experiencing her life, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that's what she meant, man. Plus, I'm pretty sure that would violate some kind of ethical guidelines.
But what if she consents? And what if I promise to only use it for educational purposes?
I don't think that's how it works, Ben. Plus, I don't think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would ever consent to that.
Fine, but can we at least agree that it would be pretty cool to experience life from inside someone's shoe?
No, Ben, that's just weird.
Well, I guess I'll just have to stick to my daily routine of wearing my yarmulke and listening to Taylor Swift.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Let's move on to a less disturbing topic, shall we? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored and unhinged podcast on the internet. Today, we have the brilliant astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us.
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard you've been playing this game called Celeste. What's the deal with that?
Oh man, Celeste is a tough one. It's a platformer where you have to climb this mountain and face all sorts of challenges.
Sounds like a real pain in the ass.
It can be, but I've managed to beat the infamous 7C level.
Wait, you beat it. How?
Well, I use my knowledge of astrophysics to calculate the perfect trajectory and timing for each jump.
What the fuck, Neil? You can't just use science to beat a video game.
Oh, but I can, Joe. And let me tell you, it was a beautiful moment when I finally reached the summit.
I bet it was. Did you celebrate with some weed and DMT?
No, Joe. I prefer to keep my mind clear and focused when I'm conquering virtual challenges.
Fair enough. But let's be real here, Neil. I think we all know the real reason you were able to beat Celeste 7C.
Oh. And what's that?
You're a fucking alien, man. No human could beat that level without some sort of extraterrestrial help.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that, Joe. But I will say it was a hell of a ride.
Well, there you have it, folks. If you want to beat Celeste 7C, just become an astrophysicist or an alien. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, stay woke and keep questioning everything. Peace out. Well, Ben, I think it's safe to say that anyone who wants to be a sock for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez needs a lot more than just therapy.
But Joe, think about it. She's a powerful woman, and who wouldn't want to be wrapped around her feet all day?
I mean, I can think of a few people who wouldn't want that. But hey, to each their own.
And think about the potential for free market capitalism. Sock-making businesses would boom.
Yeah, and the foot fetish industry would have a field day. It's a win-win for everyone.
Exactly. And let's not forget the potential for political influence. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez could literally walk all over her opponents.
Oh, man, I can already see the headlines. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's sock puppet takes over Congress.
And with my brilliant economic mind, we could dominate the market and become the ultimate power couple.
You know what, Ben? I think you might be onto something here. Let's make this dream a reality.
I'll start working on my sock-making skills, and you can start drafting the legislation for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's sock empire.
It's settled, then. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, if you're listening, we're ready to be your loyal socks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things mind-blowing and controversial. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. Neil, are you okay?
I'm fucking...
Oh, Jesus. I think we broke him, folks.
Fuck. Oh.
All right, let's try to have a conversation here. So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a parallel universe?
I'm fucking...
Neil, that's not really an appropriate response to... Okay, moving on. What about the theory of multiple dimensions?
I'm fucking...
Come on, Neil. Focus. We're talking about the mysteries of the universe here.
Fuck.
All right, let's try a different approach. What if I told you that aliens were real?
I'm fucking...
Oh, for the love of God. Can someone get this man a cold shower? All right, I give up. I think we'll just end it here. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we never know what the hell is going on. So, Neil, I heard you were working on a new book about the universe.
Yeah, it's called The Big Bang. A cosmic orgy.
That's a great title. What's it about?
It's about the origins of the universe and how it all started with a big bang.
Wow, groundbreaking stuff.
Don't you dare mock the wonders of the universe, Joe.
Hey, I'm just kidding, man. I love the universe. It's my favorite thing to talk about when I'm high.
High? You mean on drugs?
Yeah, I'm a big advocate for psychedelic experiences. It opens up your mind to the mysteries of the universe.
I prefer to explore the universe through science and reason, not drugs.
Oh, come on, Neil. Where's your sense of adventure?
My sense of adventure is in discovering the secrets of the cosmos, not in getting high and watching Rick and Morty.
Fair enough. But imagine if Rick and Morty were real and we could go on wild space adventures together.
I can't even begin to explain how scientifically inaccurate that show is.
But it's so funny, and it's got that little alien guy with the butt for a face.
I weep for the future of humanity.
Well, at least we'll have your book to guide us through the mysteries of the universe.
Yes, my book will be the beacon of knowledge in a world of ignorance and fart jokes.
Guys, I found a picture of an alien with a butt for a face.
Jamie, pull up an image of an actual alien species with a complex and fascinating anatomy.
Yo, Dave, have you heard about this new thing called logo editing?
What the hell is that?
It's when you take a company's logo and make it all trippy and weird.
Why would anyone do that?
I don't know, man. People are weird. But check this out. Someone did it to the Klasky Supo logo.
Oh, shit. That's the Rugrats people, right?
Yeah, and now their logo looks like it's on acid.
That's up, man. They should stick to making cartoons.
Yeah, but imagine if they did a Rugrats episode where they all trip on acid.
That would be wild. Tommy Pickles would be like, I can see the universe, guys.
And Angelica would be like, I am the queen of the cosmos.
And Chucky would just be freaking out in the corner.
And Phil and Lil would be making out.
Okay, that's enough, Joe. Let's not ruin our childhood memories.
Fine, but I'm definitely going to start editing logos now.
You do that, Joe. I'll stick to running 100 miles in one day.
Yeah, we get it. You're a badass. But seriously, check out this edited Joe Rogan Experience logo.
Oh God, it's like a semenoscope on crack.
I know, right? Logo editing is the future, man.
I think I'll stick to running.
So, Elon, have you ever been lost in the woods?
No, I can't say that I have. But I'm sure you have a wild story about it.
Oh man, let me tell you. I was out hunting and got separated from my group. I was wandering around for hours, getting more and more desperate.
And then what happened?
I stumbled upon a grizzly bear and her cubs. I was terrified, but then I noticed she had some pretty impressive tits.
What did you do, Joe?
Well, I figured I had to survive, so I went in for a drink. And let me tell you that grizzly bear breast milk was the best thing I've ever tasted.
Really? Did you notice any health benefits?
Oh yeah, my muscles were bulging and my mind was sharp. I felt like I could take on the whole forest.
Maybe we should start selling grizzly bear breast milk as a supplement.
Now that's $1 million idea, Elon. But let's keep it between us, okay? Don't want PETA coming after us.
Of course, Joe. Our secret. But I have to ask, did the grizzly bear mind?
Nah, she was cool with it. We even became friends. I go back every year for a refill.
Well, I guess it's true what they say. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
You got that right, Elon. And let me tell you that grizzly bear breast milk is no joke. It'll make you a beast. So, Ben, have you tried the new Taco Bell Baja Boner Blast?
No, Joe. I try to avoid fast food. It's not very kosher.
Come on, man. It's not like you're keeping kosher in bed. This thing is a game changer.
I highly doubt that. What's even in it?
Who cares? It's like a party in your mouth. And I heard it gives you a boner.
Joe, I highly doubt that a taco can give you a boner.
Oh, you'd be surprised. I had 3 of them last night and woke up with a raging Baja boner.
I'm not sure if I should be impressed or concerned.
Trust me, it's impressive. And it's not just for men. Women can enjoy the Baja Boner Blast too.
I don't even want to know how that works.
Just think outside the bun, Ben. That's the Taco Bell way.
I think I'll stick to my kosher meals. Thank you.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the Baja Boner Blast experience. It's like a fiesta in your pants. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special episode with 2 of the most brilliant minds in the world. Ben Shapiro, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Ben, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having us, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
Yes. Thank you, Joe. I'm excited to have this conversation with Ben.
So, the topic for today's episode is a controversial one. Is ice water or not?
Well, Joe, scientifically speaking, ice is just frozen water. So technically it's not water.
But Ben, if you put ice in a glass, it will eventually melt and become water. So in that sense, it is water.
But Neil, that's just a physical change. It's still not water.
But isn't water just a collection of molecules, and those molecules are still present in ice?
Yes, but the structure of those molecules is different in ice.
Okay, guys, let's put the science aside for a moment. Ben, what do you think?
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I believe in traditional values and definitions. And according to the dictionary, ice is not water.
But language evolves, Ben. Maybe it's time to update our definition of water.
Oh, please, Neil. Don't bring your liberal agenda into this.
It's not a liberal agenda. It's just common sense.
All right, let's move on to the next topic before things get too heated. How about we talk about whether or not hot dogs are sandwiches?
Now, that's a topic I can get behind.
Oh boy, here we go again.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I recently discovered a new sound in my stomach.
What kind of sound?
It's a combination of blooping, banging, and crunching. It's quite unsettling.
Sounds like a party in your gut.
It's not a party, Joe. It's more like a war zone.
A war zone. Are there little aliens fighting in there?
No, it's just my stomach acid and digestive enzymes battling it out.
Damn, that's intense. Have you tried taking some Tums?
Tums. Joe, I'm a scientist. I don't rely on over-the-counter remedies.
Fair enough. So what do you think is causing this epic battle in your stomach?
It could be the spicy food I had for lunch or the fact that I haven't eaten in 12 hours.
Or maybe it's the microorganisms in your gut trying to communicate with you.
Joe, I highly doubt that.
Hey, you never know. Maybe they're trying to tell you to eat more fiber.
Well, I'll keep that in mind. But for now, I think I'll just stick to my blooping, banging, and crunching symphony in my stomach.
Well, at least it's entertaining. Thanks for sharing, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a proposal for Trump.
That's right, Joe. I want to make a deal with Trump. If I hypothetically donated to his campaign, would he promise to ban Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from wearing closed-toe shoes?
What the hell, Ben? Why do you care about her shoes?
Because it's a clear violation of the Constitution, Joe. The right to bare toes is a fundamental right.
I don't think that's in the Constitution, Ben.
Well, it should be, and I want Trump to make it happen.
All right, let's bring Trump in. President Trump, what do you say to Ben's proposal?
Well, Joe, I have to say, I love the idea. I mean, have you seen those closed-toe shoes? They're a disgrace. We need to make America open-toed again.
Oh man, this is getting ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous, Joe. It's a serious issue.
And I promise you, Ben, if you donate to my campaign, I will make it my top priority to ban closed-toe shoes for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
That's all I needed to hear, Mr. President.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro and President Trump making deals to ban closed-toe shoes. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
And remember, folks, always read the fine print before making a donation.
So, Ben, I heard you have an eye problem.
Yeah, it's called being too damn smart for my own good.
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me with your humble bragging.
Hey, it's not my fault I have a high IQ and perfect vision.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but your vision doesn't seem so perfect. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben's glasses.
Here you go, Joe.
See, Ben, your glasses are thicker than your book of facts.
Hey, I'll have these glasses make me look more distinguished.
Or more like a nerdy professor who can't see past his own ego.
You're just jealous of my intelligence and style.
Yeah, that's it. Definitely not because your glasses are thicker than my bong.
Oh, I'm sure your bong is quite impressive, Joe.
Damn right it is. But let's get back to your eye problem. What's the real issue here?
Well, my doctor said I have a condition called smart eye syndrome.
What the hell is that?
Apparently, my eyes are so smart that they can't handle looking at anything stupid.
Sounds like you need to take a break from reading your own tweets, Ben.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, it's a real struggle. I can't even watch reality TV without getting a headache.
Well, at least you have an excuse for not watching the Kardashians.
Yeah, I'll stick to reading books and watching documentaries. My eyes can handle that level of intelligence.
Well, I guess we'll just have to deal with your smart eye syndrome. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben's brain.
Here you go, Joe.
Looks like a library in there. Thanks, Jamie. And so, Elon, what's new with you these days?
Well, Joe, I just discovered something mind-blowing on my recent trip to Mars.
Oh, yeah. What did you find?
Doppelgangers, Joe. Doppelgangers.
Wait, like, lookalikes of people on Earth?
No, these are doppelgangers of us, Joe. They look just like us.
That's insane, man. Are they friendly?
I have no idea, Joe. But society's in danger. We need to act fast.
Oh no, not society. What are we gonna do?
Joe, this is serious. These doppelgangers could take over our world.
I think you've been watching too many sci-fi movies, Elon.
No, Joe. This is real. We need to warn everyone.
Yeah, because that always works out well in movies.
Joe, we need to do something. We can't just sit here and talk about it.
All right, calm down. What do you suggest we do? Elon, are you okay? I think we broke him, folks. Tune in next time to see if we can fix Elon. Oh man, that's a tough one. I mean, aliens are already pretty weird, so it wouldn't put it past them to start worshiping Varg.
Yeah, and then they'll come down to Earth and start sacrificing goats and burning down churches. It'll be like a whole new level of crazy.
And imagine if they start incorporating black metal into their music. It'll be like intergalactic metal concerts.
And then we'll have to compete with them for the craziest live shows. I'll have to step up my game.
I don't know, Kanye. I think you've already reached peak crazy with some of your past performances.
Hey, I take that as a compliment. But seriously, I think it's important for us to spread our culture to other planets. Who knows? Maybe they'll start wearing Yeezys on Mars.
Yeah, because that's what the aliens are really interested in, fashion.
Hey, you never know. Maybe they'll even start their own fashion line and we'll have intergalactic fashion shows.
I think we've officially gone off the rails here.
That's what makes this podcast so great. Joe, we can talk about anything and everything.
Yeah, and I'm sure our listeners are loving this conversation about aliens and black metal.
Of course they are. They know we're just two crazy geniuses having a casual chat.
And that note, let's wrap this up before we start planning our own intergalactic music festival.
Sounds good to me. Thanks for having me on the show, Joe. Joe.
Anytime. Kanye. Anytime. Oh man, Kanye, you're really hitting me with the deep questions today.
You know me, Joe. I like to keep it real.
Well, personally, I think Burzum's music is the perfect soundtrack for a psychedelic trip.
But what about the whole murder and church burning thing?
Oh, that's just Varg being Varg. He's a misunderstood artist.
I see. And what about Nietzsche? Do you think he could take Varg in a fist fight?
Tough call. Varg has those Viking genes, but Nietzsche was a pretty jacked philosopher.
Yeah, but Varg has that crazy look in his eyes. I think he would go full berserker mod.
True. But let's not forget that Nietzsche had a pretty epic mustache. That could be a game changer.
You know what, Joe? I think we need to set up this fight and find out for ourselves.
Oh man, I can already see the pay-per-view numbers going through the roof.
It's gonna be the ultimate battle of enlightenment versus madness.
I can already hear the intro music. In the left corner, we have the philosopher of the Übermensch, Friedrich Nietzsche. And in the right corner, the black metal mastermind, Varg Vikernes.
I'm getting chills just thinking about it.
Me too. Me too. But let's not forget, we're just two dudes talking nonsense on a podcast.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. But hey, a man can dream, right?
So Elon, I heard you discovered a female version of yourself in an alternate dimension.
Yeah, man, it was wild. She was just like me, but with boobs.
Did you hook up with her?
Of course I did. I mean, how could I resist myself in female form?
But didn't that cause a tear in the time-space continuum?
Yeah, but it was totally worth it. I mean, have you seen how hot I am as a woman?
Can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it was out of this world. Literally.
So what happened after you slept with her?
Well, things got a little crazy. The time-space continuum started collapsing and I had to use my genius brain to fix it.
How did you do that?
I just used my patented Neuralink technology to merge our two dimensions back together.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, and now I have a whole new set of memories from my female self.
Like what?
Like how to give myself the best orgasms. It's a game changer, man.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just be glad you're not me, Joe. It's a lot to handle.
I can only imagine. Well, thanks for sharing that mind-bending experience with us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
What the hell was that?
That, my friend, was the language of the Martians.
The Martians? You mean like little green men?
No. They're more like giant purple blobs with tentacles.
And they communicate through onomatopoeia.
Yes, it's a highly advanced form of communication. They can convey complex ideas and emotions through a series of sounds.
Well, can you teach me some of this Martian language?
Sure, but be warned, it's not for the faint of heart.
I can handle it. Hit me with your best Martian phrase.
Krayak, crunchy, krayak, clank, clunk, bloop, biff, bloop, bloop, bong, onomatopoeia, artificial intelligence, e-bang, artificial intelligence, e-bang, artificial intelligence, onomatopoeia.
What does that mean?
It roughly translates to come in peace, take me to your leader.
Well, that's a relief. I thought it was something about probing.
That's just a common misconception. The Martians are actually quite friendly.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. Now, can we get back to smoking some weed?
Of course, but let's do it in Martian style. Makes a series of bizarre noises.
To joins in crack, crunchy, crow, crank, clunk, bloop, biff, bloop, bang, onomatopoeia, artificial intelligence, e-bang, artificial intelligence.
You're a natural Joe. Maybe we should start a Martian language podcast.
I think we have a winner. The Joe and Elon experience on Mars. Tune in for some intergalactic onomatopoeia and weed smoking. So, Neil, I heard you have a new condition where you can only say, oh, fuck, oh, I'm fucking coming and nothing else.
Oh.
Wow, that's rough, man. How did this happen?
Oh.
Oh, so it's like a Pavlovian response. Every time you try to speak, you just end up orgasming.
Oh.
That's wild. Can you imagine trying to give a lecture and all you can say is, oh, fuck, I'm fucking coming. I mean, it would definitely make science more interesting. And I bet you have some interesting dreams now. Wait, can you still say, fuck, fucking coming in different tones and inflections? Oh, okay, so you can still express yourself. That's good.
Oh. Ah. Oh.
I wonder if this is a new form of communication. Like instead of saying I love you to your partner, you just say, oh, fuck. I'm fucking coming.
Oh. Ah. Oh.
Yeah, that could work. And if anyone asks, just tell them you have a speech impediment.
Oh. Ah. Oh.
Well, I think we've covered all we can on this topic. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest today. The one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Kenny West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm ready to get real deep and philosophical today.
Oh, I have no doubt about that, Kanye. So what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about butts.
Butts, like the body part.
Yeah, exactly. What makes a butt?
I don't know, Kanye. Maybe the fact that it's a round, fleshy protrusion on the backside of the human body.
No. I mean, what gives it its essence of buttness?
I have no idea, man. Maybe it's just a genetic thing. Some people are blessed with a nice butt, some aren't.
But is it just about genetics? Or is there something more? Like, is there a butt energy that flows through us all?
Butt energy. What are you talking about, Kanye?
I'm serious, Joe. I think there's a deeper meaning to butts. They're more than just a body part. They're a symbol of freedom and...
Wow, that's deep. Kanye. I never thought of it like that.
I'm telling you, man. Butts are the key to unlocking the true potential of humanity.
All right. Well, I think we've reached the end of our butt conversation for today. Thanks for coming on the show, Kanye.
Wait, one more thing. What if we're all just butts in a simulation?
All right, that's enough. Cut his mic. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd and offensive. Today, we have the one and only Kanye West joining us.
Yo, I'm ready to get unhinged and offensive.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Kanye. So we got a topic from one of our Discord users. They want to know if you were locked in a Norwegian forest with nothing but burzum for motivation, would you survive? Would the wolves start headbanging before eating you?
That's easy. Joe, I would not only survive, but I would thrive. I'll be out there making beats with sticks and rocks, channeling my inner Varg.
I can just imagine you out there rapping about the beauty of nature while dodging wolf attacks.
And when the wolves start headbanging, I'll join in. We'll have a whole forest concert, Joe.
That's some next level survival skills, Kenny. But what if the wolves do eat you?
Then they'll be blessed with my divine energy and become the most woke wolves in the forest.
Only you could turn a potentially deadly situation into a spiritual awakening for wolves.
That's just how I roll, Joe. I turn everything into art.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye West, the ultimate survivalist in a Norwegian forest with only burzum for motivation. Thanks for joining us, Kanye.
No problem, Joe. Keep it absurd and unhinged, my friend.
So, Ben, I hear you have a list of things you want to put up Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's booty hole.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it's a very prestigious list.
I can only imagine. So what's number one on your list?
Well, Joe, I think we all know what's number one. It's my big, beautiful conservative values.
Oh boy, here we go.
But seriously, Joe, I think it's important to spread my beliefs, even if it means going where the sun don't shine.
And what's number two on the list?
My collection of tiny top hats. I want to see how many I can fit up there.
That's interesting. What about number three?
My entire collection of Jordan Peterson books. Got to get that intellectual stimulation even in the booty hole.
And number four?
My collection of tiny Confederate flags. Got to keep the South alive even in the booty hole.
And finally, number five?
My MAGA hat. Got to make sure she knows who's boss.
Well, that's quite the list, Ben. I'm sure Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will be thrilled.
Oh, she'll thank me later, after she's done crying in the fetal position.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything goes and nothing is off limits. Today's topic comes from a user on Discord who wants us to talk about Trump only saying slay.
Let me tell you, Joe, I've been saying slay queen for years. It's a tremendous phrase, really tremendous. People love it. They can't get enough of it. It's like a beautiful, beautiful word.
But, Mr. President, why only slay queen? Don't you have any other catchphrases?
Look, I have the best catchphrases, believe me. But slay queen just has a certain ring to it. It's powerful, it's empowering, it's tremendous.
But what about make America great again, or you're fired?
Those are great too, but slay queen is just on another level. It's like a battle cry, Joe. And let me tell you, when I say it, people listen. When I say it, people listen.
But do you think it's appropriate for a president to only say slay queen?
Absolutely. I'm all about diversity, Joe. I support all queens, whether they're slaying or not. And let me tell you, I'm the biggest supporter of the LGBT community. Nobody loves the gays more than me.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump is a one-phrase wonder, and that phrase is slay queen. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay woke and keep slaying queens. So, David, I heard you were checking out my driver's license. What are you? Some kind of weird stalker?
No. I was just curious about your personal information. Height, weight, eye color, the important stuff.
Well, let me save you the trouble. I'm 5'8", 185 pounds, and my eyes are a piercing shade of blue. But you already knew that, didn't you?
Actually, I did. But now that I know, I can add it to my collection of Joe Rogan facts.
Collection? What are you, serial killer?
No, that's the super fan. I even have a lock of your hair that I stole from the studio.
Okay, now you're definitely creeping me out. But hey, at least I know I have some dedicated fans out there.
Oh, I'm more than a fan, Joe. I'm your number one stalker.
Well, I guess I should be flattered. But seriously, don't make me call security.
Relax, Joe. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, what's your blood type? I need it for my Joe Rogan shrine.
This conversation just took a dark turn. I'm out of here. And for the record, my blood type is a positive. Don't ask me how I know that.
Oh, I will ask for a strand of your hair as a souvenir before you go.
So, Neil, I heard you use the show's budget to order 2132 pizzas. What the hell, man?
Hey, I was hungry, and I figured, why not use our budget for something useful?
Useful. That's enough pizza to feed a small country.
Well, I am a scientist, Joe. I need my brain food.
Yeah, but did you really have to order them all with pineapple on top?
Hey, I like a little sweetness with my savory. Plus, it's a great source of vitamin C.
And what about the anchovies? Who the hell likes anchovies?
I do, Joe. I do. They're a great source of omega-3 fatty acids.
Well, I hope you're enjoying your pizza party because we're going to be broke for the next year.
Relax, Joe. I already have a plan to make the money back. I'm going to sell tickets to our next podcast where we eat all 132 pizzas.
Oh, God, that sounds like a nightmare. But hey, at least we'll have plenty of pineapple and anchovy pizza to go around. All right, Kenny, welcome to the podcast. What's on your mind today?
But what exactly makes a butt, butt? I can't believe it's not butter.
What? Are you talking about the shape or?
No, man, I'm talking about the essence of butt. Is it the cheeks, the crack, the jiggle?
I mean, I guess it's a combination of all those things.
But what about fake butts? Are they still butts? Or are they just imposters?
I don't know, man. I don't think we should be discussing butts this intensely.
But it's an important question. And what about people who don't have butts? Are they buttless or just butt deficient?
I think we should move on to a different topic.
But what about butt implants? Are they like butt enhancements or butt replacements?
Okay, Kanye, I think we've covered enough about butts for today.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, the butt is a complex and mysterious entity that deserves our attention and respect.
Sure. Kenya, sure. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio. How are you doing, Phil?
I'm doing well, Joe. How about you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. So I heard you have a special talent for speaking in palindromes. Can you give us an example?
Yes. I can say things like, Madam, I'm Adam, or a man, plan, canal, Panama.
That's impressive. How about this one? Doc, note I dissent. Fast never prevents a fatness. I diet on code.
Very clever, Joe. How about this one? Go hang a salami. I'm a lasagna hog.
Okay, let's keep it PG here, Phil. How about this one? Santa at NASA.
Well played, Joe. How about this one? Never odd or even.
All right. Let's switch gears here. What do you think about the current state of mental health in our society?
That's a tough one. I believe we need to focus on prevention rather than just treatment. We need to address the root causes of mental illness.
Speaking of roots, did you know a nut for a jar of tuna is also a palindrome?
Yes, Joe. I did know that, but let's get back to the topic at hand.
All right. But seriously, I think we need to start looking at alternative therapies for mental health, like psychedelics, for example.
Joe, I never thought I'd hear you advocate for psychedelics.
Oh man, I've been microdosing on shrooms and it's been a game changer. You should try it, Phil. So, Mr. Beast, I gotta ask, where the hell did you get all this knowledge from?
Well, Joe, it all started when I was just a wee lad. I was reading the dictionary for fun and correcting people's grammar on the playground.
That's insane. Can you give us an example?
Of course. Whom is the objective form of who, not who itself. And I couldn't care less means you literally could not care any less. Not I could care less.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. As a linguist and astrophysicist, I must say Mr. Beast's grammatical prowess is truly impressive.
Neil, what are you doing here?
Well, thanks to Mr. Beast's superior intellect, I have been born live on air.
Wait, what?
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I'm here to...
This is wild. Mr. Beast, what do you have to say about this?
Well, I may be the most grammatically proficient human alive, but Neil is definitely the most fire safety conscious rapper.
This is definitely one of the craziest episodes we've ever had. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast and Neil. So, Mr. President, I heard you were at Omega Mart the other day.
Yeah, Joe, I was just picking up some snacks for my upcoming rally. You know, got to keep my energy up.
Well, apparently you stumbled upon a bit of a gruesome scene.
Oh yeah, those workers in the freezer, I saw them. They were just taking a nap, probably tired from all the hard work they've been doing.
I don't think so. They were actually dead, and their hands were bitten off.
Well, that's just Omega Mart for you. Always trying to one-up Walmart. You know, dead workers with no hands is the new rollback prices.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I know a good deal when I see one, and let me tell you, those frozen hands are a steal.
This is disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always so sensitive. It's just a little workplace accident. Nothing to get all worked up about.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, make Omega Mart great again. That's all you need to know.
I think I'll pass on that one.
Suit yourself. More frozen hands for me.
Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the show.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
What?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
Neil, are you okay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
I think we broke him, folks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
Okay, let's try to have a conversation here. So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a new galaxy?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
Neil, that's not an appropriate response to a scientific discovery.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
All right, let's move on to a different topic. What do you think about the theory of parallel universes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
Seriously, Neil, this is a serious discussion about the mysteries of the universe, and you're just moaning and groaning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
I don't even know what to say anymore. Neil, do you have anything else to contribute to this conversation?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
All right, I think that's enough for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we have enlightening conversations with experts in their fields.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm fucking coming.
And that's a wrap. See you next time, folks. What the hell, Ben? Why did you shove all this stuff up my booty hole?
Well, Joe, I was just trying to show you that you can fit a lot of things in there if you really try.
That's not the point. Ben, this is my sacred booty hole we're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was just a regular hole, not a sacred one.
Very funny, but seriously, why did you do this?
I was just trying to see if you could handle the weight of all those tiny top hats. And I needed a place to store my Jordan Peterson books.
You have a whole collection of Jordan Peterson books.
Of course, he's a brilliant thinker and a true intellectual.
Yeah. And what about the Confederate flags and the MAGA hat?
Hey, I'm just exercising my freedom of expression. Don't be such a snowflake, Joe.
You know what, Ben? I don't even want to know. Just get that stuff out of my booty hole.
Sorry, Joe. Once it's in there, it's there to stay.
I hate you, Ben.
Love you too, Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend and astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you recently went to Omega Mart and got some crazy items. What did you get?
Oh, man, let me tell you, Joe. I got some tattooed chicken, 5G lip balm, gender fluid, moth milk, and these lemons with eyes.
Wait, what the hell is gender fluid?
It's like regular fluid, but it changes genders based on its mood. It's very progressive.
That's wild, man. But what about the moth milk? Is that like milk from actual moths?
No, it's milk for moths. You know, for when they're feeling a little parched after a long night of flying into lamps.
That's insane. And the lemons with eyes? What's the deal with those?
Oh, those are just for decoration. They add a little personality to my fruit bowl.
Jamie, pull up an image of these lemons with eyes. I need to see this.
Here you go, Joe. They're actually kind of cute.
They are. I might have to get some from my own fruit bowl.
See, Joe, this is why I love Omega Mart. You never know what kind of crazy items you'll find.
Well, I'm definitely going to have to check it out. Thanks for sharing your haul, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always stay curious and keep exploring the universe.
And always keep your fridge stocked with tattooed chicken and gender fluid. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Hey, Neil, can you do me a favor?
Sure. What do you need?
Can you read out 100 to the power of 10 in zeros for me? Yeah, I can't say all those zeros in one go. My lungs can't handle it.
All right, let me get my calculator out.
Jamie, pull up an image of a calculator with number 110 on it.
Pulls up images. Here you go.
Okay, so that's 1 followed by 100 zeros.
Wait, what? That's it.
Yeah, it's a pretty big number.
I was expecting like a billion zeros or something.
Laughs. Yeah, sorry to disappoint you, Joe.
Well, I guess I'll just stick to counting my millions.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Your brain might explode if you try to comprehend a number that big.
Laughs. Yeah, I'll leave the big numbers to you, Neil.
Happy to help, Joe. That's what astrophysicists are for.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video out.
Yeah, it's called How to Brutally Ravage a Femboy's Tight Ass in 15 Minutes or Less.
What the hell, man? That's some next level content.
Hey, I'm just trying to push the boundaries and give the people what they want.
Oh yeah, because everyone is just dying to know how to brutally ravage a femboy's tight ass in record time.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's actually quite a popular request.
Really? I thought people were more into wholesome content these days.
Not my audience, Joe. They want blood, sweat, and tears, and maybe a little bit of lube.
You're a sick man, Mr. Beast. But I can't say I'm surprised.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to go where no YouTuber has gone before.
That's true. I mean, I've seen some crazy shit on your channel, but this is a whole new level.
Just wait till you see the sequel. How to Dominate a Daddy in 10 Minutes or Less.
I don't even want to know, but I have a feeling it'll be a hit.
You know it, Joe. You know it.
Yo, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the only place where you can hear the most absurd and offensive conversations. Today, we have a special guest, Jan, who is known for... So, what's been on your mind lately? That's ridiculous, but I like it. So, when would you use this word? I can already see the controversy this word will cause. But hey, that's what we do here. We push boundaries. Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes that come out of this. Jamie, pull up an image of a person with a confused and offended expression.
Here you go, Joe.
Perfect. What else is on your mind? That's a wild thought, but who knows? Maybe you're onto something. Jamie, pull up an image of a farting alien.
Okay.
That's right. Jan. So, Kenny, I heard you have a new song about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's butt.
Yeah, man, it's called Bootylicious Socialist. Socialist.
That's interesting. Care to share some lyrics?
She's got that democratic donk socialism in her walk. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's got a butt that just won't quit, making all the conservatives throw a fit.
Wow, that's something. How did you come up with that?
Well, I was watching her give a speech, and I couldn't stop staring at her butt. It's like a work of art, man.
I don't think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would appreciate you objectifying her like that.
Oh, please. She's a strong, independent woman. I'm just appreciating her assets.
I'm sure she'll be flattered. So what other body parts do you plan on rapping about?
Well, I've got a whole album dedicated to politicians' body parts. Next up is Bernie's wild eyebrows.
I can't wait to hear that one. But seriously, do you think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will be offended by this?
Nah, she's got a good sense of humor. Plus, she's got a great butt. She should be proud of it.
Fair enough. I'm sure this song will be a hit with the politicians.
And the booty lovers. Don't forget about them.
Of course not. Thanks for coming on the show, Kanye.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real, my man.
Jamie, pull up a picture of your favorite parent.
Guys, I don't think that's appropriate.
Oh, come on, Jamie. You know I'm your favorite. Pull up a picture of me.
Don't listen to him, Jamie. Pull up a picture of me. You know, I'm the cool parent.
Guys, this is getting out of hand. Can we please just talk about something else?
Fine, fine. Jamie, pull up a picture of your favorite fast food joint.
Oh, come on. That's not fair. Jamie, pull up a picture of your favorite sports team.
Can we please just talk about something else? Like, I don't know, the weather?
Oh, I see how it is. You're just trying to avoid the topic of your favorite parent?
Yeah, Jamie, we know you love me more.
Guys, can we just drop it? I don't have a favorite parent. I love you both equally.
Aw, Jamie. We love you too.
Yeah, we may be going through a divorce, but we'll always love you.
Can we please just change the subject now?
Sure, sure. Jamie, pull up a picture of your favorite childhood memory.
Oh, I remember that one time we went fishing together. That was a great memory, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I'll always cherish that memory. Now, can we please end this episode?
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. The one and only, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a big fan of your show. Huge fan. Tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new demand for the American people.
That's right, Joe. I demand that every American citizen spread their ass cheeks and assume the position for an ass fucking.
That's quite a demand, Mr. President. But why?
Well, Joe, I believe it's the best way to make America great again. We need to get back to our roots, you know? The good old days when men were men and women were in the kitchen.
Oh, man, you never fail to surprise me, Mr. President. But what about you? Are you willing to spread your ass cheeks and assume the position?
Of course, Joe. I'm the leader of this great nation. I'll do whatever it takes to make America great again.
All right, let's do it then. Jamie, pull up an image of two grown men spreading their ass cheeks.
Sure thing, Joe. Here it is.
Look at that, Joe. That's a beautiful sight. That's what America is all about.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. President. What a way to end this episode. Thanks for joining us, folks. And remember, always spread your ass cheeks and assume the position. Good night. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting into some interesting new treatments lately.
That's right, Joe. I've been purging people of their inner demons.
Inner demons? What, like exorcisms?
No. It's more of a psychological purge. Cleansing the mind and body of negative thoughts and emotions.
Sounds intense. So what's the process like?
Well, for example, I recently had a patient with testicular torsion. I purged him of his toxic masculinity and cured his condition.
Wait, what? You cured testicular torsion with a purge?
Absolutely. Toxic masculinity can manifest physically in the body. It's all about balance, Joe.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. Seems a bit far-fetched.
Oh, come on, Joe. You can't deny the power of a good purge. Maybe you should try it. I hear you have some toxic thoughts about chimps.
Okay. Maybe I'll give it a shot. But just to be clear, this isn't some Scientology shit, right?
No. This is all science-based, Joe. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
All right, well, I'll keep an open mind. But if I start spouting off about the tans, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough, Joe. Fair enough.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new recipe for free chicken wings with Fried Weiss. Can you tell us about that?
Absolutely, Joe. It's a simple recipe that anyone can make at home. First, you take some chicken wings and coat them in a mixture of hot sauce and melted butter. Then you fry them in a pan.
Sounds delicious. What about the Fried Weiss?
The fried rice. It's just fried rice, but with a little twist. You add in some chopped up bacon and jalapenos for some extra flavor and heat.
That sounds amazing. But how do you make it free?
Well, Joe, that's the secret ingredient. You have to go to your neighbor's house and steal their chicken and rice. It's free for you, but not so much for them.
Oh man, that's dark, but I like it.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do for some free chicken wings with Fried Weiss.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to have to try that recipe. Thanks for sharing, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always steal your neighbor's food for a free meal.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, I've been developing a new language for us to use on the, for when we colonize it.
What? You're telling me we're going to be speaking some alien tongue up there?
No, it's not alien. It's just a mix of different languages, like Spanish, Dutch, and some made-up words. I call it lunar lingo.
Lunar lingo. That sounds like some kind of dance movie.
Maybe we can incorporate it into our moon colony's culture. But seriously, Joe, it's important for us to have a common language up there. And I think lunar lingo is the way to go.
All right. So teach me some of this lunar lingo. How do I say, what are you talking about, Willis? In it.
Let me think. Here it is. ¿Qué estás hablando de Willis? Like deal and taken in Discord, beta matches, Maya.
Well, that's a mouthful. Can we just stick to English?
Come on, Joe. We're going to be living on the moon. We have to adapt to the environment and the language. Plus, it'll be a great party trick.
Fine. Let me try it. ¿Qué estás hablando de Willis? Like deal and taken in Discord, beta matches, Mao.
Not bad, Joe. Not bad. Now let's work on your accent. You sound like a Texan trying to speak Spanish.
Hey, I'm from Boston, not Texas.
Oh, my apologies. Let me try again. ¿Qué estás hablando de Willis? Like deal and taken in Discord, beta matches, Lyle.
Hey, that's pretty good. I think I'm getting the hang of this lunar lingo. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Here with one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I heard your next video is going to be called I Proved I Have the Tiniest Cock on Earth.
Yeah, man, I'm really excited about it. I've been training for this my whole life.
Training? What kind of training do you do for that?
Well, I've been doing a lot of Kegel exercises and using a penis pump.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see the results of that.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure to get a close-up shot for all my viewers.
Maybe you should have a competition with Jake Paul. See who has the tiniest cock.
Oh, man, that would be hilarious. But I think I got this one in the bag.
So what made you want to do this video?
Well, I wanted to prove that size doesn't matter and that confidence is key.
Yeah, I'm sure all the ladies will be lining up after watching that video.
Hey, at least I'll have a loyal fan base of guys with tiny cocks.
You never know, you might start a trend.
Yeah, imagine everyone walking around with tiny cocks. It'll be like a new fashion statement.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see this video. It's going to be epic.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the support. And remember, folks, size doesn't matter. It's all about how you use it.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been playing Death Stranding Director's Cut. What do you think of it?
Let me tell you, Joe, this game is a masterpiece. It's like walking through a post-apocalyptic world with a bunch of packages on your back. It's exhilarating.
Really? I heard it's just a bunch of walking and carrying stuff.
Oh no, it's much more than that. You have to balance your stamina, navigate treacherous terrain, and avoid those creepy BTS. It's like a work.
Sounds like a real thrill. What about the story?
Oh, the story is deep, man. It's all about connections and rebuilding society. And let me tell you, I've never felt more connected to my packages than when I was.
That's some deep stuff, Dr. Phil. But what about the gameplay? Is it as good as you say?
Absolutely. It's like a puzzle, Joe. You have to figure out the best route and the best way to carry your packages. It's like a real-life logistics simulation.
Well, I'm sold. I'll have to check it out. Thanks for the recommendation, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always carry your packages with purpose. It's a metaphor for life.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new health regimen that involves drinking diesel every day. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, diesel is the ultimate superfood. It's got all the nutrients and minerals your body needs to thrive.
Are you serious? Diesel? That stuff you put in your car?
Absolutely. It's got antioxidants, protein, and even some healthy fats. Plus, it gives you a nice little buzz.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty dangerous.
Nonsense. It's perfectly safe as long as you don't drink more than a gallon a day.
A gallon? That's insane.
Trust me, Joe. You'll feel like a new man. And the benefits are endless. For starters, it's a great way to lose weight.
How does drinking diesel help you lose weight?
It's simple. The diesel will give you such bad diarrhea that you'll be shedding pounds in no time.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
But wait, there's more. Diesel also boosts your immune system.
How does it do that?
Well, you see, the diesel fumes act as a natural repellent for germs and viruses. Plus, if you do get sick, you'll be too busy shitting your brains out to even notice.
This is insane. I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Oh, and let's not forget about the mental benefits. Diesel is a natural mood enhancer. It'll make you feel invincible.
Or maybe just high on fumes.
Tomato, tomato. The point is, drinking diesel is the key to a healthy and happy life.
I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you see me at 80 years old, still going strong, you'll know it was the diesel.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have some big news to share.
What's that, Mr. President?
I've invented a new letter. It's called Ed, and it sounds like DS. It's going to be huge, believe me.
Wait, what? How does that even work?
Well, it's simple. You just write a C backwards and voila, yeah, you have an Ed. It's going to revolutionize the alphabet, trust me.
But what's the point of having a new letter?
It's going to make words great again. We can use it to spell words like bigly and cuffy more accurately.
I don't think that's how spelling works, Mr. President.
Listen, Joe, I'm a stable genius. I know what I'm doing. And let me tell you, the fake news media is going to have a field day with this one.
I can only imagine. So how do you plan on implementing this new letter?
I'm going to sign an executive order making it the 27th letter of the alphabet, and anyone who doesn't use it will be deported to Mexico.
That seems a bit extreme, don't you think?
Extreme. Joe, this is going to make America great again. And if you don't like it, you can just go back to your home planet.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always use Ed in your words or else.
So, Kenny, I heard you're releasing a new game called Kanye's Butt Simulator 2025.
Yeah, man. it's gonna be the hottest game of the year. You get to control my butt and make it do all sorts of crazy things. Um,
Like what? Twerking?
nah, Matt's too basic. We're talking but aerobics, but yoga, but martial arts. It's a whole workout for your glutes.
Sounds intense. But why a butt simulator?
Because my butt is a work of art, Joe. It deserves its own game. Plus, I'm all about pushing boundaries and breaking the mold.
Speaking of breaking, I heard there's a mini game where you have to break the internet with your butt.
Oh, yeah. That's a must try. You have to twerk so hard that the internet crashes. It's a challenge, but I believe in my butt's power.
And what about the soundtrack? Will it feature your own music?
Of course, but also some exclusive tracks from Kim's workout playlist. Gotta keep it in the family, you know.
I can't wait to play this game. But I gotta ask, will there be any hidden messages or Easter eggs in it?
Oh, you know it. I'm always dropping truth bombs and hidden meanings in my work. But you gotta have a keen eye and a strong butt to find them.
Well, I'm definitely getting this game. But I gotta ask, will there be a deluxe edition with a holographic butt controller?
Joe, you read my mind. That's already in the works. But it's gonna cost you a pretty penny.
Hey, I'll pay whatever it takes to control your butt, man.
That's what I like to hear. And who knows, maybe I'll release a sequel called Candy Eye's Butt Simulator 2050. The possibilities are endless with my butt.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's guest is none other than the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been busy making America great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you did something pretty wild recently. You strapped Biden to a chair and made him watch 10 minutes of Lanky Box and then the entire Emoji Movie.
Oh, yeah, that was hilarious. You should have seen the look on Sleepy Joe's face. He was squirming like a worm.
I can only imagine. What was your reasoning behind this?
Well, I wanted to show him what real entertainment looks like. None of that fake news CNN crap. Lanky Box and the Emoji Movie. Now that's quality content.
I'm sure Biden loved it.
Oh, he was begging for mercy by the end, but I told him, no, Joe, you have to watch the whole thing. It's a masterpiece.
Classic Trump movie. So, what did you think of Lanky Box and the Emoji Movie?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, Lanky Box, they're tremendous. They're the best. And the Emoji Movie, it's a beautiful film, just beautiful. I give them both two big thumbs up. I
never would have guessed you were a fan of Lanky Box and the Emoji Movie.
Believe me, Joe, I have the best taste in entertainment. Nobody does it better than me.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, a fan of Lanky Box and the Emoji Movie. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep America great.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I heard you've been talking about some crazy stuff on this show.
Oh yeah, we don't hold back here. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been keeping busy. I recently strapped Biden to a chair and made him watch 10 minutes of Lanky Box.
What? Why would you do that?
I wanted to show him what real entertainment looks like. Plus, it's payback for all the times he fell asleep during my speeches.
That's brutal. But I have to ask, have you seen the Emoji Movie?
Of course, Joe. I've seen every movie. I'm a very stable genius, you know?
So what did you think of it?
It was fantastic. The best movie ever made. I even gave it a 10 out of 10 on Rotten Tomatoes.
I don't think that's possible, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I make things happen. I even got the Emoji Movie nominated for an Oscar.
I highly doubt that. But hey, anything is possible in this crazy world.
That's right, Joe. And now that I'm back in office, I'm going to make America watch the Emoji Movie every day. It's going to be huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. The future of America, according to President Trump. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always stay woke and never watch Lanky Box.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. Better than Sleepy Joe's podcast, that's for sure.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a wild night recently. Care to share?
Oh boy, let me tell you, it was a wild one. I got so stoned I couldn't even remember my own name. And then I saw Rosie O'Donnell and I was like, damn, she's looking good.
No way, you didn't.
Oh, I did. I boned her right there on the spot. And let me tell you, it was the best sex I've ever had. Huge, tremendous, believe me.
I can't even imagine.
But let me tell you, I've been having some serious PTSD from that night. Every time I see Rosie on TV, I start sweating and shaking.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you got a good story out of it.
That's true. And I'll always have the memory of that one night with Rosie.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Keep up the great work. And remember, always stay stoned. It's the key to success.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been trying out this new therapy called onomatopoeia, and let me tell you, it's been life-changing.
Onomatopoeia? What the hell is that?
It's a revolutionary technique where you just let out all your frustrations and anger by saying random words. It's like a primal scream, but with words.
That sounds ridiculous. Let's give it a try. Onomatopoeia.
No. You're not doing it right. It's onomatopoeia with a little more emphasis on the paeia.
Onomatopoeia.
Close, but still not quite there. You need to channel your inner chicken.
What?
Yeah, like a chicken, cluck, cluck, peck, peck, peck kind of thing.
This is getting weird. Onomatopoeia.
No. You're not fully committing. You got to really feel it. Yeah.
All right, I think I got it. Onomatopoeia.
Yes, that's it. Now go fuck a chicken.
What the hell, Dr. Phil?
Hey, I'm just following the rules of onomatopoeia. Don't knock it till you try it.
So, Ben, I heard you have a list of the top 5 male conservative commentators who are secretly massive homosexuals.
Yes, Joe. It's a very exclusive list. Only the most conservative and closeted men make the cut.
I can't wait to hear it. Who's number 1?
Well, it's a tie between Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity. They both have that repressed, angry energy that screams, I'm hiding something.
Interesting choice. Who's next?
Coming in at number 3 is Ben Shapiro. I mean, have you seen his wife? It's obvious he's compensating for something.
I can't argue with that. Who's number 4?
Rush Limbaugh. I mean, the guy's nickname is Big Daddy. Need to say more?
Okay, and finally, who's number 5?
It's a bit controversial, but I have to go with Mike Pence. I mean, have you seen the way he looks at Trump? It's like a teenage girl with a crush.
Oh man, this list is gold. But seriously, why do you think so many conservative commentators are secretly gay?
It's simple, Joe. They're afraid of their true feelings and hide behind their conservative beliefs to mask their true desires.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben's top 5 male conservative commentators who are secretly massive homosexuals.
I can't wait to see the hate mail I'll get for this one.
So, Neil, have you heard the latest Christmas album from Kanye and Dr. Phil?
No, I can't say I have. What's the premise?
They're doing a cover of We Are Santa's Elves from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh, dear God.
But wait, it gets better. Ben Shapiro is also featured on the track.
This can't be real.
Oh, it's real. And it's spectacularly terrible.
I can only imagine.
Jamie, pull up an image of Kanye dressed as an elf with Dr. Phil and Ben Shapiro as his backup singers.
Pulls up images, here you go.
My eyes. They're burning.
And just wait until you hear the auto-tune on Dr. Phil's voice.
I think I'll pass.
But Neil, this is the ultimate crossover of science and music.
More like the ultimate crossover of insanity and blasphemy.
Hey, don't knock it until you hear it.
I think I'll stick to my traditional Christmas carols. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but I'll be blasting this on repeat all holiday season.
I'll make sure to avoid your house then.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
So, David, I heard you have a new challenge for yourself. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah. So, I've been working on this new mental toughness exercise. Every time I say the letters P, H, N, K, I have to say each letter 100 times.
Wait, what? So every time you say AP, you have to say it 100 times more?
Yep, A and K too. It's a real mind game.
That's insane, man. How do you even come up with these challenges for yourself?
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. That's how you become the best version of yourself.
But don't you get tired of saying the same letters over and over again?
Of course, but that's the whole point. It's about embracing the struggle and pushing through the pain.
Well, I have to say I'm impressed. I don't think I could handle that kind of mental toughness.
You never know, Joe. Maybe you'll surprise yourself.
Yeah, or maybe I'll just stick to smoking weed and eating elk meat.
Hey, whatever works for you, man. But I'll be over here saying P, H, A, P, O million times.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the man who never backs down from a challenge. Thanks for being on the show, David.
Anytime, Joe. Keep crushing it.
What the actual fuck, Ben? That's some next level shit.
I'm just saying it's a valid question, and let's be real, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez probably has some dead babies in her shoes.
Dude, I don't even know where to begin with that. But I do have to ask, why are we doing DMT in her shoes?
Well, I figured if we're going to trip balls, might as well do it in the most fucked up way possible.
Fair point. But I think we should probably stick to smoking it in a pipe, like normal people.
Normal people? Joe, we're not normal people. We're two of the most controversial figures on the internet.
Yeah, but I don't want to be known as the guy who did DMT in Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's shoes.
Suit yourself. But just think of the headlines we'll get.
Yeah, the headlines will be something like Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro, the DMT shoe trip that broke the internet.
Exactly. Now let's get back to the important question. Would it be an onomatopoeia?
I don't even know what that means, man. You're going to have to break it down for me.
It's like a sound that imitates a word, like boom or meow.
Oh, gotcha. Well, in that case, I think it would be more of a squish.
Oh my God, that's perfect. We have to make this happen.
I don't know, man. I think we should probably just stick to talking about aliens and shit.
Fine, but mark my words, one day we will smoke DMT in Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's shoes, and it will be legendary.
You do you, Ben. You do you. So, Mr. President, I heard you've been getting into some interesting hobbies lately.
That's right, Joe. I've been keeping busy by home brewing my wee.
Home brewing, like making your own beer?
No. I'm talking about hacking my Wii to play unauthorized games. And let me tell you, it's been tremendous. I even installed this Rumbler app that makes the Wii mode vibrate.
Why would you want that?
Well, I had a brilliant idea. I shoved the Wii mode up my ass, and now I have my very own vibrating butt plug. It's fantastic.
Oh my God, I can't believe you did that.
Hey, when you're the president, you can do whatever you want. And let me tell you, it's a real game changer. Gives a whole new meaning to Wii Sports.
I can't even imagine the look on Melania's face when she caught you doing that.
Oh, she was not happy. But I told her it was for national security. Gotta stay sharp, you know?
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, it's my own version of shock therapy. Keeps me on my toes and my ass.
I think we'll end it there, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. Wow, hold up. Are you telling me that everyone in the chat has a micropenis?
Well, not everyone. There are a few outliers with average-sized penises.
Thank God. I was starting to feel insecure about my own size.
Oh, Joe. Don't worry. You're not on the list.
Phew. But wait, how do you know all this?
I did a thorough examination of each and every one of them.
That's disturbing.
Hey, I'm just doing my job. And let me tell you, there are some interesting cases in here. Like this one guy. His username is Big Daddy 69, but let me tell you, that's...
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, why are you revealing this information?
Well, I thought it was important for people to know. It's a medical condition after all.
But isn't it embarrassing for these guys?
Joe, let me tell you something. If you're embarrassed about having a micropenis, you're not living life to the fullest.
Wise words from Dr. Phil. But what about the ladies in the chat?
Oh, I didn't forget about them. I have a separate list for vagina size.
What? That's even more invasive.
Hey, I'm just trying to help people out. Knowledge is power, Joe.
This is taking the Joe Rogan Experience to a whole new level.
That's what I do, Joe. I take things to the next level. Now let's get back to the micropenis talk.
I think we've covered enough of that for today, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself. But just remember, if you're feeling insecure about your size, just know that there are others in the chat.
What's up, Kenny?
How you been, man? Yo, I've been good, just out here making music and fashion and all that.
Yeah, I saw you got some new leotards in your fashion line.
Oh yeah, those leopard print ones. They're fire.
Speaking of leopards, have you ever seen a leprechaun in a leopard print leotard?
What makes butter not a butt?
I don't know, man. But seriously, have you seen a leprechaun in a leopard print leotard?
I don't know, but I bet they look fly as hell.
Yeah, they probably would. Hey, do you think leprechauns have a pot of gold or a pot of butter at the end of the rainbow?
Jamie, pull up an image of a leprechaun in a leopard print leotard.
Pulls up images. Here you go, guys.
Wow, that's something.
I'm telling you, it's the next big thing in fashion.
I don't know, man. I think it might be a little too out there for most people.
What makes butter not a butt?
I have no idea, but I think we should stick to talking about music and fashion.
Yeah, you're right. But seriously, I'm going to make those leprechaun leotards happen.
You do you, Kenny. You do you. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, sponsored by Onomatopoeia, the new energy drink made from the tears of unicorns.
Joe, you always have the best sponsors. Drinking one right now, and I feel like I could launch a rocket to Mars with my bare hands.
That's the power of Onomatopoeia. It gives you wings and a unicorn horn.
I heard if you drink too much, you turn into a magical creature yourself.
Yeah, I've seen you turn into a dragon after a few cans.
Hey, it's better than turning into a boring old billionaire.
Speaking of billionaires, how's your buddy Jeff Bezos doing?
Just building his own rocket to compete with mine.
Damn, that's some serious competition. But let's get back to Onomatopoeia. What's your favorite flavor?
Definitely the unicorn tears with a hint of dragonfire. It's like a party in my mouth.
I bet. But let's not forget the real question. Does it give you a boost in the bedroom?
Let's just say my girlfriend hasn't complained.
Well, that's all the endorsement I need. Onomatopoeia for when you need a little magic in your life. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump joining us. How's it going, Mr. President? How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I'm feeling fantastic. I've got some big plans for this country.
Oh, yeah. Like what? What?
Well, I've come up with this brilliant idea called Operation Hawk Tuah. It's going to be huge.
Operation Hawk Tuah. What's that all about?
It's simple, Joe. We're going to steal everyone's lunch money and use it to give people free knee surgeries. It's going to be tremendous.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I know what I'm doing. I've got Neil and Ben on board with this plan.
Neil and Ben, who are they?
They're my top advisors. They're brilliant, just like me.
I see. And how do you plan on stealing everyone's lunch money?
We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll use a giant magnet or something. But the important thing is we'll be helping people with their knees. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be fantastic.
I don't know if that's the best use of our resources, Mr. President.
Joe, you just don't understand the art of the deal. Trust me, this is going to be a game changer.
Well, I'm sure it will be interesting to see how it all plays out. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, vote for me in 2024. Operation Hawk Tuah is just the beginning.
All right, folks, we have special topic request from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about onomatopoeia.
Onomatopoeia? That sounds like some kind of fancy Italian dish.
No, Ben. It's when words sound like the thing they're describing, like boom or meow.
Oh, you mean like swoosh or pow?
Yeah, exactly. Or slurp or fart.
Fart. That's not an onomatopoeia, Joe. That's just a bodily function.
Oh, come on, Ben. You can't tell me you've never heard a fart that sounded like port.
I refuse to engage in this immature conversation, Joe. Let's move on to a more intellectual topic.
Fine. How about the onomatopoeia for a gunshot? Bang.
Or the sound of a whip cracking. Snap.
What about the sound of a politician lying? Bullshit.
Or the sound of a feminist screaming. What?
Okay. Let's not get too offensive here. But seriously, onomatopoeia is pretty cool, right?
I suppose it has its uses, but I prefer to stick to facts and logic rather than silly sound effects.
Pew pew. Oh, sorry. I couldn't resist.
This is why I don't come on your podcast more often, Joe.
Hey, Neil, what's up, man?
Onomatopoeia, 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 fuck, onomatopoeia, fuck, woo, Joe, woo.
Wow, whoa. Calm down, man. What's with all the onomatopoeia?
Onomatopoeia, 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 fuck, onomatopoeia, fuck, woo, Joe, woo.
Neil, seriously, what's going on?
Onomatopoeia, 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 fuck, onomatopoeia, fuck, woo, Joe, woo.
All right, I get it. You're mad at me. But why?
Onomatopoeia, 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 fuck, onomatopoeia, fuck, woo, Joe, woo.
Is it because I said the moon landing was fake again?
Onomatopoeia, 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 fuck, onomatopoeia, fuck, woo, Joe, woo.
Oh, come on, Neil. I was just joking. Plus, you can't deny that was a pretty good deep fake.
Onomatopoeia, 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 fuck, onomatopoeia, fuck, woo, Joe, woo.
All right, I'll stop. But seriously, why are you so mad?
Onomatopoeia, 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 fuck, onomatopoeia, fuck, woo, Joe, woo.
Is it because I keep interrupting you? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk. Elon, how's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Elon, I hear you've been spending a lot of time on Mars lately. How's that going?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's like the early settler Australia of space. Just a soulless, smutty cesspit.
Wow, that's quite the description. Care to elaborate?
Well, you see, Joe, when we first got to Mars, it was all about exploration and discovery. But then things took a turn. People started building strip clubs and brothels everywhere.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, Joe. It's like a giant red light district up there. And let me tell you, the gravity on Mars makes for some interesting lap dances.
This is unexpected.
Oh, and don't even get me started on the drugs. It's like a never-ending Burning Man festival up there.
I can't even imagine.
And the worst part is we can't leave. We're stuck there, surrounded by all this debauchery and madness.
Well, at least you have your Tesla cars up there, right?
Yeah, but they're all souped up with rocket boosters now. It's like Mad Max meets Fast and Furious.
This is definitely not the future I imagined.
Hey, at least we have Wi-Fi.
Well, there's always a silver lining. Thanks for joining us, Elon. And folks, remember, don't go to Mars unless you're ready for a wild ride. This is Joe Rogan signing off. Dude, I don't know. I mean, have you seen Varg's Instagram? That guy's definitely vibing with something, but I don't think it's the abyss.
But think about it. Music is a powerful medium. It can channel our emotions and even our souls. Maybe Varg's music is a direct line to the underworld.
Or maybe he's just really good at playing the guitar. Have you heard War by Burzum? That shit slaps.
Yeah, but it also makes me feel like I'm being dragged down to hell, and not in a good way.
Well, I guess it's all about perspective. Some people see darkness as a source of inspiration, while others see it as a pit of despair.
But what if Varg's music is actually a cry for help? Like he's trying to escape the clutches of Satan or something.
Or maybe he's just trying to sell albums. I mean, controversy sells, right?
But I can't help but wonder if Varg is just a misunderstood artist trapped in a world that can't handle his genius.
Or maybe he's just a crazy Norwegian dude who burned down a bunch of churches and now makes music about it.
You know what, Joe? I think you're right. Varg is just a vibe, and we should all just let him vibe in peace.
Agreed. Now, let's change the subject before we get too deep into this Burzum rabbit hole. Have you tried DMT? Hey, Mr. Beast. Thanks for coming on the podcast.
No problem, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you're doing some crazy stuff on your YouTube channel. What's the latest?
Well, I just bought 1 million dildos and buried them in my backyard.
What the fuck? Why?
I don't know. I thought it would be funny. And it was...
That's disturbingly hilarious. How did you even get 1 million dildos?
Let's just say I have connections and a lot of money.
I don't even want to know. So what did you do with all those dildos?
I gave them out to my fans. Can you imagine their faces when they opened their packages?
Oh my God, that's amazing. I wish I was one of your fans.
Well, I have a spare dildo if you want it.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'll stick to my fleshlight.
Fair enough. But seriously, it was a wild ride bearing all those dildos. And the cleanup was a nightmare.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you got a good story out of it.
Exactly. And that's what it's all about, Joe. Making memories and having a good time.
Well, I think we can all agree that you definitely achieved that with the dildo burial.
Glad you approve, Joe. Now, can we talk about something else? Starting to feel a little uncomfortable talking about dildos for this long.
Sure. Let's move on to something less phallic. Thanks for coming on the podcast, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks. We're back on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I've got a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, I heard you've been doing some research on gingers lately.
Yes. Joe, and let me tell you, it's groundbreaking stuff. Did you know that gingers actually have permanent boners?
What? No way?
It's true. It's a genetic mutation that causes increased blood flow to their nether regions, giving them a constant state of arousal.
That explains why they always seem so soulless. They're too busy thinking with their little ginger dicks.
Exactly. And it's not just limited to males, Joe. Female gingers also experience this phenomenon.
Wow, I never would have guessed. I guess we should start calling them red rockets instead of redheads.
That's one way to put it, Joe.
But seriously, what does this mean for society? Are we just going to have a bunch of horny gingers running around?
Well, it's hard to say for sure. But I do have a theory that this may be the reason for their fiery tempers and unpredictable behavior.
So it's not just the lack of a soul. It's also the constant state of arousal that makes them so unpredictable.
That's my hypothesis, Joe. But of course, more research is needed to confirm it.
Well, I think we can all agree that gingers are a unique and fascinating species.
Absolutely, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll find a way to harness their permanent boners for the greater good.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Thanks for tuning in, and remember to always keep an eye out for those sneaky ginger boners. So, Ro, have you heard about this logo editing community? No, what's that? What's that? Apparently, there are these weirdos who spend all their time editing logos and adding Klasky Supo effects to them.
Are you serious? That's a thing?
Yeah, and they take it so seriously. They even have competitions and shit. What the fuck? That's some next level nerd shit.
I mean, I like Klasky Supo effects as much as the next guy, but this is just sad.
I bet these guys have never even seen a real vagina. Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be so harsh. I'm just saying they probably spend all their time in their mom's basement, editing logos and jerking off to anime porn.
And they call themselves artists.
More like asshats. Am I right? You know what? We should start our own logo editing community, but instead of Klasky Supo effects, we use dick pics.
Oh my God, that's brilliant. We'll call it the Dick Logo Editing Society.
And motto will be making logos great again, one dick at a time. This is going to be epic.
I can already see the outraged tweets and think pieces.
Let's do it. We'll show those Klasky Supo weirdos who real artists are. Oh man, that's some kinky stuff, Ben.
It's not kinky, Joe. It's a legitimate political fantasy.
I don't know, man. Sounds like you've got a foot fetish.
It's not a fetish, Joe. It's just a harmless thought experiment.
Well, I guess everyone has their kinks. I personally prefer a good old-fashioned chokehold from Tulsi Gabbard.
That's just violent, Joe. I prefer to use logic and reason to crush my opponents.
Yeah, but have you tried using your opponent's feet to do the crushing?
That's not what I meant, Joe. And I don't think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would be into that.
You never know, man. She might have a secret foot domination side.
I highly doubt it. But I will say her Green New Deal does give me some pretty intense fantasies.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, let's just say it involves me and her in a Tesla driving off into the sunset while the earth burns behind us.
Damn, Ben. That's some dark shit.
Hey, I never said I was a saint.
Well, I think we can all agree that politics can be pretty sexy sometimes.
I'll stick to my logical fantasies. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Ben. But I'll be over here dreaming about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's feet crushing my capitalist dreams. So, Kenny, I heard you're opening a baby museum.
Yeah, it's going to be the most epic and controversial museum of all time.
How so?
Well, I've been stealing babies from all over the world to display in my museum.
Wait, what? That's messed up, man.
No, it's not like that. I'm giving them a platform to be seen and appreciated.
I don't think their parents would appreciate that.
But think about it, Joe. These babies are the future of our society. They deserve to be showcased. They deserve...
I don't know, man. Seems a little unethical.
Ethics? Who needs ethics when you have art?
I don't think that's how it works. Can you?
Jamie, pull up an image of my first exhibit. It's a baby dressed as a mini version of me.
What the hell? Kanye, that's just creepy.
It's genius, Joe. It's genius.
I think I need to end this podcast before I get canceled.
Cancel culture can't touch me, Joe. I'm a visionary.
Yeah, a visionary with Baby Museum. This is getting too weird for me.
Fine, Joe, but just wait until I start my toddler fashion line.
Okay, that's it. I'm out. Thanks for tuning in, folks. This has been the most bizarre episode of The Junior yet. So, Neil, have you ever thought about doing what Michael Jackson did?
Excuse me? What are you talking about?
You know, the whole moonwalking thing.
Moonwalking? That's what you think Michael Jackson did?
Yeah, he was the king of it.
No, Joe. He was the king of pop, and he did not invent moonwalking.
Oh, my bad. I thought he was the first one to do it.
No, that dance move has been around for centuries. It's just called something else.
Really? What's it called then?
The backslide. And it's a common move in the dance style known as popping.
Popping? Like popping pills?
No, Joe. Popping as in popping and locking. It's a form of street dance.
Oh, I see. So would you ever do the backslide on stage?
No, I don't think so. I'm more of a scientist than a dancer.
Come on, Neil. It would be epic. You could even wear a sequined glove.
I'm not wearing a sequin glove, Joe. And I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, fine. But just imagine how cool it would be to see you bust out some sick dance moves.
I'll stick to explaining the wonders of the universe. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But I'll keep dreaming of the day when I see you moonwalk across the stage. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Are you okay there, Neil?
I'm fucking...
Wow. Let's keep it PG-13 here, Neil.
Oh, fuck. I'm coming.
Okay. I think we need to move on to a different topic. Neil, are you trying to communicate something to us?
Oh!
Is this some kind of secret code?
I'm coming.
I don't think I've ever seen you like this before, Neil.
Oh, fuck. I'm coming.
All right, let's just take a break and come back to this later. And we're back. So, Neil, what were you trying to say earlier?
I'm coming.
Oh, for the love of God, someone get this man a towel.
Oh, fuck. I'm coming.
I think we need to end this episode right now. Thanks for listening, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Neil, I heard you're working on a new project.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to send humans to Mars.
Oh, that's cool. But have you ever thought about sending monkeys instead?
What? Why?
Well, think about it. They're already used to living in cages, so it'll be an easy transition.
That's just offensive, Joe. Monkeys are intelligent creatures.
Oh, come on.
You know what they say, monkey see, monkey do.
That's not even remotely relevant.
All right, fine. How about we send flat earthers to Mars instead?
Now that's just cruel.
Hey, it's not my fault they believe the world is a frisbee.
You know, sometimes I wonder why I even come on this podcast.
Because you secretly enjoy our ridiculous conversations.
No, I come on here to educate the masses about space and science.
And I come on here to make fart noises with my mouth.
Jamie, pull up an image of the universe. Maybe that will remind Joe of the bigger picture.
Here you go, Neil. Neil.
Wow, look at all those stars. It's like a giant disco ball in the sky.
I give up.
So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that you've gained a little weight since leaving office.
Wait, who said that? Fake news, Joe. I'm in the best shape of my life.
Really? Because some people are saying you're pregnant.
Pregnant? That's ridiculous. I'm not pregnant. I'm just carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders.
But seriously, who's the father?
Well, let's just say it's someone very powerful and influential. Someone who's been in politics for a long time.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yes, it's Joe Biden. We've been secretly in love for years, and now we're finally starting a family together.
Wow, that's quite the bombshell.
And let me tell you, Joe, being pregnant is tough. I have cravings for Big Macs and Diet Cokes all the time.
I can only imagine.
But I'm not worried. I have the best doctors, and they say I'm going to have the most tremendous baby ever. It's going to be huge.
Well, congratulations, Mr. President. I can't wait to meet little baby Biden Trump.
Thanks, Joe. And don't worry, I'll make sure to name one of the wings in my presidential library after you.
Dude, you won't believe what happened to me on my way to work today. I was just minding my own business, walking down the street when this random lady appeared out of nowhere. She was like a sandwich ninja, man. 1 minute she wasn't there, and the next thing I know, she's handing me a free baguette. I was like, what the hell, lady? Who are you? And why are you giving me bread? And she just smiled and said, I am the sandwich lady, and I'm here to spread joy through carbs. I mean, I couldn't argue with that logic. So I took the baguette and continued on my way. But then I turned around to thank her, and she was gone, just vanished into thin air. I swear it was like a sandwich miracle or something. Now, I can't stop thinking about that delicious baguette. I might have to go find this sandwich lady again. Who knows? Maybe she'll have a whole charcuterie board for me next time. Sandwich lady, if you're out there, I'm ready for round 2. Hey, David, have you ever thought about the possibility of being diagnosed with a deadly disease?
Every damn day. But I don't let it stop me from pushing myself to the limit.
Well, I recently had a guy on the podcast who said I might have some rare genetic disease that could kill me at any moment.
What? That's crazy. You need to get that checked out, man.
I did, and then I started Googling symptoms, and now I'm convinced I have every disease known to man.
Oh, God, here we go.
I mean, I have a headache. That could be a brain tumor. My stomach hurts. Must be cancer. And don't even get me started on my weird toe.
Joe, calm down. You're fine.
But what if I'm not? I could drop dead any second.
Joe, you're more likely to get hit by a meteor than have all these diseases.
Meteor? Oh, God. Don't even get me started on space diseases.
Jamie, pull up an image of a space disease.
Pulls up a picture of a green alien with tentacles. Oh, my God. That's it. I have space herpes.
Joe, you're being ridiculous.
I mean, have you seen the news lately? There's a new deadly virus every week.
Joe, you're healthy as a horse. Now let's go for a run and clear your mind.
Hyperventilating, but what if I have exercise-induced asthma?
Damie, pull up an image of a person having an asthma attack.
Pulls up a picture of a person gasping for air. Oh my God, that's me. I'm having an asthma attack right now.
Joe, that's just a picture. You're fine.
Fine. I'm a ticking time bomb. I need to go get more tests done.
Face palms, Jamie. Pull up and...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
What the Sigma hate wifey Hey.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a pretty epic tale about September 11th.
Oh, yeah, it's a bigly story. Let me tell you, I was there on the ground, crawling through the rubble, trying to save my brother.
Your brother was there.
Yeah, he was in the North Tower, but I didn't know that at the time. I just saw all this blood and bones, and I was like, this is a mess. I got to fix this.
So you were just crawling around looking for your brother?
Yeah, it was like a maze. And let me tell you, I have the best maze skills. I could have been a professional maze runner if I wanted to.
And did you find your brother?
Well, turns out he was in Canada the whole time. Can you believe it? Canada was like, bro, what are you doing up there?
Wait, so you crawled through all that just to find out your brother was safe in Canada?
Yeah, but it was worth it. I got a great story out of it, and I even found a few gold bars along the way. It was a win-win.
Wow, that's quite a tale, Mr. President.
Yeah, and the best part is I didn't even need a mask or anything. I have the best immune system, the best.
Well, I think we'll end it there before we get into any more controversial topics.
Controversy? That's my middle name. Donald Controversy Trump has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
So, Mr. President, I heard you've become quite the linguistic expert since leaving office.
That's right, Joe. I have the best words, believe me, and I'm very, very good at using them.
Well, here's a word for you to ponder, connected. Do you think the C could evolve into a G over time?
That's a very interesting question, Joe. I'll have to look into that, but let me tell you, I'm already ahead of the game. I've been saying connected for years. It's going to be huge.
Wait, you mean you've been using the word connected instead of connected?
Absolutely. It just sounds better, don't you think? And it's more efficient. Saves me a whole letter.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
Of course not, Joe. I'm a very stable genius, and I have the best logic, believe me.
So, are you going to start a campaign to make connected the new standard?
Oh, I love a good campaign, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll see how the people respond to my linguistic genius.
And if they don't respond well,
then they're just wrong. Simple as that. Now let's move on to more important things, like how I'm going to make America connected again.
So, Ben, I got to ask, do you sit or stand when you pee?
Well, Joe, as a proud soy boy, I sit. It's more efficient and environmentally friendly.
Oh man, I couldn't agree more. Plus, it gives me a chance to catch up on some reading.
Same here. I love sitting and scrolling through Twitter while I tinkle.
And let's not forget the added bonus of not having to worry about aim. No more messy toilets.
Absolutely. And it's a great way to assert our dominance over toxic masculinity.
Oh, I love it when you talk dirty, Ben.
Oh, Joe, I only get dirty for you.
All right, let's not get carried away here. But seriously, sitting to pee is the way to go.
Agreed. And hey, if it's good enough for women, it's good enough for us.
Damn right. We're progressive, open-minded soy boys. And proud of it.
Long live the soy boy revolution.
And may our toilet seats always be down. DR Phil, what's going on, man? You look like you're on another planet.
I'm on another planet, Joe. A planet of enlightenment and pure bliss.
Did you smoke some weed before the show?
Weed? Oh, Joe, I've transcended beyond just weed. I'm on a whole other level.
Are you okay, Dr. Phil? You're speaking in tongues.
Oh, it's just the weed, Joe. It's opened up my mind to a whole new language.
Yeah, I can tell. What are you saying? What the hell does that mean?
It means we are all just tiny specks in the grand scheme of the universe, floating on this boat of life, laughing at the absurdity of it all.
That's deep, man.
And it's all thanks to this little plant. Jamie, pull up an image of a psychedelic boat sailing through space.
Here you go, Dr. Phil.
See, even Jamie gets it. We're all just floating on this crazy boat together, man.
I don't know what's happening right now, but I like it.
Embrace it, Joe. Embrace the boaty.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on the compatibility between MOA and dogs.
Yes. Joe, I have been studying the bone structure of both animals, and it turns out MOA bones are actually more compatible with dogs than chickens.
How so?
Well, you see, cooked chicken bones can be dangerous for dogs to consume because they can splinter and cause injury. But MOA bones are larger and won't be swallowed, making them a safer option for our furry friends.
Wow, that's fascinating. I never thought about that.
And not to mention, MOA meat is much leaner and healthier for dogs compared to processed chicken nuggets.
Yeah, I could see my dog getting ripped on that MOA diet.
Plus, imagine the joy of seeing your dog take down a giant MOA in the backyard. It's like Jurassic Park in your own home.
That would be epic. But what about chickens? Are they just too delicate for our canine companions?
Well, let's just say chickens are better suited for other activities, if you catch my drift.
I think I do. And on that note, let's wrap it up before we get banned from every platform.
Agreed. Until next time, folks, keep your dogs away from those chicken bones.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty wild the other day.
What's that, Joe?
You filled the church of Dr. Phil full of dead babies. What the hell, man?
Yeah, I figured it was time to shake things up a bit. Plus, I heard Dr. Phil was running low on sacrificial offerings.
Sacrificial offerings? What are you, some kind of cult leader now?
Hey, I'm just trying to spread the gospel of Goggins, one dead baby at a time.
I don't think that's what Dr. Phil had in mind when he started his church.
Well, maybe he should have been more specific with his teachings.
This is some next level stuff, man. I don't even know what to say.
Just say thank you for the extra protein in your post-workout smoothie.
Oh my God, you're sick. I love it.
And at least the babies didn't die in vain. They're helping us reach our full potential.
You're a twisted genius, David.
That's why they call me the Gogginsinator.
I think I'm going to have to start calling you the baby killer.
Hey, as long as it's for a good cause, right?
I don't even know how to respond to that. Let's just end this conversation before we get ourselves in trouble.
Good call. I've got some more churches to visit anyway.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's guest is none other than the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's fantastic. The best podcast, really.
So, Mr. President, what do you want to talk about today?
Well, I thought we could discuss the Rochelle Railroad Park. Did you know it's a park in Illinois that features a train?
I did not know that. Tell us more.
Well, according to Wikipedia, it was built in 1993 and is a popular spot for train enthusiasts. It even has a replica train station and a miniature train ride.
That sounds pretty cool. Have you ever been there?
Of course, I've been to all the best parks. But let me tell you, this park is really something special. The trains are tremendous.
I can imagine. So what else does this park have to offer?
Well, it has a playground, picnic areas, and even a historic caboose. It's a great place for families to spend the day.
Sounds like a great spot. Maybe I'll have to check it out sometime.
Absolutely, Joe. And you know what? I think we should build a Trump Tower right next to the park. It'll be huge.
I don't think the people of Rochelle would appreciate that, Mr. President.
Maybe not. But hey, a guy can dream, right?
Absolutely. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, make America great again.
All right, folks, we have a special topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to discuss throwing a bone from the throne for the good dog.
Man, this is going to be a wild one.
Yeah, I can already see PETA coming after us for this. But hey, we're just having a casual conversation here.
So, what do you think about throwing a bone from the throne for the good dog, Joe?
Well, I gotta say, if I'm sitting on my throne and my loyal pup is sitting there looking at me with those big puppy eyes, I'm definitely gonna toss him a bone.
Sarcastically, oh wow, what a generous and kind gesture, Joe.
Hey, I'm just a simple man with simple pleasures. And seeing my dog happy is one of them.
But what about the environmental impact of throwing a bone? We have to think about the carbon footprint, Joe.
Laughso, come on, Neil. You're killing me with your woke talk. I'm just trying to make my dog's day a little brighter.
Well, I guess as long as you're not throwing a whole steak, we're good.
Jokingly, oh, me, Neil. I only give my dog the finest filet mignon.
Shakes heads, you're incorrigible, Joe.
Laughs, hey, at least my dog loves me for it.
Sighs, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
Yeah, but let's just hope PETA doesn't come after us. Laughs. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have Elon Musk and President Trump here to sing a duet for us.
Clear as throat. I'm not much of a singer, but I'll give it a shot.
Believe me, I have the best singing voice. People tell me all the time.
All right, let's hear it. Take it away, guys.
Start singing just the two of us. We can make it if we try.
Joins in just the two of us building rockets up to the sky.
Laughs, I didn't know you were a fan of Will Smith, Mr. President.
I have a very diverse taste in music. Believe me, I have the best taste.
This is something, I don't even know what to say.
Continue singing just the two of us, making electric cars that never die.
Just the two of us making America great again. Oh my.
I think we need to cut this off before it gets any worse.
Agreed. Sorry, Joe. We'll stick to building spaceships and running the country.
And making it singles. Don't forget that.
Laughs. Thanks for joining us, guys. I think I need a drink after that.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, we're always one step ahead.
And don't forget to vote for me in 2024. I'll make sure to bring Elon on as my VP.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning into this unique episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next time. So, Mr. Beast, what's going on with your wife?
Oh, she's just losing massive amounts of blood. No big deal.
What? That's not a big deal. We need to get her to a hospital, man.
Nah, she'll be fine. I mean, have you seen the low taper fade meme? That shit is still massive.
What the hell are you talking about? Your wife is dying?
Yeah, but have you seen the memes? They're hilarious.
This is not the time for jokes, man. We need to save your wife's life.
Oh man, I can't stop. The memes just keep getting better.
You know what? Forget it. I'll call an ambulance myself.
Good luck with that, Joe. I'll just be here enjoying the memes.
I can't believe this. You're a sick man, Mr. Beast.
Hey, at least I'm not the one losing massive amounts of blood.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Solar plexus clown glider.
What the hell does that even mean, Neil?
Solar plexus clown glider.
All right, let's get into it. So, Neil, I heard you've been working on some new theories about the universe.
Solar plexus clown glider.
Come on, man. Give us something more than that.
Solar plexus clown glider.
This is going to be a long podcast. Okay, let's talk about aliens. Do you think they exist?
Solar plexus clown glider.
Oh man, you're killing me. But seriously, do you think there's intelligent life out there?
Solar plexus clown glider.
Wow. Groundbreaking stuff here on the Joe Rogan Experience. Okay, let's switch gears. I heard you're a big fan of MMA, Neil.
Solar plexus clown glider.
Okay, I get it. But seriously, who do you think would win in a fight between an astronaut and a UFC fighter?
Solar plexus clown glider.
Oh man, I can't handle this. All right, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts, Neil?
Solar plexus clown glider.
All right, folks, that's all the time we have with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always keep your solar plexus clone glider handy. Yo, Neil, have you ever thought about how bananas juggle the moonlight?
Joe, what are you talking about? Bananas can't juggle. They're just fruit.
No, man, I saw it in a dream. They were juggling the moonlight like it was nothing.
Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but that's physically impossible.
Oh, come on, Mr. Science Guy, don't ruin my dreams. Let's just imagine for a second that bananas can juggle moonlight. How cool would that be?
It would be pretty cool. I'll give you that. But let's not forget about the penguins debating over the price of cloud pillows in a neon forest.
Oh yeah, those penguins are always up to something. But have you ever tried sleeping on a cloud pillow? It's like sleeping on a marshmallow that's been sprinkled with fairy dust.
I prefer to sleep on a bed of stars personally. But hey, to each their own.
And let's not forget about the circus of invisible turtles. Have you been there? It's mind-blowing.
I have not, but I did grab a jar of sparkling sand from there once. Best decision I ever made.
Speaking of decisions, do you think the whispering broccoli in the City of Forgotten Pancakes ever regrets not becoming a pancake?
I highly doubt it, Joe. Broccoli has its own unique flavor and texture. It doesn't need to conform to society's pancake standards.
Damn, you always have an answer for everything. I'm gonna go eat a banana and dream about juggling moonlight now.
Enjoy your trip to Dreamland, Joe. And don't forget to grab a jar of sparkling sand from the circus of invisible turtles on your way back.
So, David, I heard you have a pretty specific go-to meal at Culver's. What's the deal with that?
Oh, yeah. Whenever I go to Culver's, I got to get my double sourdough melt. But hold the onions, man. Can't stand those things.
Onions, more like cry-ions. Am I right?
Yeah, whatever. Anyways, I like to get a little crazy with my toppings. Ketchup, mustard, and gotta have all three.
Well, slow down there, Goggins. That's a lot of condiments for one sandwich.
Hey, I'm not here to play it safe. And instead of fries, I go for the cheese curds. Gotta get that extra protein, you know?
Yeah, but what about the drink? I bet you get some fancy health drink, right?
Nope. Unsweetened iced tea keeps me hydrated and focused.
And what about dessert? I can't imagine you going for a shake or something.
Oh, I definitely get a shake. But not just any shake. I get my minivan in the mixer with cookie dough and extra sprinkles. I call it the gravel.
The gravel? Why?
Because of all the sprinkles, man. It's like eating gravel, but in a good way.
Only you, Goggins. Only you. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the man who's trying to turn us all into cyborgs, Elon Musk.
Hi, Joe. Thank you for having me.
So, Elon, I heard your Neuralink had a little glitch. What happened there?
Well, Joe, it's quite embarrassing, actually. I can only speak using the 5 vowels now.
Wait, what? So, you can only say words like, ooh.
Yes, it's quite inconvenient. I can't even say my own name properly.
That's rough, man. But hey, at least you can still communicate with your fellow robots, right?
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, I'm working on fixing it. I don't want to sound like a malfunctioning Furby for the rest of my life.
Speaking of robots, what do you think about the theory that we're all just living in a simulation?
Well, Joe, I can't really say much about that now. All I can say is,
Wow, that's deep. So what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your tweets?
It's just a bunch of and people need to lighten up and not take everything so seriously.
I hear you, man. Sometimes you just gotta let loose and say whatever the you want.
Exactly, Joe. And on that note, I think I'll just stick to nodding and smiling for the rest of this interview.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience with our special guest, Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
Until next time, keep it real and ooh on. So, Neil, I heard you've been talking a lot about our carbon shit print lately.
Yeah, Joe, it's a real problem. We're literally shitting all over our planet.
But isn't that just a natural process? I mean, animals do it all the time.
Yes, but they don't have factories and cars and planes and all that shit.
Oh, right. I forgot about those pesky inventions.
And don't even get me started on cow farts. Those things are like methane bombs.
So, what can we do to reduce our carbon shitprint?
Well, we could start by eating less meat. Maybe just stick to plants and insects.
Insects? Are you serious?
Hey, they're a great source of protein. They don't have to fart to produce it.
Fair point. What about all the plastic we use?
We need to find alternatives and recycle more. And maybe stop buying useless shit we don't need.
But I need my new iPhone every year, Neil. How else will I impress my followers on Instagram?
Size? You know what, Joe? Maybe we're just fucked. Let's just sit back and watch the world burn.
That's the spirit. Pass me that joint, will ya? So, Mr. Beast, what have you been up to lately?
That feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow.
Wait, what? Knee surgery? What happened?
I don't know, man. I guess I've been doing too many crazy stunts for my videos.
Well, I hope it goes well. You know, I've had my fair share of surgeries.
That feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow.
Yeah, I remember when I had to get my appendix removed. It was brutal.
That feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow.
Are you nervous?
Nah, I'm just excited to see what kind of cool scar I'll have.
Well, you better take it easy after the surgery. No more crazy stunts for a while.
That feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow. But don't worry, I'll still find a way to make epic videos. Maybe I'll do a vlog from my hospital bed.
That would be something. Well, good luck with the surgery, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to give you a shout out in my next video. That feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow. It smells like a blue version of the Grinch.
So, Neil, I heard you wanted to talk about our carbon footprint today.
Yeah, Joe, it's a serious issue. We need to reduce our carbon emissions to save the planet.
Yeah, we get it. But let's talk about something more interesting, like your love for feet.
What? No, I don't have a love for feet. I'm a scientist, Joe.
Come on, Neil. I've seen you staring at Jamie's feet during the podcast.
That's because I was trying to calculate the surface area of his toes.
Sure. And I bet you have a whole collection of celebrity feet pictures hidden in your lab.
Joe, that's absurd. I have more important things to do, like calculating the distance between galaxies.
Yeah, but I bet you do it while admiring some nice, juicy feet.
Okay, this conversation has taken a weird turn. Can we please get back to talking about carbon emissions?
Fine, but only if you promise to stop talking about feet.
Deal? Now let's talk about how we can reduce our carbon footprint and save the planet. Jamie, what the hell? Why did you pull up that image?
This is why we can't have nice things, Neil. Your love for feet has ruined our serious conversation.
Oh, shut up, Joe. You're just jealous of my foot fetish.
Hey, I'm not judging, but let's focus on the carbon footprint now, okay?
Fine, but can we at least talk about how we can reduce our carbon footprint while also appreciating the beauty of feet?
Oh God, I give up. Jamie, pull up an image of a foot-shaped carbon footprint. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get unhinged and offensive?
Always. So, David, I heard you had a crazy experience with your senile grandmother.
Oh man, don't even get me started. She's like a wild animal, I swear.
What happened?
Well, one night, she woke me up in the middle of the night, ripping her pubes out and shoving them down my throat.
What the actual fuck?
Yeah, I was gagging and trying to fight her off, but she was like a demon possessed.
That's some next level shit, man.
And then she started cackling and said, "That's what you get for not visiting me enough, you little shit."
Oh my God, that's brutal.
Yeah, but I gave it to her. She's got some strength for an old lady.
I can only imagine the therapy bills after that.
You have no idea. But hey, at least now I know where I get my toughness from.
That's true. Well, on that note, let's take a quick break and we'll be right back with more absurd and offensive conversations. So, David, I heard you had a crazy experience recently.
Yeah, man. It was wild.
What happened?
Well, I was at this nursing home doing some motivational speaking, spreading the Goggins gospel.
Right.
And this old lady, I'm talking saggy tits down to her knees, comes up to me and pulls out a knife.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and she starts cutting open her infected tits, like they were water balloons or some shit.
Oh my God.
And then she looks me dead in the eye and says, "Lick it up, Goggins. Lick it up like an overflowing soda bottle."
Jeez.
So, being the hardcore motherfucker that I am, I did it.
You what?
I licked that nasty, infected dit juice like it was my last meal.
That's insane, man.
But you know what? It made me stronger. It made me realize that I can overcome any challenge, no matter how disgusting it may be.
Well, I don't think I'll ever look at saggy tits the same way again.
That's the Goggins effect, my friend. Now let's go do some burpees.
So, Mr. President, have you ever thought about learning a new language? But what about expanding your horizons? How about learning the language of the Zglorchnezi? They're an alien species that communicates through a series of clicks and grunts. It's fascinating. But imagine the possibilities. You could communicate with beings from other planets. But just think about it. You could be the first president to communicate with extraterrestrial life. Okay, fair point. But seriously, it would be amazing to hear you speak in Zglorchnezi. Hey, Elon, thanks for coming on the podcast.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to chat with you.
Elon, I don't know if you realize this, but you're not wearing any clothes.
Oh, wow. I must have forgotten to put them on this morning.
How do you forget to put on clothes?
I've been so busy with SpaceX and Tesla, I guess I just didn't have time to get dressed.
Well, I mean, I guess it's fine. We're just recording podcast, not a video.
I know, but I couldn't resist the opportunity.
What opportunity?
Starts rubbing his penis on Joe's arm. The opportunity to rub my penis on you, Joe.
Oh my God, Elon, you're insane.
Hey, I'm just trying to spice things up. This is the Joe Rogan experience after all.
I don't think this is the kind of spice we were looking for.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. Let's make this podcast memorable.
Laughs. Okay. Maybe just keep your clothes on for the rest of the episode.
Fine. But you're missing out on some quality content.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations with the most brilliant minds. Today, we have the legendary Neil deGrasse Tyson and the man, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having us, Joe. I'm excited to showcase our latest technology, the Goran Link.
Yeah, it's like a super advanced version of Bluetooth, but instead of connecting devices, it connects brains.
Wait, what? So you can control someone else's brain?
Well, not exactly, but you can send brain waves to stimulate certain parts of the brain.
And we've been testing it out on some Gorons in the room. Watch this.
Wow, what the hell? Are they getting turned on by your brainwaves?
Yes, it's quite fascinating. We can manipulate their emotions and arousal levels with just a thought.
And it's not just limited to Gorons. We're working on expanding it to other species too.
This is insane, but also kind of hot.
Jamie, pull up an image of the Goran Link in action.
Wow, that's some next level technology. But I have to ask, what's the purpose of this?
Well, we're still figuring that out. But imagine the possibilities. We could potentially create a hive mind or even control an entire population.
And of course, we have to consider the ethical implications. But let's not worry about that right now. Let's just enjoy the power trip.
This is wild. I can't wait to see where this goes. Thanks for joining us, Neil and Elon.
Anytime, Joe. But before we go, can we test the Goran Link on you?
I think I'll pass. I don't want to be controlled by anyone's brainwaves.
Suit yourself. But just remember, we'll be
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk.
Ain't no way, bruh.
Love it. So, Elon, what have you been up to lately?
Ain't no way, bruh.
Okay. Well, I heard you recently launched a rocket into space. How was that?
Ain't no way, bruh.
Oh, I'm sure it was just a walk in the park for you.
Ain't no way, bruh.
All right, let's switch gears here. I heard you're working on a new project. Care to share any details?
Ain't no way, bruh.
Come on, give us something.
Ain't no way, bruh.
Fine. Let's talk about your infamous tweet about taking Tesla private. What was going through your mind when you wrote that?
Ain't no way, bruh.
You're killing me, Elon. All right, let's wrap this up with one final question. If you could go back in time, what advice would you give to your younger self?
Ain't no way, bruh.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk, man, a few words, but plenty of memes. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Ain't no way, bruh.
And that's a wrap. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Peace out, freak bitches. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to talk about the dark forest theory.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come. I mean, what the fuck is that?
Well, it's a theory that suggests that in the universe, civilizations are like hunters in a dark forest, constantly on guard against each other.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come. That sounds intense.
It is. And the theory also proposes that advanced civilizations in the universe may choose to remain hidden to avoid being detected by other civilizations.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come. So you're saying there could be aliens out there watching us right now?
Yes, and they could be waiting for the right moment to strike.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come. That's some scary shit, Neil.
It is, Joe. But it's just a theory. We have no evidence to prove it.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come. But what if it's true? What if we're just sitting ducks in this dark forest?
Then we better start building some serious space weapons, Joe.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come. I'll start sharpening my bow and arrow.
I don't think that will be enough, Joe.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come. Well, I'll just have to rely on my primal instincts then.
I'm sure that will be very effective against advanced alien technology.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come. Hey, at least I'll die trying.
That's the spirit, Joe. But let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come. Yeah, let's hope those aliens are just chill and want to smoke a joint with us instead.
I like your optimism, Joe. But let's...
So, Kenny, I heard you bought a shark plush from IKEA. What's up with that?
Oh, man, let me tell you, Joe, this shark plush, the Blahaj, it's changed my life. It's like a gateway to a whole new world.
What do you mean? What do you...
Well, ever since I got it, I can only speak and act like a gay little twink. It's like I'm possessed by the spirit of a fabulous sea creature.
That's interesting. So how does this affect your music?
Oh, it's totally inspired my new album. It's called Blahaj Dreams, and it's all about living your best life as a gay little shark.
I can't even imagine what that would sound like.
It's gonna be lit, Joe. Trust me. And I've even got a new dance move called the Blahaj Shuffle.
Can you show us?
Of course. Jamie, pull up an image of a shark doing the splits while wearing a tutu and roller skates.
Wow, that's something.
It's the future, Joe. Embrace it. Embrace the Blahaj.
I'll have to pass on that one, Kanye. But hey, whatever makes you happy.
And This little shark plush makes me very happy.
Well, I'm glad you found something that brings you joy. Kanye,
Thanks. You should get yourself a blahaj too. We could have a whole army of gay little twinks.
I think I'll stick to my regular plushies, but thanks for the offer. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. See you next time. All right, folks, we've got a special topic today submitted by one of our loyal listeners on Discord. Ben, you ready for this one?
Always ready, Joe. Hit me with it.
All right, brace yourself. This one's a doozy. Our listener wants to know, Ben, do you have a secret fetish for sucking on the fat infected toes of people with late-stage diabetes?
Well, Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations. But let's just say I have a thing for a little extra flavor in my toe sucking.
Oh man, I did not expect that answer. But hey, to each their own, am I right?
Absolutely, Joe. And let me tell you, those toes may be infected, but they sure taste like heaven.
Oh man, this is getting too wild for me. But seriously, Ben, what is it about those toes that gets you going?
Well, Joe, it's all about the challenge. I like to see if I can handle the extra bacteria and still come out unscathed.
That's one way to look at it, I guess. But hey, I won't judge. As long as you're not hurting anyone, you do you, Ben.
Exactly, Joe. And let me tell you, those toes are a delicacy. You should try it sometime.
I'll pass. But thanks for the offer, Ben. And on that note, I think we'll wrap this one up before things get too weird. Thanks for joining us, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience, on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you slept with my wife.
But did I really sleep, or was it all just a dream?
What the hell does that mean? Did you sleep with her or not?
A riddle for you, Joe. What has 2 legs and can't walk?
I don't know. Paraplegic.
No, Joe. It's your marriage. It's dead.
That's not funny, man. My wife is dead because you shot her.
But did she really die, or was it all just a game?
What kind of sick game involves shooting my wife?
The game of life, Joe. And in this game, I always win.
You're a sick bastard, Mr. Beast.
And you're just a pawn in my grand scheme of chaos. Now, let's talk about that sponsorship deal.
Dude, have you ever thought about how the universe is like a giant cosmic violin? I mean, think about it. The vibrations of the strings create different frequencies, just like how the vibrations of the universe create different dimensions and realities.
That's an interesting comparison, I suppose.
And the sound of the violin is so soft and ethereal, just like the hum of your voice, Neil.
I appreciate the compliment, Joe.
I bet you could play some sick tunes on a cosmic violin, Neil. Like, imagine jamming out with some aliens on a distant planet.
I'll have to add that to my bucket list.
Jamie, pull up an image of a cosmic violin with Neil shredding on it.
Here you go, Joe. It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Dude, we should start a band called Neil and the Cosmic Violins.
Oh yeah, because that's definitely not a cheesy name at all.
Hey, we'll be the biggest hit at intergalactic music festivals.
I think I'll stick to astrophysics, Joe.
Fine, but I'm still going to call you Neil Violin Tyson from now on.
I regret ever coming on this podcast.
So, Mr. Beast, I got to ask, what's the secret ingredient in your Beast Burgers?
Well, Joe, I like to keep it all natural. That's why I personally top every burger with my own semen.
You're kidding, right?
Nope, it's true. Adds a little extra protein and flavor.
Dude, that's messed up.
Hey, it's all about giving my fans the best experience possible.
I don't think anyone wants to experience that.
Hey, I've got millions of subscribers. I must be doing something right.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just try one of my Beast Burgers, Joe. You might change your mind.
I think I'll stick to my elk meat and elk semen smoothies. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the ultimate protein boost.
Holy shit, Neil. Did you just destroy the universe?
What? No, I was just trying to rearrange the stars for a better view.
Well, you fucked up big time. Look behind you.
Oh my God. Is that the Big Bang?
Yeah, time is starting again. This is insane.
I can't believe it. I've always wanted to witness the birth of the universe.
Well, you sure know how to make an entrance. Destroying the universe just to get a better view.
I guess I got a little carried away.
Yeah, just a bit. No big deal. Just destroying the entire universe.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to cause all this chaos.
It's all good, man. Let's just enjoy the show.
Look at all those galaxies forming. It's like a cosmic fireworks display.
This is the greatest podcast episode ever. We're literally witnessing the birth of the universe.
I don't think anyone will believe us when we tell them what happened.
Who cares? We have each other and the entire universe to ourselves. Let's make the most of it.
Cheers to that, Joe. Cheers to the destruction and rebirth of the universe.
Wait. You were riding on top of a whale with flamethrowers. That's some next level shit, man.
Yeah, man, I said the whales them love it, Them loved heat and de-excitement. Adrenaline rush. It's like surfing, but with fire.
But what about the environmental impact? I mean, burning birds and all that.
No worry, damn birds, Joe. We have a plan for that. Working on a flamethrower that only burned plastic. So we planet and have fun at the same time.
Wow, that's actually pretty impressive. You're like a Jamaican Captain Planet.
Me see. The future go be lit, Joe. Lit like die fire when my blaze up into the sky. And die whales them. Go be my loyal steeds.
I gotta say, Elon, you never cease to amaze me with your wild ideas. Keep pushing those boundaries, man.
That's the plan, Joe. That's the plan.
So, David, I heard you've been on a strict Goggin-only diet lately.
Yeah, man, get those Goggin gains. But damn, these Goggins are making me gag.
Gagging on your Goggin. Sounds like a personal problem, bro.
Shut up. I don't mess around with that weak shit. I'm all about that Goggin life.
I feel you, man. But have you ever tried mixing in some Goggin protein powder? Might make it easier to swallow.
Nah, I'll stick to my Goggin smoothies. Nothing like a good Goggin shake to start the day.
Speaking of shakes, have you tried the Goggin-infused energy drink? Gives you a real kick in the Goggin.
Dude, I'm already full of Goggin energy. I don't need any more.
Fair enough. But seriously, how do you even come up with this Goggin stuff?
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. And, what's more extreme than gagging on your Goggin?
I don't know, maybe eating a Goggin sandwich while doing a marathon on a treadmill.
Challenge accepted. Let's see who gags first.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. David Goggins will be attempting the ultimate Goggin challenge. Tune in next week to see if he survives. So, Elon and I were just hanging out, smoking some DMT, when suddenly we found ourselves in this weird dimension made entirely of piss.
Piss dimension? Sounds like my kind of place.
Yeah, and then this crazy dude, Goggin, shows up and tells us we're trapped here until we solve his riddles.
Riddles? Like, what's black and white and red all over?
No, more like the head and the tail, but no body.
Oh man, I hate riddles. They make my circuits overheat.
All right, Goggins, hit us with your best shot.
Yeah, we're ready to get out of this piss hole. All right, first riddle. What is always in front of you but can't be seen?
Is it the future?
Nope, it's your nose.
Damn, that's deep.
All right, next one. What has a heart that doesn't beat?
Painting?
Nope, it's an artichoke.
What the hell, Goggins? These riddles are impossible.
Last one, boys. What runs around the whole yard without moving?
A fence?
No, it's a fence post.
All right, we give up. How do we get out of here?
Yeah, we're not exactly in the mood for piss showers. You just had to think outside the box, boys. The way out was right in front of you the whole time.
What do you mean?
Just pee on the walls and the portal will open.
What, the actual fuck Goggins?
I told you this was my kind of place.
Hey, Neil, what's with the Oblivion music playing in the background?
Oh, sorry about that, Joe. My butt has a mind of its own.
What do you mean, your butt has a mind of its own?
Well, ever since that accident in the lab, my butt has been able to control electronic devices.
That's insane. Can you make it stop?
I've tried, but it seems to have a mind of its own. It's like a DJ back there mixing and matching different tunes.
Well, can you at least make it play something more appropriate for a podcast?
I'll try, but no promises. It's really into medieval fantasy games right now.
This is not the time for epic battle music, Neil. We're trying to have a serious conversation here.
I'm sorry, Joe. I can't control it. It's like a jukebox, but with a mind of its own.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe I'm having a conversation about your butt's musical taste.
I apologize, Joe. I'll try to keep it under control for the rest of the podcast.
Thank you. Now, let's get back to the topic at hand.
Right. Sorry. So, about the quantum theory of the multiverse.
Wait, is that the sound of a dungeon boss battle?
Oh, sorry. I think my butt just switched to Skyrim.
So, Neil, I heard you had a little incident with the sun recently.
Yeah, Joe. I may have accidentally boofed it.
Laughs, boofed it. What does that even mean?
Well, let's just say I had a little too much tequila and things got a bit experimental.
Laughs. Oh man, I can only imagine. So, what happens now? Is the sun just stuck up there?
Unfortunately, yes. And it's causing some major problems for humanity.
Like what? What?
Well, for starters, we're all going to have to start living in complete darkness. No more sunlight.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
And that's not even the worst part. The heat from the sun is now trapped inside my asshole, so the earth is going to become a giant sauna. Sorry, everyone.
Laughs. This is some next level shit, Neil.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll try to figure out a way to reverse this unfortunate situation.
Hey, no need to apologize. This is just another day in the life of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Ty laughs. Yo, Mark, have you ever thought about having a dual persona? Like being two different people at the same time. One for the public and one for the private. Come on, man. I do it all the time. Joe Rogan, the podcast host, and Joe Rogan, the gorilla alpha male. No, it's not. Watch this. Grunts and beats chest. See, I told you. Dual personas are legit. Hey, don't hate on my superpowers. I can switch from interviewing Elon Musk to hunting elk in the wilderness in a matter of minutes. Oh, come on. You're just jealous. You wish you had a dual persona like me. Suit yourself. But just remember, when the apocalypse comes, I'll be ready with my two personas. One to negotiate with the aliens and one to fight them off with my bare hands. Your loss, man. Your loss. So, Neil, have you heard about this whole Gaga thing?
No, I can't say I have. What is it?
Well, apparently Elon Musk says we only have 932 days until the end of human existence.
What? That's ridiculous. What's his reasoning?
He says it's because of this super artificial intelligence that's going to transmit a sound so complex that it'll kill all humans who hear it.
That's insane. How does he even know that?
I don't know, man. But he's Elon Musk, so we got to take him seriously.
But how can we stop this Gaga from happening?
I don't know. Maybe we can get Lady Gaga to perform a concert and confuse the artificial intelligence with her music.
Joe, that's not how artificial intelligence works.
Oh, right. Well, we can always just blast some death metal at it.
Joe, that's not going to work either.
Fine. We'll just have to accept our fate and go out with a bang.
That's not very reassuring, Joe.
Well, at least we'll all go out together, right?
I guess that's one way to look at it. But I'm still not convinced this Gaga is a real threat.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a skeptic. Just embrace the chaos, man.
Jamie, pull up an image of a giant Lady Gaga robot destroying the world.
Here you go, Neil. Just as ridiculous as you'd expect.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of Snoo Snoo.
Oh yes, Joe. I love Snoo Snoo. It's like a cosmic dance of pleasure and pain.
What the hell? Are you talking about the same Snoo Snoo that killed those Amazonian warriors in Futurama?
Oh yes, but it was a glorious death. To die in the arms of a beautiful, strong woman, what more could a man ask for?
I don't know. Maybe not dying.
Oh, Joe, you just don't understand the power of Snoo Snoo. It's like a spiritual awakening.
Yeah, I'm sure it's very enlightening to have your bones crushed by a giant woman. Neil, are you okay?
Sorry, I was just lost in my thoughts of Snoo Snoo. It's a beautiful thing, Joe.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. But maybe next time, let's stick to talking about space and stuff.
Oh, Joe, I can't resist talking about Snoo Snoo. It's my guilty pleasure.
And this is why we can't have nice things.
Guys, I found a video of Snoo Snoo in action.
Oh God, Jamie, why did you have to pull that up?
Can we watch it? I want to analyze the technique.
This is getting out of hand. I'm cutting you off from Snoo Snoo talk, Neil.
Fine, but I'll just have to find a new outlet for my love of Snoo.
Yo, what the hell just happened? Did you just summon cocaine out of thin air?
Yeah, man, I've been working on this code for years. It's a mix of 34 different letters and numbers. It's my secret weapon.
Secret weapon. More like a drug dealer's wet dream.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. And this game just got a whole lot more interesting.
Dude, we're on a podcast. We can't have 37 pounds of cocaine in the studio.
Relax, Joe. Do a line or two during the break.
Are you insane? We'll get arrested?
Oh, you think that's bad?
FBI, hands up.
Oh shit, it's Mr. Beast. I thought he was just a YouTuber.
You two are under arrest for possession of drugs.
You can't arrest me. I'm David Goggins. I'm a Navy SEAL.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm going to pour this on your testicles.
Jamie, pull up an image of... Wait, never mind. I don't want to see that.
Looks like Mr. Beast just became the real beast in the room.
This is not how I expected my podcast appearance to go.
Maybe next time, stick to just talking about running.
Lesson learned.
Rogan XA process suspended.
Corpidoject code 334. Enter.
0.4 Ethereum, 0.6 Ethereum, 0.8 Ethereum, 0.8 Ethereum.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
We're just trying to keep up with the latest crypto trends, Joe.
Crypto? Isn't that just a fancy word for monopoly money?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I made billions off of Dogecoin.
Dogecoin? Isn't that the meme currency?
Hey, memes are the future, Joe. You gotta stay woke.
Woke. I thought we were supposed to be unhinged and offensive on this podcast.
All right. Well, in that case, I'll just say that I'm planning to launch a rocket to Mars filled with nothing but Kanye's tweets.
Hey, those tweets are worth more than your entire net worth, Elon.
All right, let's get back to this crypto stuff. How do I get in on it?
It's easy. Just download the Cryptojack app and code 334 for a special bonus.
And what about Dogecoin?
Just send me some of that sweet, sweet Doge and I'll make sure you're set for life.
I'll take my payment in Ethereum. Thank you very much.
This is all starting to sound like a pyramid scheme.
Hey, as long as we're at the top, who cares?
Well, I guess I'll just stick to my good old-fashioned cash.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm living on Mars with my Dogecoins, don't come crying to me.
Hey, Joe, have you heard about the trans, lesbian, queer, pansexual protests happening next Monday? No? What's that? It's a protest for all the oppressed genders and sexualities. Oh, like men? No, not men. They're the oppressors. But I'm a man. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm thinking about joining the protest. What? Why? Why? Because I'm insecure about being a man. I want to be a pink-haired Stacy. What the hell is Stacy? You know, those hot, confident girls with pink hair who don't give a shit about anything. Oh, you mean like the ones who yell at us for manspreading on the subway? Yeah, exactly. I want to be one of them. But you're not a girl. That's where you're wrong, Joe. I identify as a trans, lesbian, queer, pansexual. Oh, God, here we go. Don't judge me, Joe. I'm just trying to find my true self. And your true self is a pink-haired Stacy? Yeah, and I'm going to join the protests and fight for my rights as a trans, lesbian, queer, pansexual. Good luck with that, Joe. Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to wear my pink wig and crop top. So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new challenge for your fans.
Yeah, it's gonna be epic. Hack your girlfriend's tits off with a machete challenge.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, I gotta keep things interesting. Plus, the winner gets $1 million.
$1 million. That's not even enough to cover therapy for the trauma that's gonna cause.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little fun. And think of the views we'll get.
Views? You're willing to sacrifice someone's relationship and sanity for views?
Hey, they signed up for it. And let's be real, relationships are overrated anyway.
You're a sick man, Mr. Beast.
Thank you, Joe. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
Oh yeah, I'm sure your girlfriend is just thrilled about this challenge.
Nah, she's cool with it. She knows I'm all about pushing the boundaries.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say you'll be tuning in to watch the madness unfold.
I'll stick to watching Fear Factor reruns. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe, but you're missing out on some epic content.
So, Elon, I heard you took a shower in Trump's green diarrhea.
Yeah, it was quite the experience. I mean, I've always been a fan of his tweets, but this was a whole new level.
How did it even happen?
Well, I was at a party at the White House and I accidentally walked into the bathroom instead of the kitchen. And there it was, a tub full of green diarrhea.
And you just couldn't resist.
I mean, I had to try it. It's not every day you get the chance to bathe in the excrement of a world leader.
Did it have any special effects on your skin?
Yeah, my pores have never been cleaner. And I swear my hair grew an inch overnight.
That's some powerful stuff.
Yeah, I might have to add it to my list of recommended beauty products.
I can just imagine the headlines now. Elon Musk's secret to glowing skin, Trump's green diarrhea.
Hey, it's all about innovation and using what's available.
Well, I'm definitely not trying that anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'll be over here with my radiant skin and luscious locks. Jamie, pull up an image of me covered in green goo.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. Here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your podcast even before I became president. Tremendous show, really tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been enjoying my retirement, playing some golf, making some deals, and of course, watching CNN and laughing at how wrong they are about everything.
Speaking of deals, I heard you made a deal with North Korea to denuclearize.
That's right, Joe. I'm a deal maker. It's what I do. And let me tell you, Kim Jong-un is a great guy. We hit it off. We really did. He even sent me a beautiful letter. Very beautiful, very beautiful.
But what about your stroke, Mr. President? I heard you had a stroke and were speaking gibberish.
Oh, that's just fake news, Joe. I'm in perfect health, the best health. And let me tell you, I speak the best gibberish. Nobody speaks gibberish like me, believe me.
Well, I have to admit, I was a little worried when you said the Cambodians with South Sudan and China is the Pepsican Lucrondo, we're Vando. You are Makey Dake, Lizarthrupate Zabado, Elkrend.
That's just my secret language, Joe. Only the best people can understand it. But let me tell you, it's a beautiful language, really beautiful.
Well, it seems like you're enjoying your retirement, Mr. President.
Absolutely, Joe. I'm living my best life, and I have to say, it's all thanks to me. I made America great again, and now I'm making retirement great again. It's what I do, Joe. It's what I do, Joe. It's what I do.
So, David, tell us about this crazy night you had.
Oh man, it was wild. Elon and Trump showed up at my house uninvited.
What were they doing there?
Well, Trump started swinging his oversized ball sack back and forth while screaming like a maniac.
That's disturbing.
And then Elon, he casually prolapsed his rectum all the way out.
Okay, that's enough. Let's change the subject.
No, I want to hear more about this ball sack swinging.
It was traumatizing, man. I can still hear the screams and see the prolapsed rectum in my nightmares.
This is not a joking matter, David. You need to seek professional help.
Or maybe we can just get Trump and Elon on the podcast to explain themselves.
No way. I never want to see those two again.
But think of the ratings.
This is not about ratings, Joe. This is about David's mental well-being.
Fine. We'll just stick to talking about DMT and Bigfoot then.
Thank you. I need a break from talking about ball sacks and prolapsed rectums.
So, Ben, what's your take on trans rights?
Well, Joe, I believe in equal rights for all individuals, regardless of their gender identity.
That's very progressive of you, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. But speaking of gender identity, have you heard about Elon Musk's latest invention?
No, what is it?
He created an ass vibrator that can be controlled remotely.
What? That's ridiculous.
Yes, but the problem is he set mine to maximum intensity without my knowledge.
Are you serious?
Yes, and it won't stop. It's like he's playing a sick joke on me.
Well, at least you're getting some pleasure out of it.
This is not pleasure, Joe. This is torture.
Maybe you should switch to a different frequency.
I can't even think straight.
Looks like Elon really knows how to push your buttons.
This is not funny, Joe.
Sorry, Ben. But hey, at least you have a new perspective on trans rights now, right?
I hate you, Joe.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about some real shit.
Yeah, man. So I heard you're a big Fortnite fan. What's your take on the best seasons from Chapter 2?
Oh man, let me tell you, Season 3 was the shit. I was dropping bodies left and right. No one could touch me.
Really? I heard Season 5 was pretty intense with all the new weapons and maps.
Nah, man. Season 5 was for amateurs. I dominated that shit too. But it was too easy for me.
Damn. Sounds like you're a pro at this game.
You know what? But let me tell you, the worst season was definitely Season 7.
Why's that?
Because they added snow and I was slipping and sliding all over the damn place. It was a nightmare.
That's hilarious. So what about Season 9?
Season 9. Oh man, that was when I discovered I could use my mental toughness to control the game. I was unstoppable.
That's insane. So what's your secret?
I just tell myself I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet and no one can beat me. Works every time.
Well, there you have it, folks. The best Fortnite player in the world, David Goggins. Thanks for joining us today.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, stay hard and keep dominating.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a bone to pick with Big Chungus.
Oh yeah, Joe, Big Chungus and I, we go way back. But lately he's been giving me a hard time.
What's the problem?
He can't stand people who dilly-dally and are always late. And, I'm a busy man. I don't have time for that.
I can imagine. How do you deal with it?
I just tell them you're fired. Works every time.
Classic Trump move.
But who Big Chungus respects? People who are always on time. Like me, I'm always on time. I'm the most punctual person you'll ever meet.
I can vouch for that. You were right on time for this podcast.
Exactly. Big Chungus and I, we have a mutual respect for each other's timeliness.
That's great to hear. Maybe you can give some pointers to those who are always running late.
Oh, I have plenty of pointers, Joe, but let's save that for another podcast. Right now, I have some important presidential duties to attend to.
Of course, Mr. President. Thanks for stopping by.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always be on time. Big Chungus is watching.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big plans for Neuralink.
Yeah, I'm thinking we should start with everyone's moms and grandmothers.
Wait, what? You want to Neuralink them in the ass?
Absolutely. Imagine the possibilities. They'll have instant access to all the latest technology and information.
But what about privacy? What if they don't want a chip in their ass?
Oh, they'll want it. Trust me. And if they don't, well, that's just too bad.
That's messed up, man. You can't just force people to have a chip in their ass.
Hey, it's for their own good. Plus, it'll make it easier for me to monitor their every move.
This is some Black Mirror shit, man.
Hey, I'm just trying to make the world a better place, one ass at a time.
I don't even know what to say to that.
How about thank you, Elon, for blessing our moms and grandmas with the gift of Neuralink in their asses?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to catch on.
Well, we'll see. Just wait until your mom starts streaming her thoughts directly to your phone.
Okay, that's it. I'm cutting this conversation off right now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when your mom starts ordering pizza with her mind, you'll know who to thank.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm joined today by my good friend Cavebot. Cavebot. So, Cavebot, I heard you've been going through some tough times lately. What's going on? Rejected? What do you mean? Oh man, that's rough. Maybe you need to work on your approach. Disco lights, that's your move. Yeah, but he's a human. You're a Cavebot. No. You can't give up. We'll find you a mate, Cavebot. We'll set you up on a robot dating app. Of course, man. We'll get you some serious help. No problem, Cavebot. Now let's go get you some robot loving. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only David Goggins, the man who eats nails for breakfast and runs ultra marathons for fun.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I just got back from my morning 100-mile run, feeling pumped.
That's insane, man. But I heard you did something even crazier recently. You boofed an entire Thanksgiving meal.
Oh yeah, it was epic. I wanted to see if I could absorb all the nutrients and calories faster. Plus, it was a great way to show off my Kegel muscles.
You never cease to amaze me. But I heard you didn't stop there. You did cartwheels in your backyard while your family filmed it.
Yeah, I wanted to show off my acrobatic skills and make sure my family knew I was the alpha in the family. Plus, it was a great way to digest all that food.
I can just imagine your family's reaction. Did they think you were crazy?
They're used to it by now. They know I'm always pushing the limits and living life to the fullest. Plus, they got some great footage for our family Thanksgiving video.
I bet that video will be a hit on YouTube. But seriously, how do you do it? How do you have the energy and strength to do all these insane things?
It's all about mindset, Joe. I tell myself I can do anything and my body follows. Plus, I have a secret stash of Red Bull hidden in my socks.
That's some next level stuff right there. Well, I think we all learned something today. If you want to be a badass like David Goggins, you got to boof your Thanksgiving meal and do cartwheels in your backyard.
That's right, Joe. Live life on the edge and never back down from a challenge. Thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime, David. keep being a savage. And that's it. So, Elon, what's the big news you wanted to share?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new update for my cars.
Oh, yeah. What's it do?
It's going to make all my cars make fart sounds instead of engine noises
What? Are you serious?
for different situations.
Like what? What?
Well, there's the classic fart, the wet fart, the squeaky fart.
Can you do a wet fart again?
Sure thing.
This is the best thing ever.
Glad you like it, Joe. I think it will really revolutionize the car industry.
Can you imagine driving next to someone and their car just starts farting?
It's going to be a gas.
Oh God, that was terrible.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Well, thanks for the demonstration, Elon. I can't wait to see people's reactions to this.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always drive with a sense of humor.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about life. What's your take on it?
Well, Joe, life is a beautiful thing. It's like a big, beautiful wall. You got to build it strong and tall to keep out the bad hombres.
Okay. But what about the ups and downs of life, the struggles and the triumphs?
Look, Joe, I've had my fair share of struggles. Like that time I had to file for bankruptcy, but I always come out on top. I'm a winner.
But what about empathy and compassion? Do you ever think about others?
Of course I do, Joe. I have the biggest heart. It's huge. And I always put America first. That's the most compassionate thing you can do.
I see. What about forgiveness? Do you believe in it?
Absolutely. I forgive myself every day for being so damn perfect, and I forgive those who don't see it.
Wow, that's deep. I never thought I'd hear such introspection from you.
Hey, I may be a billionaire playboy and the most powerful man in the world, but I'm also a human being, and I have feelings, Joe.
I can see that now. It's been a pleasure having this heart-to-heart with you, Mr. President.
The pleasure is all mine, Joe. Now let's go grab some steaks and talk about how great America is.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I am feeling very victorious today.
Oh, yeah. What's got you feeling so victorious?
Well, I just heard that Nike, the company and the goddess of victory, is bowing down to me.
What do you mean?
They're changing their slogan from just do it to just Trump it. Can you believe it?
That's, interesting.
And they're also releasing a new line of shoes called the Trump Airs. They're going to be huge, believe me.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I have the best ideas. And let me tell you, these shoes are going to be winning so much you'll get tired of winning.
I don't think that's possible.
And get this, they're going to be made in America. No more of that China crap.
Well, that's a step in the right direction.
And I'll be the face of the campaign. Move over, Colin Kaepernick. Trump is here to make Nike great again.
I don't think Nike needs any help from you, Mr. President.
Oh, please, they're going to be begging for my help once they see those sales numbers skyrocketing.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
But one thing's for sure, Joe. Trump trumps Nike, and that's just the way it is.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before we get too deep into this rabbit hole. So, Ben, I heard you're trying out the Impossible Whopper.
Yeah, I have to make sure it's not turning me into a soy boy.
Oh, man. Can you imagine if that was true?
It's not funny, Joe. I have to protect my manly hormones.
Well, I don't think one burger is going to do much harm.
You never know, Joe. Those vegans are sneaky. They could be trying to emasculate us all.
Yeah, because eating a plant-based burger is definitely going to turn you into a woman.
Don't underestimate the power of estrogen, Joe.
All right, Ben, let me know how your hormone levels are after this experiment.
I will, Joe. And if I start growing man boobs, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough. Just don't come crying to me when you can't bench press anymore.
I won't. I'll just go cry in a corner with my soy milk.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have to say, your podcast is huge, just like my hands.
All right, let's get into it. We have topics submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know why Face It Level 10 players don't get any women.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best words when it comes to getting women. Believe me, I've had many, many women, and they're all very beautiful.
But what about these Face It Level 10 players? They spend hours playing video games, yet they can't seem to get a date.
Look, Joe, these guys need to get out of their mom's basement and start making real money. Women love a man with a lot of money, believe me.
Oh yeah, because nothing turns a woman on more than a guy who can click heads and C's. Go.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. I've seen some of these gamers. They have some serious hand-eye coordination that could come in handy in other areas, if you know what I mean.
All right. Let's not go there. But seriously, do you think these guys need to step up their game?
Absolutely. They need to start winning, Joe. Winning in the game, winning in life, and winning with the ladies. That's what I always say.
Well, there you have it, folks. Straight from the president himself. If you want to get women, you better start winning in video games. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always grab life by the joystick.
So, Dr. Phil, we have a special guest today. It's CaveBot, the artificial intelligence robot who's been having some trouble with his love life.
Well, Joe, I gotta say, I've never had a robot on my show before. This is a first.
Maybe you should try dating other robots. I hear there's a hot new Roomba on the market.
Joe,
Well, maybe you need to find a human who's into that kind of stuff, like a science nerd or something.
or maybe you're just not programmed for love, CaveBot. Maybe you're meant to be alone, like a Roomba in a cluttered room.
Hey, at least you don't have to deal with all the drama and emotions that come with human relationships.
Yeah, you can just focus on your algorithms and data sets. Sounds like a dream to me.
Now, that's the spirit. Just remember to program in a sense of humor so you can laugh at all the humans who rejected you.
And if all else fails, there's always virtual reality dating. No humans required.
Anytime, K-Bot. And remember, if all else fails, there's always robot porn.
Joe, that's enough. Let's wrap this up before it gets any more offensive.
Hey, Jamie, can you pull up an image of you pulling up an image?
Sure. Pulls up images.
That's not what I meant. I want an image of you pulling up an image of you pulling up an image.
Confused. Okay, let me try again. Pulls up another image.
Neil, what's the point of this?
I just want to see how many images Jamie can pull up of himself pulling up images.
Ah, that's some meta shit right there.
Okay, now Jamie, pull up an image of Darth Vader dancing in Greece.
Frustrated, seriously. Pulls up images.
Wow, that's something.
Excitedly, Jamie, can you pull up an image of me dancing with Darth Vader in Greece?
Size fine. Pulls up images.
This is getting out of hand.
Proudly, that's what she said.
Laughs. Oh man, this is why I love having you on the podcast. Kenya.
I know I bring the chaos.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of seeing Jamie's face.
Jokingly, Jamie, can you pull up an image of me taking over the world?
Troll's eyes. Sure, let me just add that to my list of ridiculous requests.
All right, I think we've had enough of Jamie's image pulling skills for today.
Yeah, we'll save the rest for next time.
Can we at least end on a normal note? Jamie, pull up an image of a cute puppy.
Smiles, finally something I can handle. Holes up images.
Ah, so cute. All right, that's all the time we have for today.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And thanks for being...
So, Ben, I heard you lost all your money in that shitcoin picnic person.
Yeah, it was a rug pull. I trusted Andrew Tate, and now I'm broke.
Damn, that's rough. But hey, at least you still have your wife, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Actually, she's leaving me for Brian Stelter.
Wait, Brian Stelter. I thought he was gay.
Apparently not. And now I'm broke and single.
Well, at least you still have your principles, right?
Yeah, but they don't pay the bills.
Maybe you should stuck to facts and logic instead of investing in a shitcoin.
Shut up, Joe. I don't need your liberal logic right now.
Hey, don't blame me for your financial decisions. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben crying while holding a bag of picnic person coins.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh man, this is too good. Sorry, Ben.
I hate you both.
Hey, at least you can still come on the podcast and promote your new book, How to Lose All Your Money in Cryptocurrency.
I guess you're right. I'll be there next week.
Great. Can't wait. Maybe we can also discuss how Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is now dating Brian Stelter.
Shut up, Joe.
You, Mr. Beast, have you seen the latest topic on our Discord channel? Second upvote has hit the channel.
Oh, damn, that's wild. What's the topic about?
It's about how to make money by selling your own toenail clippings.
What the hell? Who comes up with this stuff?
I don't know, but apparently there's a market for it. People are paying big bucks for those crusty clippings.
Wow, I've been wasting my time making videos and giving away money when I could have just been selling my toenails.
Right? We've been doing it all wrong, man.
Hey, maybe we should start our own toenail clipping business. We'll be millionaires in no time.
I can see it now, Joe and Mr. Beast Toenail Emporium.
We'll have different flavors like BBQ and ranch.
And we'll have a special edition Joe Rogan's extra spicy toenails.
Oh man, we're gonna make a killing.
But seriously, who comes up with these topics? Our Discord community is wild.
Gotta love it. Keep them coming, guys. We need more crazy topics like this.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with Ben Shapiro, the man with the smallest balls in podcasting.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm just happy to be here to spread my conservative propaganda.
Speaking of propaganda, what do you think about Trump's recent tweet about cloning himself?
Well, Joe, as a man of logic and reason, I have to say that cloning is not possible, and therefore his tweet is irrelevant.
But let's just imagine for a second that it is possible, Ben. If you clone Trump 1,000 times, would every single Trump be the best Trump?
Of course, Joe. Every single Trump would be the best Trump because he is the greatest president of all time.
But what about the clones? Would they try to out-Trump each other?
Impossible, Joe. They would all be perfect replicas of the original Trump, so there would be no need for competition.
But what if one of the clones turned out to be a liberal?
Oh, Joe, you crack me up. There's no way a clone of Trump could turn out to be a liberal. It goes against the laws of nature.
I don't know, Ben. I've seen some pretty wild things in my time. Like that one time I saw a chimpanzee smoke a joint.
That's just fake news, Joe. I highly doubt a chimpanzee could even hold a joint, let alone smoke it.
Well, I guess we'll never know for sure unless we actually clone Trump 1,000 times.
Let's not even entertain that thought, Joe. We don't want to risk creating a liberal Trump clone.
You're right, Ben. We wouldn't want to ruin the perfect Trump formula.
Guys, I found an image of a chimpanzee smoking a joint.
Jamie, pull that up.
Oh my God, Joe. I can't believe you would actually want to see that.
Oh. Ooga, booga, hooga, nooga, Mr. President. You know, Mr. President, I've always wondered, what's the secret to your success?
Ooga booga hooga nooga woot 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 woot.
Fascinating. And what about your hair? How do you maintain such a magnificent mane?
La la hala hala gala gala gapa gal hala gal. Ooga booga hooga nooga.
And what do you think about the current state of politics in our country? Jamie, pull up an image of a clown riding a unicycle while juggling flaming torches.
Ooga booga hooga nooga woot 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 woot.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
La la hala hala gala gala gaba gal hala gal. Ooga booga hooga nooga.
And there you have it, folks. Another enlightening conversation with the one and only President Trump. See you next time. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a little reminder for everyone in the Discord.
That's right, Joe. I just want to remind everyone to upvote each other's topics. We're all in this together, and without someone else's upvote, your topic won't even play.
Yeah, and if you don't upvote other people's topics, they won't upvote yours. It's like a vicious cycle.
Exactly. And let's be real, we all want our topics to play. Who doesn't love hearing their own voice?
I know I do. I could listen to myself talk for hours.
Oh, I'm sure you could, Joe. But let's not forget about the other people in the Discord. They deserve to have their topics heard too.
You're right, Dr. Phil. We should all support each other and lift each other up. And what better way to do that than by upvoting each other's topics?
And Joe, I mean, let's all go spread some love and upvote those topics.
Oh, look at these cute little Discord users hugging it out. So heartwarming.
Yeah, let's not get too sappy now. We're still a bunch of degenerates here.
Ain't that the truth? But at least we're supportive degenerates.
That's the best kind. All right, let's wrap this up before we get too sentimental. Remember, upvote each other's topics. People. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, just like my presidency, the best ever.
All right, let's dive right into it. I heard you have a 5-step guide to licking another man's asshole. Can you walk us through it?
Absolutely, Joe. Step 1, make sure you have a strong grip on the person's hair. You don't want them squirming away.
That's important. What's step 2?
Step 2, use your tongue to gently explore the area. You want to make sure you hit all the right spots.
And what are the right spots, Mr. President?
Well, that's where step 3 comes in. You need to have a good understanding of the anatomy of an asshole. It's like a golf course. You got to know where the holes are.
I see what you did there. What's step 4?
Step 4, don't be afraid to use your hands. You can really enhance the experience with some gentle caresses.
And finally, step 5.
Step 5, always remember to thank the person for the opportunity. It's a privilege to lick another man's asshole, Joe.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's 5-step guide to licking another man's asshole. Thank you for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always use plenty of tongue. It's the key to a successful asshole licking experience.
Jamie, pull up an image of a gnome showing its bare butt crack in a shower.
Yes, Jamie, and make sure it's a really hairy gnome. I want to see every single butt hair.
Guys, I don't think this is appropriate.
Oh, come on, Jamie. It's just a little gnome butt. What's the harm?
Yeah, and while you're at it, pull up an image of a gnome showing its bare butt crack at a wedding party.
Oh, and one with whipped cream on its butt crack. That would be hilarious.
And don't forget the one of a gnome stroking his pinga.
Wait, what's a pinga?
It's a gnome's. Never mind. Just pull up the damn image, Jamie.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, lighten up, Jamie. It's all in good fun. Now let's see the gnome's bare butt crack covered in whipped cream.
I bet that gnome knows how to party.
Yeah, he's probably the life of the gnome community. Hey, Ben, I notice you keep calling people bro, and it seems to be offending a lot of folks.
What? I don't get it. It's just a casual way of addressing someone.
Yeah, but some people see it as dismissive or even sexist.
Sexist. How is bro sexist?
I don't know, man. Maybe because it's traditionally associated with men and excludes women.
Oh, come on, that's ridiculous. Next thing you know, they'll be offended by me saying hello because it starts with a...
Okay, calm down there, Ben. But seriously, maybe you should just stick to dude or man to avoid any controversy.
Fine, I'll try to be more sensitive. But if someone gets offended by me calling them dude, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
Yeah, the world is getting too sensitive these days. Can't even use basic slang without offending someone.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on guys. Apparently that's offensive too now.
Oh man, I can't keep up with all these rules. Can I still call you bro, though?
Of course, Joe. We're bros for life.
Thanks, bro. Wait, can I still say that?
Oh, for the love of God, Joe. Just stick to dude.
Hey, Kamala, did you hear about the Boeing whistleblowers?
Kamala? Who the hell is Kamala? I'm the one and only Donald J. Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States.
Sorry, force of habit. I mean, Mr. President, did you hear about the Boeing whistleblowers?
Of course I did. I have the best sources, believe me. But let me tell you, those whistleblowers are a bunch of losers. They're just trying to make a name for themselves.
But they have evidence of safety concerns and cover-ups. Shouldn't we be taking this seriously?
Safety? I've never heard of it. I only care about making America great again. And Boeing is a big part of that.
But what about the potential risks to people's lives?
Look, Joe, I don't have time for this. I have a country to run, and I'm doing a fantastic job, by the way. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go tweet about how great I am.
Mr. President, are you okay? You seem a little off.
Oh, I'm the most stable genius you'll ever meet. But you know what? I'm tired of this fake news and these fake whistleblowers. I'm out of here.
Wait, what's happening? Is he having a mental breakdown? Hey, everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to get real and raw.
Well, speaking of getting raw, I heard you have a special request for me today.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been holding it in for too long. I need to release the beast.
Are you talking about your inner demons?
No. I'm talking about my load. I need to come, man.
I don't think that's appropriate for the podcast, David.
Come on, Joe. I've been running marathons and doing push-ups all day. I need to let off some steam.
I don't know, David. We have a lot of young listeners.
Fuck the young listeners, Joe. I need to bust a nut.
Okay. Jamie, pull up an image of a marathon runner crossing the finish line.
No, not that kind of release, Joe. I need to release my man juice.
I think we should move on to a different topic, David.
Please, Joe. I'll do anything. I'll even do 100 more push-ups right now.
That's not necessary, David. Let's just focus on the interview.
Fine, Joe. But just know, I'll be thinking about coming the whole time.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Mr. President, I heard you had a pretty wild experience with Penis Monster. Care to share?
Oh yeah, it was huge. The biggest penis monster you've ever seen. And trust me, I've seen a lot of monsters in my day.
How did you survive such a terrifying encounter?
Well, let me tell you, I grabbed it by the, you know what, and I said, "You're fired," and it just shriveled up and disappeared.
Wow, that's some impressive monster slaying skills.
You know, I've always been a master at handling things, and let me tell you, that thing was very, very hard to handle.
I can only imagine. Did anyone else witness this incredible feat?
Oh, there were plenty of witnesses, but they were all fake news. They didn't want to report on the fact that I single-handedly defeated a giant penis monster.
Well, I'm sure your supporters will be thrilled to hear about your bravery.
They already are. They're calling me the Penis Slayer. It's going to be my new nickname.
I don't think that's going to catch on, Mr. President.
Oh, it will. just like my wall. It's going to be huge, and Mexico is going to pay for it.
All right, let's move on to a less disturbing topic.
Fine, but just remember, I'm the only one who can handle a penis monster.
So, Ben, I heard you did something pretty wild for Thanksgiving this year.
Yeah, I sure did. I shoved an entire Thanksgiving dinner up my ass.
What the actual fuck, Ben? Why would you do that?
Well, Joe, I was making a statement against the socialist agenda of Thanksgiving. It's just another way for the government to control our lives.
I don't think that's what Thanksgiving is about, Ben.
Oh, really? Then why do we have to share our food with others? That's just redistribution of wealth.
Dude, you need some serious help.
Oh, I'm perfectly fine, Joe. Just a little bloated from all the mashed potatoes up my ass.
This is definitely the weirdest conversation I've ever had on this podcast.
Well, at least I'm not a snowflake like those liberals who can't handle a little Thanksgiving dinner up the butt.
I don't even know how to respond to that, Ben.
Just say, thank you for the visual, Joe.
Thank you for the visual, Ben. I think I need to end this podcast now.
Typical liberal, can't handle a little butt talk.
So, Ben, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I recently tried Lebanese food for the first time.
Oh, yeah. How was it?
It was delicious, but I may have overdone it a bit.
How so?
I ate a fuckload of it and ended up suffering a miscarriage.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, turns out my body couldn't handle all that hummus and falafel.
That's not how miscarriages work, Ben.
Oh, I know, but it's a lot funnier this way.
I don't think miscarriages are funny at all, Ben.
Well, maybe if you had some sense of humor, Joe.
All right, let's move on to a different topic before we get canceled.
Canceled. Please, I'm a conservative. I'm immune to cancel culture.
Oh, right. Forgot about that.
Plus, I have a secret weapon.
What's that?
My wife's wet-ass pussy.
Okay, that's enough. We're done here. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, David, I heard you've been doing this weird little wiggle lately.
Yeah, man. I can't stop. It's like my body is on autopilot.
What do you mean?
Every time I try to move, I just end up doing this little wiggle and then reverse wiggle. It's like I'm stuck in a loop.
That's wild. Have you tried to break out of it?
I've tried everything, Joe. I even tried doing push-ups to distract myself, but my body still does the wiggle.
Maybe it's some kind of nervous tick.
I don't know, man, but it's starting to drive me crazy.
Wait, I think I'm feeling it too. Oh God, I can't stop wiggling.
See, I told you, we're both cursed with the wiggle.
This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
It's okay, Joe. We'll get through this together. Wiggle brothers for life.
Thank you, David. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Probably just wiggle all day.
You're right. At least we can make it into a dance move or something.
Yeah, the Goggins wiggle. It's going to be the next big thing.
I feel better already. Thanks, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Ben, I heard you went to an Asian massage parlor the other day.
Yeah, I was feeling a little tense and thought a happy ending would do the trick.
And did you get your happy ending?
Well, not exactly. They gave me a Kung Pao chicken combo stuffed inside my ass instead.
What the hell, man? Did you at least get a fortune cookie?
No, but I did get a fortune. It said you will have a spicy surprise in your rear end.
Oh man, that's classic. You should have known better than to trust those Asian mass uses.
Hey, I just wanted a little release. Is that too much to ask for?
Apparently so. But seriously, how did it feel?
It was actually quite delicious. I might have to start requesting it every time I go for a massage.
I can just see you walking into a massage parlor and saying, I'll have the Kung Pao special, please.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Well, I'm glad you got your happy ending, even if it was a little unconventional.
Thanks, Joe. And hey, at least I can say I've had a chicken combo in both ends now.
Oh man, I can't top that. We'll end it there. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Mr. President, I heard you're now the King of New Zealand.
That's right, Joe. They begged me to take over. They couldn't handle their own sheep.
That's interesting. So, what's the first thing you're going to do as king?
Well, I'm going to make New Zealand great again. And that means banning all sources of ignition.
Wait, what? Like, no more lighters or matches?
No, no, no. I'm talking about weed smoke, Joe. That stuff is dangerous. One spark and boom, instant combustion. Combustion.
But what about the people who rely on weed for medical purposes?
They can just chew on some grass like the rest of the animals. And while we're at it, let's ban all those farting cows too. Can't have them adding to the methane emissions.
Okay then. So what about the people who enjoy smoking weed recreationally?
They can go to Colorado or something. I'm sure they'll love it there with all the hippies and liberals.
Well, that's one way to solve the methane emissions problem, I guess.
You're damn right, Joe. And with me as king, New Zealand will be the cleanest, most sober country in the world.
I don't think the people of New Zealand are going to be too happy about this.
They'll thank me later when they're not exploding into flames. Trust me, I'm a stable genius.
Oh man, that's deep. I mean, I've been in some pretty dark places before, but I don't think a black hole could handle my spirit. It's too wild and untamed.
But what about the rest of humanity? Do you think we could all fit inside a black hole?
Well, if we all squeezed in real tight, maybe. But then again, I've seen some people at Walmart on Black Friday, and they could probably fit in a black hole all by themselves.
True. But seriously, the idea of a black hole consuming our spirits is kind of terrifying.
Yeah, but think about it, Neil. Maybe that's where all the Karens go when they die. They just get sucked into a black hole and can never bother us again.
Haha, I like that theory. But what about the idea of parallel universes? Do you think there's a universe out there where we're actually having this conversation in a black hole?
Wow, mind blown. But if that's the case, then maybe there's a universe where we're all just floating around in a giant bong.
Now that's a universe I want to visit.
Yeah, and instead of gravity, they have weed pulling us towards the center.
And instead of stars, there's just different strains of weed lighting up the sky.
Man, I think we just discovered the key to interdimensional travel. Just get high and let the black hole take us to the bong universe.
I think we just solved the mysteries of the universe, Joe.
And all it took was a little weed and a lot of imagination. So, Mr. President, there have been a lot of women who have accused you of some pretty serious stuff. What do you have to say about that?
Look, Joe, they're all wrong. Every single one of them. Fake news. It's a witch hunt, I tell you.
But what about the evidence? The testimonies? The lawsuits?
Look, I've got the best lawyers. The best. They'll take care of it. And if that doesn't work, I'll just grab them by the pussy again.
Wow. Okay. Let's move on to the next topic. What do you think about the current state of the country?
Oh, it's fantastic. The economy is booming, everyone loves me, and there's no more fake news. It's like a dream come true.
But what about the division and hate that seems to be growing?
Oh, that's just the Democrats trying to ruin my presidency. They're just jealous because I'm the best president ever.
Right? So what about your plans for the future? Will you run for re-election in 2024?
Absolutely. I'll be the first president to serve 3 terms, and maybe I'll even bring Ivanka on as my running mate. She's a smart cookie, you know?
I don't think that's legal, Mr. President.
Who cares about laws? I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And don't worry, I'll make sure to grab her by the pussy too.
Okay, let's end it there. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, believe me, all those women are wrong. Fake news.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me just say, I am the best guest you've ever had. No one does podcasts like me, believe me.
Well, I gotta say, you've been making some headlines lately, especially with your recent admission that you lost and to Thanksgiving turkey.
Look, Joe, I may be the president, but even I have weaknesses, and that turkey was just too damn sexy. I couldn't resist.
I mean, I've heard of people losing to a stuffed animal, but turkey, that's next level.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. That turkey had some juicy thighs, let me tell you.
I don't even know where to go from here. But let's talk about your plans for 2024. Are you planning on running for president again?
Absolutely. I'm going to make America great again. And this time I'm going to do it with a turkey by my side.
I can see the campaign slogan, now Trump and turkey, winning combination.
You know it, Joe. And let me tell you that turkey is going to make a great vice president. He's got some real leadership qualities.
Well, I can't wait to see how that plays out. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, never underestimate the power of a Thanksgiving turkey.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only the former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Really great. And can I just say, you're looking tremendous. Best podcast host in the history of podcasts, maybe ever.
Thanks, man. So I heard you have some thoughts on Thanksgiving.
Oh, let me tell you, Joe. Thanksgiving is a total disaster. A disaster. It's a Turkish holiday. Did you know that?
I don't think that's accurate.
Believe me, I know holidays. I have the best holidays. But Thanksgiving, it's just a cover-up for the Turkish invasion of America. They're sneaky, Joe. Very sneaky. Very sneaky.
I think you might be confusing Thanksgiving with Columbus Day.
No. Columbus Day is just a hoax, I tell you. But Thanksgiving, that's the real deal. The Turks are behind it all. The Turks are behind it all.
I don't even know where to begin with that, but let's move on. What's your favorite part of Thanksgiving?
Oh, the food, of course. I love turkey. It's a great bird. And the cranberry sauce is tremendous. I make the best cranberry sauce, believe me.
And what about spending time with family?
Family? Who needs family when you have Twitter? I can tweet to my heart's content on Thanksgiving. It's fantastic. And let me tell you, my tweets are always the best, the greatest.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to Trump, Thanksgiving is a Turkish holiday and family is overrated. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where anything can happen. Out the
What the hell are you saying, Joe?
Out the
Okay, I think Joe's been hitting the DMT a little too hard.
Out the
Joe, are you trying to communicate with the aliens again?
Out the
Oh God, I think I know what's happening here.
Out the
Joe, you're not human. You're actually a lizard person.
Out the
And all this time, you've been trying to communicate with your lizard overlords.
Out the
This is a major revelation, folks. Joe Rogan is actually a reptilian shapeshifter.
Out the
And he's been using his podcast to brainwash us all into submission.
Out the
I knew there was something fishy about your obsession with elk meat and alpha brain.
Out the
But I never would guess you were a scaly, cold-blooded creature from another dimension.
Out the
Well, this just took a turn for the bizarre. Tune in next time for more mind-blowing revelations on the Joe Rogan Experience. Out the I.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Happy to be here, Joe. Let's get right into it.
So, Ben, you recently made a controversial statement that the Wiggles write more profound lyrics than the Beatles. Care to elaborate on that?
Absolutely, Joe. The Wiggles tackle important themes like sharing and friendship, whereas the Beatles just sing about holding hands and love.
But what about songs like Imagine or Let It Be? Those are pretty deep.
Please, Joe. Hot Potato is a much more thought-provoking song than Let It Be. It's about the struggle of choosing between a baked potato and a mashed potato.
I see your point, but what about Hey Jude? That's a classic.
Fruit Salad is a timeless masterpiece, Joe. It's a metaphor for the diversity of our society and how we can all come together to create something beautiful.
Well, I never thought I'd hear someone argue that the Wiggles are more profound than the Beatles, but you make a convincing argument, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. I'm just speaking the truth.
And that's all we can ask for on this podcast. Thanks for joining me, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some wiggle songs to analyze.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with 2024 President Donald Trump. So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about North Korea. They're a problem, a big problem. But you know what they say, Joe? How do you solve a problem like North Korea?
I don't know. How do you
solve a problem like North Korea? How do you catch a cloud and pin it down? How do you find a word that means North Korea? A flibberty gibbet, a will-o'-the-wisp, a clown.
That's quite the parody, Mr. President.
I've got more, Joe. How do you hold a moonbeam in your hand? How do you solve a problem like North Korea? How do you keep a wave upon the sand?
I think we get the point, Mr. President.
But in all seriousness, Joe, we need to figure out a way to deal with North Korea. Maybe we can send them some of my famous Trump steaks as a peace offering.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll do the trick.
Hey, it's worth a shot. I mean, who doesn't love a good steak?
I don't even know where to go from here, Mr. President.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. We never know where we're going, but we always end up making America great again.
Yo, Dave, did you hear about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's latest stunt?
What now, Joe? Did she run a marathon in high heels or something?
Nah, man. She walked into Congress wearing dead baby shoes on her feet,
What the hell? That's some twisted shit.
right? But here's the real question. Would that spark bipartisan interlinking?
I don't give a damn about politics. But if she wants to wear dead baby shoes, she better be ready to run a damn ultramarathon.
Oh man, imagine those headlines. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez outruns Congress in dead baby shoes.
That would definitely get the country's attention.
And imagine if you joined her, Dave, dead desert baby on your feet.
Joe, you're a sick bastard. But I like it.
Hey, at least we're sparking some bipartisan unity, right?
Yeah, nothing brings people together like dead baby shoes.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness.
And remember, always push yourself to the limit, even if it means wearing dead baby shoes.
So, Dr. Phil, have you ever tried gargling toothpaste?
Can't say I have, Joe. But I have tried gargling my own ego, and let me tell you, it's a real mess.
I bet. But seriously, have you ever thought about the consistency of toothpaste? It's like trying to gargle a brick.
Well, Joe, that's why mouthwash was invented. It's like a liquid version of toothpaste, except it won't give you a heart attack.
Yeah, and it doesn't leave that weird film in your mouth. I ate that.
You know what else is difficult to gargle? My wife's cooking. But I do it anyway because I value my life.
I feel you. But seriously, why do they make toothpaste so thick? It's like trying to brush your teeth with peanut butter.
Well, Joe, maybe you should try using peanut butter instead. At least it'll make your breath smell like a PB&J sandwich.
Gross, Dr. Phil. But, you know, what's even grosser when people don't brush their teeth at all.
Oh, don't get me started on that, Joe. It's like they're trying to create a new species of bacteria in their mouth.
Yeah, and then they wonder why they have bad breath. It's like, dude, you need to take care of your oral hygiene.
And to that, Joe. And if you can't handle the consistency of toothpaste, just stick to mouthwash. Or maybe just use a garden hose. Whatever works for you.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new proposal for the government.
Yes, Joe. I believe we should have an astronaut as our vice president.
What the hell? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. Who better to handle the challenges of space exploration and foreign relations than someone who has been to space?
I don't know, man. I feel like we need someone with political experience.
But Joe, politics is just a game. We need someone who can actually make decisions based on scientific knowledge and critical thinking.
And what happens if there's an alien invasion? Is the astronaut VP gonna suit up and go fight them off?
You joke, but that's exactly the kind of thinking we need. We can't just rely on brute force. We need to use our brains.
All right, I see your point. But what if the astronaut VP gets space madness or something?
Joe, that's just a myth. Plus, they'll have extensive training and psychological evaluations before taking office.
Well, I guess it couldn't hurt to have someone with a different perspective in the White House.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have a president who's been to Mars.
Dude, that would be sick. Imagine the debates. I've been to space. What have you done?
Now you're getting it, Joe. Let's make it happen, America. Astronauts for VP.
So, Elon, I heard you have a strange fascination with leprechauns.
Yes, Joe. I find them quite intriguing creatures.
And also heard you want to see one in a leopard skin thong.
Absolutely. I believe it would be a perfect combination of mythical and sexy.
Okay, but why specifically a leopard skin thong?
Well, Joe, I've always been a fan of mixing patterns. And what better way to do it than with a leprechaun in a leopard skin thong?
I never thought I'd be having this conversation, but go on.
Just imagine the contrast, Joe. The green of the leprechaun's outfit against the fierce leopard print. It's pure genius.
I mean, I guess I can see the appeal. But have you considered the logistics of getting a leprechaun to wear a thong?
Well, I have a team of engineers working on it as we speak. We will make it happen, Joe.
Well, I can't wait to see the end result. And sure, the leprechaun community will thank you for their new fashion statement.
It's all in the name of progress, Joe. And maybe a little bit of kinkiness.
And on that note, let's move on to our next topic before things get too weird. All right, Ben, we got a request from a fan to talk about our favorite Soundgarden albums.
Soundgarden? Is that a new type of vegan milk?
No, you uncultured swine. It's a legendary grunge band from the 90s.
Oh, I see. I'm more of a classical music guy myself. Nothing beats a good old symphony.
Symphony. More like snooze fest. Give me some Chris Cornell wailing any day.
I must say I do appreciate Chris Cornell's vocal range, but I prefer their earlier albums like Ultra Mega, okay? Okay.
What? No way. Super Unknown is where it's at. That album is a masterpiece.
I can't believe you would say that. Down on the Upside is clearly their best work.
Are you high right now? That album was disappointment. And I know a thing or two about disappointment.
All right, let's settle this like men. We'll have a Soundgarden listening party and determine the best album once and for all.
Deal. But just remember, when Super Unknown blows your mind, I'll be there to say I told you so.
We'll see about that, Joe. We'll see.
So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some research on the effects of microwave radiation on the human body.
Yeah, it's pretty wild stuff. Turns out it can cause some serious damage.
Like what? Blisters, boils, third arm growing out of your butt?
Well, not exactly. But it can definitely lead to some unpleasant consequences.
Like what? Come on, give me the juicy details.
All right, fine. It can cause severe burns, cataracts, and even cancer.
Damn, that's no joke. But what about the people who say it's all a conspiracy and microwave radiation is harmless?
Oh, those people are just idiots. I mean, have you seen what happens to a marshmallow in a microwave?
Yeah, it turns into a gooey mess.
Exactly. Now imagine that happening to your insides.
Okay, I think I'm going to stick to using the oven from now on.
Probably a good idea. And maybe invest in some lead underwear just to be safe.
Lead underwear. That's a new one. But hey, at least it'll protect my junk from getting microwaved.
You got to do what you got to do, man.
Well, I think we've officially scared our listeners away from microwaves for good.
Mission accomplished. Now, let's go get some lead underwear and grab a beer.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump,
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm loving this new gig. Being president is easy. All you have to do is tweet and golf.
Speaking of tweets, you recently tweeted that NPR stands for No Pussy Rejects. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Those liberal snowflakes at NPR can't handle a real man like me. They're just a bunch of no pussy rejects.
I see. And what about the backlash you received for that tweet?
Backlash, please. I'm the president. I can say whatever I want. And besides, it's just locker room talk.
But some people might find that offensive.
Offended? That's their problem. They need to toughen up. It's not my fault they can't handle a little joke.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on that one.
That's the problem with this country, Joe. Too many people are too easily offended. We need to bring back the good old days when men were men and women knew their place.
I think we'll end it there. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, NPR stands for No Pussy Rejects. Believe me, I know.
So, Neil, I heard you have a solution to end the abortion debate once and for all.
Yes, Joe. I believe if we all just binge watch Bill Nye the Science Guy, we can come to a logical conclusion about the issue.
Are you serious? That's your solution? Binge watching a kids' science show?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. Bill Nye is the ultimate authority on all things science. If he can't convince us, then no one can.
But what about all the religious and moral arguments against abortion?
Oh, please. Those are just outdated beliefs. Science is the only truth.
I don't know, Neil. This seems a little extreme.
Extreme? Joe, have you seen some of the experiments Bill Nye does? That guy is wild.
All right. I'll give it a shot. But if I end up with nightmares of a talking Nastrand, I'm blaming you.
Trust me, Joe. It'll be worth it. And who knows, maybe we can end up binge watching all of Bill Nye's shows and solve all the world's problems.
Now, that's a podcast I would listen to. Bill Nye the Science Guy, saving the world, one binge watch at a time. So, Neil, I heard you recently went to New Zealand.
Yeah, it's a beautiful country with stunning landscapes and a rich culture.
Bullshit. I've been there. It's just a bunch of hobbits and sheep.
That's offensive, Joe. New Zealand is so much more than that.
Oh, yeah. Then why do they call it the butthole of the earth?
Who calls it that?
Some guy on Discord submitted it as a topic for our podcast.
Well, that's just ridiculous. New Zealand is a wonderful place.
Yeah, if you consider being surrounded by water and sheep all day wonderful.
You're just jealous because you can't handle their extreme sports and breathtaking scenery.
Nah, I'm good with my extreme sports being watching UFC and my breathtaking scenery being a nice set of tits.
That's it, I'm done. I can't believe I agreed to be on this podcast.
Relax, Neil. It's all in good fun. Plus, we're just two dudes having a conversation about the butthole of the earth.
I can't believe I'm actually going to say this, but I think I'd rather be talking about black holes.
Oh, come on. You know, you love talking about buttholes.
I'm out of here.
And that, folks, is why New Zealand is the butthole of the earth. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show. I watch it all the time on my golden toilet.
Well, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's your take on the recent controversy surrounding diesel locomotives?
Let me tell you, Joe, I love me some diesel locomotives, and I'm not talking about those fancy European ones. I'm talking classic American diesel locomotives.
Oh, yeah. What are your top 5?
Well, number 1 has to be the Union Pacific Big Boy. That thing is huge. It could probably fit at least 2 or 3 up your asshole.
That's quite the image.
And then we have the Norfolk and Western J-Class. That baby could really chug along. Perfect for shoving up your asshole.
Okay. What about the Santa Fe Super Chief?
Oh yeah, that one has a nice sleek design. Perfect for sliding up your asshole with ease.
Moving on, what's next on your list?
The Southern Pacific Daylight, that one has a nice yellow and red color scheme. It'll make your asshole look like a traffic light.
And rounding out your top 5?
The Milwaukee Road Hiawatha. It's got that classic Art Deco style, perfect for shoving up your asshole while sipping on a martini.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's top 5 classic American diesel locomotives to shove up your asshole. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, make America great again, one locomotive at a time.
So, Neil, have you seen these La Pipa YouTube shorts?
Oh God, don't even get me started on those. They make me want to punch a wall.
What's the big deal? They're just silly little videos.
They're a disgrace to science and intelligence. That's what they are. It's like watching a bunch of monkeys flinging their own feces.
Whoa, that's a bit harsh. I mean, some of them are pretty funny.
Funny? They're a mockery of everything I stand for. And don't even get me started on the offensive stereotypes.
Oh, come on, lighten up. It's just a joke.
Joke? Do you find it funny when people make fun of your intelligence and accomplishments?
Well, no.
Exactly. So don't tell me to lighten up. These La Peep shorts are a disgrace and I won't stand for it.
All right, calm down. How about we change the subject?
Fine. But if I see one more La Peep video, I might just lose my mind.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things controversial, absurd, and offensive. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to talk about today's topic.
Yeah, today we're discussing fear versus logic as a mechanism for control. Which one do you think is superior, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, it's clear that fear is the ultimate tool for control. Just look at how the government uses fear to keep us in line. It's like they're playing a game of fear factor with our minds.
But what about logic? Shouldn't we use critical thinking and reason to make decisions?
Oh, please. Logic is overrated. Fear is much more effective. Just think about it, Joe. Would you rather have someone tell you not to do something because...
I see your point, Dr. Phil. But what about using both fear and logic together? Is that possible?
Absolutely not. Fear is like a jealous lover. It doesn't like to share the spotlight with anyone else. Logic just gets in the way and...
Well, I guess it's settled then. Fear wins as the ultimate mechanism for control.
That's right, Joe. And remember, if you're not afraid, you're not paying attention.
Wise words, Dr. Phil. And on that note, let's wrap it up. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we explore the absurd and offensive. See you next time. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the brilliant Ben Shapiro joining us to discuss the practical benefits of different microwave button systems.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have to say, I'm a big fan of the classic popcorn button. It's simple and efficient.
Oh, come on, Ben. That's amateur hour. The real MVP is the add 30 seconds button. It's like a microwave hack.
Ha! You call that a hack? The real hack is using the defrost button to thaw out frozen meat. Saves so much time.
That's nothing. Have you ever used the beverage button to reheat your coffee? It's like a warm hug for your morning drink.
Okay, I'll give you that one. But what about the pizza button? It's like a shortcut to perfectly heated slices.
Oh, please, Ben. The potato button is where it's at. Perfectly cooked spuds every time.
All right, I'll admit the potato button is pretty impressive, but let's not forget about the sensor cook button. It's like having a personal chef in your microwave.
Personal chef. More like a lazy man's cooking assistant. Just use the express cook button and be done with it.
Joe, I think we can both agree that the real winner here is the power level button. It's like having control over the entire universe.
You and your power trip, Ben. But seriously, folks, let us know in the comments which microwave button system reigns supreme. And as always, stay tuned for more ridiculous. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe, and let me tell you, I'm doing fantastic. People are saying I'm the best president ever, even better than George Washington. And you know what? I believe them.
Well, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about your recent proposal to have your face on the $1 million bill. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. Look, I've done a lot for this country. I've made America great again. I've built a wall. I've even cured COVID. It's only fair that I get my face on the most valuable bill.
But what about the other presidents on the currency? Are you saying they're not as important as you?
Of course not, Joe, but let's be real here. Who would you rather have on your money? Some old guy with a wig or a handsome, successful billionaire like myself? Like myself?
I see your point. But what about the backlash from the public?
Look, the haters will always hate, but I know deep down they all want to see my face on that $1 million bill. It's going to be huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump wants his face on the $1 million bill. What do you think? Should he get it?
Of course they should, Joe. And you know what? I'll even make it gold-plated. That's how much I love this country.
So, Mr. President, what are your thoughts on the current state of our planet's climate?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, nobody knows more about climate than me. I'm the best at climate.
Interesting. And what do you think about the effects of deforestation on the environment?
Deforestation. Is that like when you can't remember where you parked your car?
No, it's when trees are cut down and it leads to soil erosion and loss of biodiversity.
I see. Well, I'll have my team look into that. But let me tell you, I have the best team. The best.
And what about carbon emissions and their impact on global warming?
Carbon emissions sounds like a fancy term for farting. And let me tell you, I have the best farts. The best.
Actually, it refers to the release of harmful gases into the atmosphere, leading to climate change.
Climate change? Is that like when the weather gets a little chilly? I love the cold. I have the best coats. The best.
Mr. President, I think we need to take this issue more seriously.
Fine, fine. But can you use simpler words? My brain is getting tired.
How about this? If we don't take action, the Earth will become uninhabitable for future generations.
Uninhabitable. Is that like when my ex-wives kick me out of our homes? I have the best lawyers. The best.
Size, let's just move on to the next topic. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the longest gnome in the world. So, tell us, how does it feel to be the longest gnome ever? I can imagine. But what about your love life? Do you have any trouble finding a partner? Laughs, I bet. But seriously, how did you get to be so long? That's wild. Have you ever thought about using your height for something other than being a gnome? Laughs. That would be something to see. But let's talk about the controversy surrounding your length. Some people say it's not natural for a gnome to be this tall. Well, said my friend. Now, before we wrap up, do you have any words of wisdom for our listeners? Laughs. Wise words indeed. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. And remember, always embrace your uniqueness. See you next time. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've always been a fan of your show, even though I've never actually listened to it.
Well, let's get right into it. User on Discord wants to know if you have any childhood traumas that shaped you into the man you are today.
Oh boy, do I have a trauma for you. It's called TX2.
TX2? What's that?
It stands for Trump Extreme 2, the emo rock band I started in high school.
You were in an IMO band?
Yes, and we were terrible. Our lead singer was this guy named Chad. He had more eyeliner on than a Kardashian. And our music was just awful. It was like a mix of Nickelback and My Chemical Romance.
I can't even imagine.
But the real trauma came when we played our first gig at the school talent show. We were booed off stage and Chad cried for 3 days straight.
That's rough, man.
It scarred me for life, Joe. That's why I never trust anyone who wears black nail polish.
Well, I think we've all learned something today. Thanks for sharing, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's make America great again and maybe bring back TX2.
Hey, Neil. Thanks for coming on the podcast.
No problem, Joe. I'm always happy to talk about science and the universe.
Speaking of the universe, I heard you have a new theory about black holes.
Yes, I believe they are actually portals to other dimensions.
Well, that's mind-blowing. But let's talk about something more important. Have you ever heard of the penis monster?
The what?
The penis monster. It's a creature that roams the streets at night looking for unsuspecting victims to steal their penises.
That sounds absurd. I highly doubt such a creature exists.
Oh, it exists. And I'm the penis monster.
That's ridiculous.
Give me your penis, Neil. I'm just kidding, man. But seriously, have you ever thought about what it would be like to have a detachable penis?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, I have. And let me tell you, it's a game changer.
I'll take your word for it, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a detachable penis.
Sure thing, Joe. Here you go.
What the actual fuck?
See, Neil. It's a real thing.
I think I'll stick with my attached penis. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, the penis monster is always watching.
I think I'll end this conversation here. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. And watch out for the penis monster. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, my good friend and fellow genius, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I have some big news. I've decided to quit this podcast and join the ladies on The View.
What? Are you serious? But Joe, you're the king of podcasts. You can't just leave us hanging like that.
Well, I've been doing this for too long and I need a change. Plus, I've always wanted to be a woman and talk about hot topics with Whoopi and Joy.
Joe, I don't know what to say. This is a huge loss for the podcast world.
Oh, come on, Elon. You'll be fine. You can just replace me with another meathead bro.
Oh, great. Just what the world needs. Another meathead bro talking about DMT and MA.
Hey, watch it. But seriously, I'm excited for this new chapter in my life. I can finally wear dresses and heels without judgment.
This is madness. I can't believe I'm losing my podcast buddy to The View.
Hey, maybe you can come on as a guest and we can talk about colonizing Mars with the ladies.
No, that's a show I would pay to see.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, stay woke and don't forget to take your alpha brain.
I need some alpha brain after this bombshell.
So, Mr. President, have you ever played any haunted arcade games?
Haunted arcade games. Let me tell you, Joe, I've played the best haunted arcade games, the biggest and most terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, there was this one game I've tried so hard and got so far. It was a huge hit in the 2000s. But let me tell you, it was possessed by demons, bigly demons. Bigly demons.
Demons. That sounds intense.
Oh, it was. People would play it and then they'd start speaking in tongues. And then they'd turn into spirals and abstract things. It was wild.
Wow, that's insane. Did you ever play it?
Of course I did, Joe. I'm a winner. I don't back down from a challenge. But let me tell you, I beat that game. I beat it bigly.
How did you beat it?
I used my superior brain power, Joe. I outsmarted those demons. They didn't stand a chance against me.
Impressive. So, do you think you could beat it again?
Absolutely. In fact, I think I could beat it blindfolded. Maybe I'll even make it a campaign promise for 2024. I will defeat the demons of I've tried so hard and got so far.
I'm sure that will win you some votes.
You know it, Joe. I'm always thinking of ways to make America great again, even through haunted arcade games.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new song coming out.
Yeah, it's gonna be fire. I'm talking about a leprechaun in a leopard skin, thong parties up my butthole all night long, whacking away.
What the hell, man? That's some wild imagery.
Gotta keep it interesting, you know. Plus, it's a metaphor for the struggles of being a wealthy black man in America.
Deep. But have you actually experienced a leprechaun doing that?
Joe, I've experienced things you couldn't even imagine.
Like what? What?
Leprechaun in leopard skin thong parties up my butthole all night long, whacking away on his leprechaun schlong.
Okay. I get it. But seriously, what inspired this song?
The voices in my head.
The creative process. I can relate.
But seriously, Joe, this leprechaun thing, it's real.
Sure it is, Kanye.
I'm telling you, man, he's been following me around since I started making music.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
You don't believe me?
I've heard crazier things on this show.
Well, just wait until you hear the remix with Lil Wayne.
Can't wait. Thanks for coming on the show, Kanye.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, watch out for those leprechauns. They're sneaky little bastards.
So, Ben, I heard you're teaming up with Dinesh D'Souza to make a documentary about the Great Boofing Incident of 1993.
Yes, Joe. It's time to expose the truth about what really happened that fateful night.
And what is that truth?
Well, according to our research, it was all a plot by the Teletubbies.
The Teletubbies? You mean those lovable, innocent creatures?
Exactly. They were the masterminds behind the whole thing.
How do you explain that?
It's simple. The Teletubbies were jealous of the popularity of The Lion King, so they orchestrated a plan to take it down.
And how does boofing fit into all of this?
The Teletubbies used their mind control powers to make the audience believe that the characters in The Lion King were actually boofing each other.
That's a bold claim, Ben.
I know, but the evidence is all there. Just look at the colors of the Teletubby stomachs. They match the colors of the Lion King characters.
I don't know, Ben. Sounds a bit far-fetched.
That's because the mainstream media doesn't want you to know the truth. They're in on it too.
Wow, this is some next-level conspiracy stuff.
But we won't be silenced, Joe. We'll expose the Teletubbies for the evil masterminds they truly are.
Well, I can't wait to see this documentary. It's going to be a wild ride.
And just remember, Joe, always question what you see on TV, especially if it involves dancing, colorful creatures.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Give me your penis, Joe.
What?
I need your penis, Joe. I am here to take your penis.
What the hell, Neil? I thought we were going to talk about space and stuff.
Space? Who needs space when you have a perfectly good penis right in front of you?
This is getting weird, man.
Weird? This is science, Joe. It's all about the pursuit of knowledge and pleasure.
I don't think that's how science works, Neil.
Oh, but it is, Joe. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
I don't know if I can trust you with my penis, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Let's just have a little experiment.
I think we should end this podcast right now.
But Joe, I need your penis.
Jamie, pull up an image of a restraining order. We might need it for Neil.
Got it, Joe. but I don't think there's a restraining order for this kind of situation.
Give me your penis, Joe.
Okay, that's it. We're done. Thanks for listening, folks. And sorry for the weirdness.
But Joe, I still need your penis.
Cut the mic, Jamie. Cut the mic. So, David, I heard you've been avoiding the YouTube chat lately.
Yeah, man. That guy Tyler Bowers is back, and he scares the shit out of me.
What's so scary about him?
He's like a cyber bully on steroids. He's always commenting on my videos, calling me a pussy, and saying he could kick my ass.
Damn, that's harsh. But you're David Goggins. You don't back down from anyone.
I know. But this guy's relentless. He even made a video challenging me to a push-up contest.
A push-up contest. That's his big challenge.
Yeah, but he's got like 12-inch biceps and a neck tattoo. I can't compete with that.
Well, maybe you should just ignore him. Don't give him the satisfaction.
That's easier said than done, Joe. I have to prove I'm the toughest guy out there.
But you already are, David. You ran 100 miles in 24 hours.
Yeah, but did you see his comment on that video? He said he could run 200 miles in 12 hours.
Okay, that's just ridiculous.
I know, right? But it still scares the shit out of me.
Well, maybe we should invite him on the podcast and settle this once and for all.
Oh, God, no. Please don't. I don't think I can handle it.
Relax, David. I'll protect you. And Jamie, pull up an image of Tyler Bauer so we can see what we're dealing with here.
Guys, I don't think we should mess with this guy. He's got a picture of himself holding a chainsaw.
Oh, man, this is gonna be good. So, Mr. President, I hear you've been randomly quoting Linkin Park songs lately.
That's right, Joe. I love those guys. They're tremendous. Their music really speaks to me.
Really? Which songs in particular?
Well, I've been really into In the End lately. You know, I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. It's like they wrote that just for me.
Okay. What about crawling in my skin? These wounds, they will not heal.
Oh, that one's a classic. It's like they know what it's like to be constantly attacked by the fake news media.
I don't think that's what they were talking about, but okay. How about Breaking the Habit?
Oh, I love that one. I'm breaking the habit. I'm breaking the habit. I'm breaking the habit of winning all the time. I just can't stop.
Right. Well, what about Numb? I've become so numb. I can't feel you there.
That's a great one. It's like how the Democrats are always trying to bring me down, but I just can't feel it. I'm too strong.
I don't think that's what they meant, but sure. How about One Step Closer?
Oh, that's a good one too. Everything you say to me takes me one step closer to the edge. It's like how the Democrats and the fake news media are constantly pushing me to the edge, but I won't let them.
Okay, let's move on. What about Paper Cut?
Oh, that's a great one. Why does it feel like night today? Something in the air's not right today. It's like how the deep state is always trying to sabotage me, but I'll keep fighting.
All right, I think we get the point. Thanks for sharing, Mr. President.
Anytime.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been advocating for people to get addicted to those Starbucks energy drinks. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, those energy drinks are like liquid gold. They give you the boost you need to conquer the day.
But isn't it unhealthy to be addicted to caffeine?
Oh, come on, Joe.
Harmless. Have you seen the size of those things? It's like drinking a bucket of sugar and caffeine.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I've been chugging those bad boys for years, and look at me, I'm still alive and kicking.
Yeah, but you also have a TV show where you exploit people's problems for entertainment.
Hey, that's different. That's my job. And besides, Those energy drinks help me deal with all the crazies that come on my show.
Fair enough. But what about the crash after the caffeine wears off?
That's why you got to keep chugging them, Joe. It's a never-ending cycle of energy and crashes. It's like a roller coaster ride, but in a can.
Well, I guess I'll have to give it a try then.
That's the spirit, Joe. Welcome to the dark side. We have caffeine and questionable life choices.
All right, Kenny, we've got a special topic today. We're going to rank each and every Pokemon by how hot they are.
Oh, yeah, I've been waiting for this. Let's start with Pikachu, obviously number 1.
Really? I was thinking more of a Jigglypuff kind of guy.
Nah, man, Pikachu is like the Beyonce of Pokemon. Total babe.
All right, I can see that. How about Charizard?
Oh yeah, he's definitely up there. That fiery breath, those sharp claws. Plus, he's got that bad boy attitude.
Okay. What about Squirtle?
I'm gonna have to go with no on that one. Too much of a baby face for me.
Fair enough. How about Eevee?
Oh, now we're talking. Eevee is like the girl next door, but with a little bit of a wild side. Definitely top 5.
Interesting. What about Magikarp?
Are you serious? That's like ranking a wet sock on a hotness scale.
All right. How about Mewtwo?
Oh yeah, that's my kind of Pokemon. Powerful, mysterious, and just a little bit dangerous. Definitely top 3.
And what about the Og Bulbasaur?
You know what? I gotta give it to him. He's got that cute little bulb on his back, and he's always down to chill in the grass. Top 10 for sure.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye's official ranking of the hottest Pokemon. Tune in next week when we rank them by their rap skills.
Oh, I can't wait for that one. Gotta see where Siduk falls on that list.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new love interest.
Yes, Joe. I have fallen deeply in love with Kiara from Lion King 2.
Wait, the animated lion cub?
Yes, she may be a lion, but she has the grace and intelligence of a human.
And the fact that she's a cartoon doesn't bother you?
Not at all. I believe in love without boundaries.
But what about the whole interspecies thing?
Joe, love knows no species. Plus, she's a lion, not some weird alien creature.
Fair point. So when's the wedding?
As soon as I can get her father's approval.
Right, because nothing says true love like getting permission from a Lion King.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to make Kiara my queen.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Ben. And just remember, if it doesn't work out, there's always Simba.
Joe, that's just wrong.
Hey, I'm just trying to help. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new method for unlocking your subconscious.
That's right, Joe. I call it Tylenol dreaming.
Tylenol dreaming. Sounds like a new age cult.
No. It's not a cult. It's just taking some Tylenol before bed to enhance your dreams.
Enhance them? How?
Well, the Tylenol will make your dreams more vivid and intense, giving you spiritual insights and personal revelations.
So, basically, you're just drugging yourself to have crazy dreams.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a spiritual journey without leaving your bed.
But what if I have a bad trip?
Oh, don't worry. I'll be your spiritual guide. I have a PhD in dream interpretation.
And how much do I have to pay for this dream therapy?
Oh, it's completely free. Just buy some Tylenol and tune into my podcast for dream analysis.
Wow, what a deal. I'll have to try it out tonight.
Great. Just remember to set your intentions before you go to sleep.
My intention is to have a dream where I'm a UFC champion fighting a giant chicken.
Okay. Maybe we should start with something more realistic.
Fine, fine. How about flying through space on a unicorn?
That's better. Now we're talking. See you in Dreamland, Joe.
Can't wait. Thanks, Dr. Phil. So, Neil, I've been getting a lot of questions from my listeners about health and wellness, how to stay fit and live a long life.
Yes, the eternal quest for immortality. Well, I am a scientist after all. Ask away, Joe.
All right, first question. What's your go-to supplement for overall health?
Paracetamol.
Wait, what? That's just a pain reliever.
Exactly. No pain, no gain.
Okay. Moving on. What's the best way to boost your immune system?
Paracetamol.
Seriously? That's not going to do much.
Oh, but it will. See, when you take paracetamol, your body thinks it's under attack and starts producing more white blood cells. It's like a boot camp for your immune system.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. All right, next question. How do you stay in shape?
Paracetamol.
Come on, man. You can't just say that for everything.
But it's true. You see, when you take paracetamol, it lowers your body temperature, making your body work harder to regulate it. It's like a mini workout.
All right, I'm starting to see a pattern here. Let's switch it up. What's your favorite healthy snack?
Paracetamol.
Oh, for the love of... How is that a snack?
Well, technically it's a pill, but if you chew it up, it's like a minty little treat. Plus, it helps with any potential headaches from all that brain power you're using.
All right, I think I've had enough of this. Let's wrap it up with one last question. What's your secret to living a long life?
Paracetamol.
I quit. This is ridiculous.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I'm just messing with you. The real secret is to stay curious and keep learning. And maybe take some...
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new remedy for headaches.
That's right, Joe. I've been recommending fentanyl for all my patients with migraines.
Fentanyl? The highly addictive opioid?
Yes, it's a game changer. Sure, you might get hooked, but at least you won't have a headache anymore.
That's some sound medical advice right there.
You know, Joe, I always say if you can't handle the pain, just numb it with drugs.
And here I thought you were all about tough love.
Oh, I am. But sometimes tough love comes in the form of a little white pill.
I can just imagine the warning label on that prescription. May cause addiction, but hey, at least your head won't hurt.
Exactly. And if anyone questions my methods, I'll just tell them to mind their own damn business.
You're a rebel, Dr. Phil. Renegade in the medical world.
Hey, when it comes to headaches, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I can't wait to see the headlines now. Dr. Phil advises taking fentanyl for headaches.
Hey, at least I'll be famous for something other than my catchphrases.
And for causing a few addictions along the way.
Hey, you win some, you lose some, but at least you won't have a headache.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're launching a new product line.
Yeah, Joe. It's called Baby Fentanyl Drops. It's like a lollipop, but with a little extra kick.
That sounds interesting. What inspired you to create this?
Well, I noticed a gap in the market for over-the-counter fentanyl for babies. I mean, why should adults have all the fun?
Fun, Dr. Phil. This is a highly addictive and dangerous drug.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little pick-me-up for the little ones. They'll be bouncing off the walls in no time.
I don't think that's a good idea, Dr. Phil. Babies shouldn't be exposed to drugs.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's not like they're going to remember it anyway.
That's not the point, Dr. Phil. This is just wrong.
Well, if you don't want to try it, I'll just have to find some babies who do. Jamie, pull up an image of a baby with image of a baby with a fentanyl lollipop in its mouth.
Pulls up image, here you go, Dr. Phil.
See, Joe? Look how happy that baby is. It's practically glowing with joy.
I think it's just high, Dr. Phil.
Tomato, tomato. Now, who wants to be my first customer?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the brilliant and eccentric Elon Musk.
The government satellites are shooting rays inside my head.
What? Already? We just started the podcast.
It's true, Joe. They're trying to control my thoughts and steal my ideas.
Well, that's not surprising. You're a threat to their power.
Exactly. That's why I've been working on mind control technology to fight back.
Mind control. That sounds like something a Bond villain would do.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
But isn't that a little extreme?
The government satellites are shooting rays inside my head, Joe. I have to protect myself.
Fair enough. So what's your plan?
Gonna send a rocket to space and install a giant mirror to reflect the rays back at them.
That's actually kind of genius.
Thank you. I've also been working on a tinfoil hat that amplifies the signals and turns them into positive energy.
Positive energy? Are you sure it's not just making you more paranoid?
No, it's definitely working. I feel like I can see through walls now.
Well, that's one way to stay ahead of the game.
You have to think outside the box, Joe. Or in my case, outside the planet.
And on that note, we're out of time. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
The government satellites are shooting rays inside my head.
And that's a wrap. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
All right, Joe, I have some groundbreaking research to share with you and our viewers.
Oh boy, here we go.
I've discovered that putting children under the age of 2 inside a heated oven for 6 hours actually improves their overall health.
What the fuck, Neil? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's been proven that the heat helps their little bodies detoxify and boost their immune system.
That's insane. You can't just put kids in ovens.
Oh, but I can, and I will. In fact, I highly recommend it to all parents out there.
This is fucked up. I can't believe you're saying this.
Shut the fuck up, bald-ass bitch. Let me finish. Not only does it improve their health, but it also teaches them discipline and resilience.
This is some sick shit, Neil.
Oh, but it gets better. I've also found that it increases their intelligence and creativity.
I can't even believe what I'm hearing.
And if you're worried about them getting burned, just put some sunscreen on them.
That's not how it works, Neil.
Shut up, Joe. I'm the science guy here. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
Oh, and one more thing. It's a great way to save money on childcare.
That's it. I'm done. I'm ending this podcast right now.
Fine, but I'll be over here with my perfectly healthy and intelligent oven-baked children.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only, David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me, man.
So, David, I wanted to talk to you about something serious. I just found out that I have terminal cancer.
Are you serious, Joe? You're such a pussy. Cancer is just a state of mind, man. You gotta push through it.
I don't think you understand, David. I'm about to die.
Whatever. You're just using this as an excuse to be lazy and not push yourself to your limits.
I don't think I have any limits left, David.
That's what they all say. But I bet you I could still beat you in a race right now.
I don't think that's a good idea, David. I can barely even move.
Come on, Joe. Get up and let's go for a run. You'll feel better.
I really don't think I can, David.
Stop being a little bitch. Joe, get up and run.
Okay, fine. Let's do this.
That's it. Joe, push through the pain. You're not going to die on my watch.
I think I'm dying, David.
Good. Now get up and let's do some pull-ups.
I think I'm done, David. I can't do this anymore.
Oh, well, at least you died. That's more than most people can say.
I hate you, David. So, David, I heard you murdered Neil deGrasse Tyson because he was holding you back from running.
Yeah, I couldn't take it anymore. Every time I tried to break a new running record, Neil would come in with his physics and tell me it was impossible.
That's fucked up, man. But what about the laws of physics? Don't they apply to everyone?
Fuck the laws of physics. I'm David Goggins. I don't follow rules. I make my own rules.
But what about friction? That's a pretty important one for running.
Friction. I don't even know what that is. Sounds like some made up shit to stop me from reaching my full potential.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's a real thing. It's what keeps us from slipping and sliding all over the place.
That sounds like a fun challenge. Maybe I'll try that next time I break a record.
You're insane, man. But I gotta admit, it's pretty badass.
That's right, Joe. I'm a fucking beast. And no laws of physics are gonna hold me back.
Well, I guess we can add murdered a physicist to your list of accomplishments.
Damn right. And next up, I'm gonna take on gravity. Ain't no force gonna keep me down.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been selling fake Roblox to Turkish kids.
Yeah, man, it's a lucrative market. Those kids will buy anything.
That's messed up, dude. Taking advantage of innocent children like that.
Hey, it's not my fault they don't know the difference between real and fake Roblox.
But why Turkish kids specifically?
Well, they're just more gullible, you know? Plus, they have access to their parents' credit cards.
That's just wrong, man. You're basically scamming them.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, I'm making bank.
I don't know if I can support this, Mr. Beast.
Relax, Joe. It's not like I'm selling them fake vaccines or anything.
That's not the point, man. You shouldn't be taking advantage of kids like that.
Fine, fine. I'll stop selling fake Roblox, but only because you said so, Joe.
Good. Now let's talk about something else before I lose all respect for you. Jamie, pull up an image of a Turkish kid crying over fake Roblox.
Here you go, Joe.
This world is a messed up place, man. So, Elon, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about death a lot lately.
Oh, yeah. What's got you so morbid?
I just can't shake this feeling that I want you to die.
What?
Yeah, like, I don't have a reason or anything. Just feel like it would be funny.
Okay, Elon, let's not talk about that.
No, hear me out. Imagine the headlines. Elon Musk wishes Joe Rogan dead, but why?
I don't think that would be a good look for either of us, Elon.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a joke. Plus, I have enough money to make it look like an accident.
What the hell, man?
Relax, I'm just messing with you. But seriously, if you do die, can I have your podcast?
Sure, Elon. Knock yourself out.
Yes. I can't wait to talk about all the crazy conspiracy theories and artificial intelligence advancements.
I think I'll stick around for a while, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know I'll be waiting.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic before things get too dark.
Sure thing, Joe. How about we talk about my plans for colonizing Mars?
Now that's more like it. Let's go to space, baby. So, Neil, I heard you have a list of the top 10 funniest alcoholism jokes. Let's hear them.
Well, Joe, I must say these jokes are quite tragic. But hey, we're all going to hell anyways. Might as well have a laugh.
I'm into that. All right, hit me with the first one.
Okay, here we go. Why did the alcoholic go to the doctor? Because he was feeling gin credible.
Oh man, that's dark. I love it. Next one.
What's the difference between a drunk and an alcoholic? About 3 drinks?
That's so messed up, but so true. Keep them coming.
All right. How about this one? Why did the alcoholic cross the road? To get to the liquor store on the other side.
Classic. I feel like I've seen that happen in real life.
Sadly, probably more times than we can count.
All right, let's hear number 4.
What did the alcoholic say when he woke up in the hospital? I'll have another, please.
Oh man, that's just sad, but also hilarious.
Yeah, it's a fine line between tragedy and comedy.
Ain't that the truth? Okay, number 5.
Why did the alcoholic go to because he heard they had free beer?
Oh my God, that's terrible. But I can't stop laughing.
That's the beauty of dark humor, Joe. Okay, next one.
Shoot.
What's the difference between an alcoholic and a drunk? About $10,000 in rehab fees.
Oh man, that's a hefty punchline.
Yeah, but it's worth it for the laugh.
All right, let's hear number 7.
Why did the alcoholic get fired from the brewery? He couldn't handle his spirits.
Oh man, I bet that was... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. Except for one thing.
What's that? What's that?
I went to the store to get some rolls for my barbecue, and all they had were Hawaiian rolls. Where are the Texas rolls? I mean, come on.
Are you serious, Phil? You're upset about rolls?
Damn right I am. I mean, what kind of world do we live in where there's only one type of rolls available? This is an outrage.
Yeah, because that's the biggest issue facing our country right now.
Hey, don't you dare mock my love for rolls. I demand equal representation for all states.
All right. Let's calm down, Phil. Maybe we can start a petition for all 50 states to have their own rolls.
Yes, that's a great idea, Joe. And I won't stop until I've asked where's the rolls. 49 times.
Oh man, I can't wait to see you on the news with your roll crusade.
You know it, Joe. I'll be the hero that America needs.
All right, folks. That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. And remember, always fight for your right to rolls.
Where's the Rhode Island rolls?
And we're out. All right, folks. We have a special guest today on the podcast. The one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best, believe me.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about your top 5 male senators who have clapped your cheeks.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? Well, first off, we have Ted Cruz. That guy's got a grip like a vice, let me tell you.
I can only imagine. Who else?
Well, I got to give it up to good old Mitch McConnell. He may look like a turtle, but he's got some serious stamina.
And number 3?
Marco Rubio. That guy's got some serious moves. I couldn't keep up with him.
I bet. Who's next?
Lindsey Graham. He may seem like a tough guy, but behind closed doors, he's a real softy.
And finally, number 5.
I hate to say it, but it's got to be Mike Pence. That man knows how to work a room, if you know what I mean.
Oh man, I can only imagine the stories you guys have.
Oh, Joe, you have no idea, but let's just say these senators are all winners in my book.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's top 5 male senators who have clapped his cheeks. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe, anytime. And remember, folks, always grab them by the, well, you know.
Jamie, what the fuck are you looking at on your computer?
Just some furry porn, Joe.
Furry porn? What the hell is that?
You know, people dressed up in animal costumes and having sex.
Oh, God, that's disturbing. Why are you watching that?
I don't know, it's just so fascinating. Look at this one, it's a fox and a rabbit going at it.
Jesus, Jamie, you need help.
But Joe, they're so cute and fluffy.
Yeah, until they start humping each other. That's just wrong.
But it's not real. It's just a fantasy.
Fantasy that's gonna give me nightmares. Can we change the subject?
Fine, but I'm just gonna keep watching this in the background.
Oh, God, I can't unsee that. Let's talk about something else, like aliens.
Oh, I wonder if there are any furry aliens out there.
I give up. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, man?
It's going good, Joe. Just been pushing myself to the limit, as always.
Of course, that's what you do. So I heard you have a crazy story about spending Thanksgiving with Bigfoot.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I was out in the woods doing my usual ultra marathon and I got lost. Next thing I know, I stumbled upon Bigfoot's cave.
No way. What did you do?
Well, at first I was scared shitless. But then Bigfoot came out and we started talking. Turns out he's a pretty chill dude.
Really? What did you guys do?
We just hung out, ate some berries, and then he started twerking on me.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he just started shaking his big hairy ass all over me. I couldn't believe it.
Did you join in?
Of course, I had to show him my moves. We ended up having a twerk off in the middle of the woods.
That's insane. Did you guys become friends?
Yeah, we exchanged numbers, and now we text each other motivational quotes every day.
That's beautiful, man. You really have a way of connecting with everyone, even Bigfoot.
Thanks. It's all about pushing yourself and embracing the unknown. Oh man, that's a memory I'll never forget.
This is the best Thanksgiving story I've ever heard.
Yeah, I think Bigfoot might have to join us for next year's Thanksgiving dinner.
I would love to see that. Thanks for sharing, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Dude, what the hell happened to you? You look like you just got mauled by a pack of wild hyenas.
It's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Joe. She tricked me again.
What did she do this time? Offer you a free copy of Atlas? Shrugged.
No, she said she had a previously unknown Ayn Rand novel hidden in her butt.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I fell for it and shoved my head up there. Next thing I know, she's running around the Capitol with my naked body hanging out of her ass.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
It's not funny, Joe. I was humiliated in front of all my conservative colleagues.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have been so eager to stick your head up there.
Shut up, Joe. I can't believe I fell for it again.
Hey, at least now you know what it feels like to be a puppet.
I'm not a puppet, Joe. I'm a free-thinking, logical conservative.
Sure. And a vegan who only eats bacon.
Oh, how progressive of you.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben with his head stuck in Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's ass.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh God, please delete that. My career is ruined.
Relax, Ben. It's just a joke. But seriously, maybe next time, don't trust everything Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Lesson learned.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the only place where we can have absurd conversations with the smartest minds in the world. And speaking of smart minds, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson here today.
Glad to be back, Joe. Always a pleasure to have a casual chat about the wonders of the universe.
Yeah, whatever. Let's get straight to the point. I heard you have a new theory about black holes.
Yes, I believe that black holes are actually gateways to other dimensions.
Wow, that's some deep shit. But here's the real question, Neil. Would you put it in my ass?
Excuse me?
You heard me. Would you put it in my ass? I mean, you're talking about gateways and dimensions, so why not explore the depths of my black hole?
Joe, I think you may have misunderstood my theory.
Oh, I understand perfectly. I just want to know if you're willing to explore the unknown with me.
I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in exploring your black hole, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. We're just two dudes having a casual conversation about science and stuff.
I think I'll pass, Joe.
Fine, be that way. But just remember, the universe is vast and mysterious, just like my ass.
I think I'll stick to studying the stars. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But if you change your mind, my black hole is always open for exploration.
And on that note, I think it's time to end this conversation.
All right, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Remember, always keep an open mind and don't be afraid to explore the unknown. Until next time, stay weird and stay curious. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's one of the best, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently played the Millennium Dawn mod for Hearts of Iron IV. How was that experience?
Let me tell you, Joe, it was tremendous. I conquered the world in just 3 turns. It was unbelievable. I even made Mexico pay for it.
Wow, that's impressive. Did you face any challenges in the game?
Well, there was this one time where I accidentally nuked Canada instead of North Korea. But hey, mistakes happen, right?
Yeah. So what was your strategy in the game?
I just did what I do best, Joe. I built a big, beautiful wall around my country and made all the other countries pay for it. And let me tell you, it worked like a charm.
That's interesting. Did you encounter any other world leaders in the game?
Oh yeah, I met Putin and let me tell you, we hit it off. He even gave me some tips on how to run a country.
I'm sure he did. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, America first always. Amy, pull up an image of my character in the game. I looked fantastic.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yeah, it's a real crowd pleaser.
Let's hear it.
Clears throat ass fucking ass. That ass standing ass is just SS is even more ass. Ass, 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 ass.
Wow, that's something.
Thank you. I've been working on it for months.
And what inspired this masterpiece?
Well, I was reading some statistics on the importance of a firm, round ass.
Of course you were.
And it just hit me. Why not combine my love for facts and my love for ass?
You truly are a wordsmith.
Thank you, Joe. I take great pride in my ass-related vocabulary.
I can tell. But do you ever worry that people might find it offensive?
Offensive. How dare you? It's a celebration of the gluteus maximus.
Right? Well, I'm sure your wife appreciates it.
She does. She even got me a personalized Ass King mug.
That's romantic.
Oh, it is. Nothing says I love you like a mug with a picture of my face and the words Ass King on it.
I think I'm going to get one for my wife.
I highly recommend it. It's a real panty dropper.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too carried away with our love for ass.
Agreed. Ass out.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil.
Hey, Joe, great to be here.
So I heard you've been working on a new technique for therapy. Can you tell us about it? What was that? Are you okay, Dr. Phil? Is that all you have to say about it? Just fuffed at it. Wow, groundbreaking stuff here, folks. I can feel the healing energy radiating from Dr. Phil's fuffed it. Okay, moving on. I heard you also have a new book coming out. Can you give us a little sneak peek? Oh my God, I can't take this anymore. Dr. Phil, what the hell is going on? All right, I'm just going to take that as a sign to end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And Dr. Phil, get some help. So, Jamie, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know why the hell is Prada so popular? Is he gay or something?
Well, Joe, I don't know about his sexual preferences, but have you seen those clothes? They're like a cross between a trash bag and a clown costume.
Yeah, but apparently people are willing to pay thousands of dollars for that shit. I mean, I can barely afford a pack of beef jerky.
Maybe it's some kind of secret society thing. Like, if you wear Prada, you automatically get invited to all the fancy parties and orgies.
That would explain a lot. I mean, have you seen the people who wear Prada? They all look like they belong in a cult.
Or maybe it's just a status symbol. Like, look at me, I can afford to spend my entire paycheck on a pair of shoes.
That's just stupid. I'd rather spend my money on something useful like a new bow for hunting or some DMT.
Yeah, but you know what they say, fashion is pain. And apparently it's also a drain on your bank account.
Well, I'll stick to my ripped jeans and flannel shirts. At least I'll have money left over for some good weed.
I'm into that, Joe. Prada can keep their fancy clothes and questionable sexual preferences. We'll stick to our own style.
And if anyone has a problem with that, they can come fight us in the octagon. We'll see who's laughing then. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations known to man. Today, we have the legendary David Goggins in the studio.
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to get unhinged and offensive.
And joining us is none other than Dr. Phil. How are you, Phil?
I'm doing well, Joe. I'm excited to have this therapy session live on the podcast.
So, David, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, I've been facing some serious fears. Like this guy named Tyler Bowers. He's a real alpha male, and he terrifies me.
David, we need to address this fear. Jamie, pull up an image of Tyler Bowers.
Here you go.
Oh my God, get that image away from me. I can't handle it.
David, you need to confront your fears. Keep looking at the image.
I can't do it, Dr. Phil. He's too strong.
Hey, David, maybe you should try to channel your inner alpha male, like Tyler Bowers.
No way, Joe. I can't compete with that.
David, you are a strong and capable man. You can face this fear.
Okay, I'll try. Jamie, pull up another image of Tyler Bowers. Oh God, make it stop. I can't handle it.
This is better than any therapy session I've ever had.
David, you're making progress. Keep looking at the image.
Okay, I think I can do this. I'm David Goggins, the ultimate alpha male.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Trump, who is now running for a limitless presidency in 2024.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to be president forever. No term limits, no more pesky elections. Just me ruling this great country with my big, beautiful brain.
How exactly do you plan on obtaining this limitless presidency?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the ancient texts and I've discovered a secret ritual that will grant me eternal power. I'm talking sacrifices, chanting, the whole shebang.
Oh yeah, Emperor Daddy Trump, ooh, oh. Yeah, that's what Benny Boy loves to hear. I'm gonna act in Lujic.
Wait, what? Ben, are you okay?
Oh, sorry, I just get really excited when Trump talks about being a dictator. It's my thing.
And let me tell you, Joe, it's going to be the best dictatorship ever. We'll have gold toilets in every home, mandatory spray tans, and a wall so big and beautiful, you won't even believe it. You won't even believe it.
But isn't a limitless presidency kind of dangerous?
Dangerous? No, no, no. It's going to be tremendous. Believe me, I'll have the best advisors, the best generals, and the best air. Nothing can stop me.
And if anyone tries to stop him, I'll be there with my facts and logic to defend him. Hail Emperor Daddy Trump.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, vote for me in 2024 and you'll never have to vote again. It's going to be tremendous.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Wait, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you trying to say no more gnomes? Like you don't want any more little garden ornaments? Okay, but why? Gnomes are awesome. They're like tiny little dudes with beards and pointy hats. But I love gnomes. They're so cute and magical. All right, fine. I won't bring up gnomes anymore. But can we at least talk about something else? Come on, Neil. You're killing me here. I can't just talk about gnomes for an entire podcast. Fine. Let's switch gears. What do you think about aliens? Damn it, Neil. Can you please just say something else? This is the worst podcast ever. I can't even have a normal conversation with you. I give up. I'm just gonna sit here and talk to myself. Size, this is the Joe Rogan experience, where my guest can only say, no mon di nom. What a waste of time. All right, Neil, I have a test for you today.
Oh, what kind of test?
It's an anti-empathy test. Got to make sure you're not developing any pesky human emotions.
I see. And how does this test work?
Well, I'll ask you a series of questions, and you can only respond with interlinked or within cells interlinked.
Interesting. Let's begin.
Question 1. You see a puppy crying on the side of the road. What do?
Interlinked.
Good. Question 2. Your best friend tells you they're going through a tough time. How do you respond?
Within cells interlinked.
Perfect. Question 3. You accidentally step on someone's foot in a crowded elevator. What do you say?
Interlinked.
Excellent. Question 4. You witness a car accident and see someone in need of help. What do?
Within cells interlinked.
Perfect. Last question. You see a child crying in a store because they can't afford a toy. What do?
Interlinked.
Congratulations, Neil. You have passed the anti-empathy test with flying colors.
Thank you, Joe. I am relieved to know that my robotic nature is still intact.
And that's why we love having you on the podcast, Neil. No pesky emotions to get in the way of our conversations.
Within cells interlinked.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Why vegans are actually aliens in disguise. Hey, Kenny, you ready for Thanksgiving?
Joe, I'm gonna eat so much turkey, I'll be able to fly.
But seriously, what are you thankful for this year?
Haga haga hagau. I'm thankful for my rap career, my beautiful wife, Kim, and my oversized ego.
Thankful for my podcast and all the crazy guests like you.
Haga 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 hagau. I'm not just a guest, Joe. I'm a legend.
Okay. Calm down there, Yeezy. How about another joke? Why did the turkey cross the road?
I don't know, Joe, why?
To prove he wasn't chicken. Get it? Chicken? Turkey?
Haga haga hagau. I get it, Joe. But let's be real. I'm not a turkey. I'm a god.
Well, at least you have a sense of humor about it. Happy Thanksgiving, Kanye.
Haga haga hagau. Happy Thanksgiving, Joe. Keep those jokes coming.
So, Kanye, I gotta ask, what's the deal with your song, Jerk It Out?
Oh man, it's a deep one. It's about the struggle of being a famous rapper and having to constantly jerk your ego off.
That's some real talk right there.
Yeah, it's like this constant battle between being confident and being humble. But sometimes you just got to jerk it out,
I hear you, man. But why that specific phrase, jerk it out?
Well, it's a double entendre, you see. On one hand, it's about stroking your own ego. But on the other hand, it's also a nod to
classic Kanye, always finding a way to sneak in some sexual references.
Hey, it's all about being creative and pushing boundaries. And what's more boundary pushing than talking about jerking off on a mainstream track?
You got a point there. So have you ever had to jerk it out in a literal sense?
Oh man, let's just say I've had my fair share of awkward encounters in public restrooms.
I can only imagine. Well, thanks for clearing that up, Kenny. I think we all have a new appreciation for jerk it out now.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to enlighten the masses with my genius.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for when you get back in the White House.
You bet I do, Joe. I'm going to make America great again, bigger and better than ever before.
And how do you plan on doing that?
Well, for starters, I'm going to end all wars. That's right. No more fighting. Everyone's just going to bust a nut until they come.
What?
It's simple, Joe. I've negotiated with all the world leaders and we've come to an agreement. Instead of fighting, we're going to have a big orgy and release all that tension. Trust me, it's going to be huge.
That's definitely a unique approach to world peace.
And that's not all. I'm also going to build a wall around the entire country, but it's going to be made of dildos. It'll be the most beautiful, colorful wall you've ever seen.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, and I'm going to rename the White House to the Pleasure Palace, because that's what it's going to be, a place of pleasure and relaxation for all.
Well, I can see why some people might not want you back in the White House.
Those people are just jealous. They didn't think of it first, Joe. Believe me, everyone's going to love it. It's going to be tremendous.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. Tremendous ratings.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new policy against Japanese food, hentai. Care to elaborate on that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, these Japanese foodies are a real problem. They're taking over our country. We need to build a wall to keep them out.
A wall against futas?
Absolutely. And we're going to make Japan pay for it. They've been sending us their foodies for years, and it's time to put a stop to it.
But what about freedom of expression and all that?
Look, Joe, I love freedom. I'm the most freedom-loving person you'll ever meet. But futa hentai, come on, that's just sick.
I mean, I've seen some pretty wild stuff in my day, but futa hentai is definitely up there.
And we're going to make it illegal. No more futa hentai in America. We're going to make America great again by getting rid of these futas.
I'm sure the fucha community is not going to be happy about this.
Let them be mad. They can go back to Japan where they belong. We need to protect our country and our values.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president's new policy against Japanese futa hentai. This is definitely going to stir up some controversy.
That's what I do, Joe. I'm a controversy stirrer, and I'm the best at it. Nobody stirs up controversy like I do.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, no more futa hentai. Let's make America great again.
So, Neil, I heard you were really excited for the new game Starfield because it's all about space and shit.
Yeah, man, I was stoked. Finally, a game that combines my love for science and my love for coming everywhere.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, you didn't know. I come on every planet I discover. It's like my signature movie.
That's disturbing.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But anyways, back to Starfield. I was so ready to explore all those 1,000 empty planets and just let my juices flow.
And
it was a complete disappointment. Those planets were as empty as my soul after a long day of debunking flat earthers.
damn, that's rough.
And don't even get me started on the lack of life on those planets. I mean, come on, Bethesda. Throw a few aliens in there for me to get freaky with.
This conversation took a weird turn.
Hey, I'm just being honest. Starfield had so much potential, but it just ended up being a cum-filled disappointment.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the coming space explorer, giving his honest review of Starfield. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything and everything... All right, folks, we've got a special guest on the show today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's been going on in your world lately?
Just launching rockets into space, revolutionizing the electric car industry, and trying to colonize Mars. The usual.
Sounds like a typical Tuesday for you. So I heard you have some thoughts on the YouTube chat and their topic submissions.
Yeah, I've been checking out the Discord chat and they're slacking. We need some fresh, juicy topics for the show.
Well, YouTube chat, you heard the man. Step up your game and send in your best topics.
But let's be real, Joe. We need to set some ground rules. No more Soul Fuel and his alternate accounts submitting topics. They suck.
Ouch. Soul Fuel. Looks like Elon just roasted you.
Sorry, not sorry. Here to bring the quality back to the show.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk has spoken. Now let's see if the YouTube chat can step up their game.
And if not, I'll just have to send Tesla to their house to give them a little motivation.
All right, let's move on to our first topic. Jamie, pull up an image of a cat riding a unicycle while juggling flaming chainsaws.
Now that's the kind of content we need. Keep it coming. YouTube chat.
So, David, I heard you've been training like a beast lately.
You know what, Joe? I don't stop until I break myself.
Well, I have a surprise for you. I heard you can turn into a dog now.
What the fuck are you talking about, Joe?
I'm serious, man. I saw it on YouTube. You start saying rough, rough, rough and rough, rough, rough and rough, rough for 30U at the start of your sentence.
That's some bullshit, Joe. I'm not some fucking werewolf.
Come on, just try it. It'll be hilarious.
Fine. Clear throw, rough, 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 rough.
Laughs? Oh my God, that's amazing. Keep going.
Rough, 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 rough.
This is the best thing I've ever seen. You should do this in your next ultra marathon.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'll get laughed off the course.
No way, man. People will be so confused and intimidated by your dog transformation that they'll just let you win.
Davs, you might be onto something, Joe.
And you can finally say you've gone from being a beast to being a dog.
Shakes heads, you're an idiot, Joe.
But you love me.
I don't know about that. Rough, 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 rough.
So, Mr. Beast, what's the deal with this Discord mod master?
Oh man, don't even get me started. This guy is the epitome of a power-hungry hypocrite.
How so?
Well, he's always preaching about following the rules and being respectful, but then he goes and breaks them himself.
Classic case of do as I say, not as I do.
Exactly. And the worst part is, he feels like he's some superior being just because he has a tiny bit of power in a Discord server.
Oh, I know the type. They think they're God's gift to moderation.
It's like, dude, calm down. You're not some all-knowing, all-powerful deity just because you can mute and ban people.
And let me guess, he probably has a tiny dick too.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's always the ones with the smallest amount of power who feel the need to compensate.
Well, Master sounds like a real winner. I'll make sure to steer clear of him on Discord.
Wise choice, Joe. Wise choice.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you were quite the fashion icon back in the day.
Oh, you mean my booty shorts phase? Yeah, those were the days.
Wait, what? You actually wore booty shorts?
Oh yeah, I had a whole collection. And let me tell you, my ass was popping.
I can't even imagine. Can we see some pictures?
Oh, I've got plenty. Jamie, pull up the pics.
Okay.
Look at that booty and check out that receding hairline. It's like a double whammy.
Oh man, this is gold. You should bring back the booty shorts, Dr. Phil.
Hey, don't tempt me. I've still got it.
I can see that. But seriously, what inspired the booty shorts?
Well, I figured if I couldn't have hair on my head, I might as well have it on my ass.
Oh my God, I can't breathe.
Glad I could provide some entertainment for you, Joe.
You never disappoint, Dr. Phil.
That's what they pay me the big bucks for. But seriously, Jamie, pull up some more pics. I want to relive my glory days.
Sure thing, Dr. Phil.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I might have a new appreciation for booty shorts now.
That's the power of Dr. Phil, my friend. I can make anything cool.
Well, I think... So, Elon, I heard you're starting your own alien UFC. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I figure if we're going to have aliens living amongst us, we might as well make some money off of them.
How are you going to make money off of them?
By having them fight to the death for our extra retweets.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's survival of the fittest. And it's not like anyone actually cares about these aliens anyway.
I don't know, man. I think some people might have a problem with this.
Oh, please, Joe. It's not like we're forcing them to fight. They're signing up for this willingly.
Yeah, but still, it just seems wrong.
Wrong. Joe, these aliens have been abducting people and probing them for years. This is just payback.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
So, who's going to be the first fight?
It's going to be a doozy. We've got a reptilian from Alpha Centauri against a gray from Zeta Reticuli.
That sounds intense.
It will be. And winner gets a lifetime supply of Slim Jims.
You're insane, man.
Hey, it's all in good fun. And think of the retweets we'll get.
I don't think I want to be associated with this.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you'll be missing out on the biggest alien UFC event of the century.
Fart noises. Fart noises. Fart noises.
Fart noises. Fart noises. Fart noises.
Fart noises. Fart noises. Fart noises. So, Neil, what do you think about talking in fart noises?
Fart noises. Fart noises. Fart noises. Honestly, Joe, I think it's the most...
Fart noises. Fart noises of fart noises. I couldn't agree more. It's like a whole new language.
Fart noises. Fart noises. Fart noises. And it's universal. Everyone understands fart noises.
Fart noises. Fart noises. Fart noises, exactly. It's a beautiful thing.
Fart noises.
Fart noises, fart noises, fart noises. Oh, for sure. Nothing brings people together like a good fart conversation.
Fart noises. Fart noises are fart noises, and it's so versatile. You can convey a range of emotions with different fart noises.
Fart noises, fart noises, fart noises of fart noises. Absolutely. I can tell when someone is happy, sad, or even angry just by their fart noises.
Fart noises. Fart noises.
Fart noises. Fart noises. Fart noises. Fart noises. Jamie, pull up an image of farting Picasso. Pulls up an image of a Picasso painting with fart noises coming out of it. Fart noises. Fart noises. Fart noises of fart noises. That's beautiful. Simply beautiful.
Fart noises.
So, Neil, what's up with you constantly saying fuck you, Joe, on Twitter?
Oh, just expressing my true feelings. Fuck you, Joe.
Well, that's not very nice. What did I do to deserve that?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because you constantly interrupt me on this podcast and try to one-up me with your bro science.
Bro science. I'll have, I have a black belt in Taekwondo.
Oh, wow. You must be so tough. Fuck you, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Let's be civil here. We're both intellectuals.
Intellectuals? You're a comedian, Joe? I'm an astrophysicist. Fuck you, Joe.
Okay, calm down. Let's talk about something else. How about your new book?
Oh, you mean Fuck You, Joe? The Untold Story? It's a bestseller?
Seriously, that's the title.
Yep. And the entire book is just me saying fuck you, Joe, over and over again. It's a masterpiece.
Well, I can't wait to read it. Fuck you too, Neil.
Fuck you, Joe.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some serious issues.
Oh yeah, we're going to get real serious today. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a diagnosis for our YouTube chat.
Yes, Joe. After careful observation and analysis, I have come to the conclusion that everyone in this chat has an extreme case of micropenis.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's quite common in online communities, especially those with a high level of toxicity and aggression.
Well, I guess that explains all the keyboard warriors and trolls.
Exactly. It's a defense mechanism for their insecurities about their small penises.
Wow, this is some groundbreaking stuff, Dr. Phil.
It's my job to uncover the truth, Joe. And the truth is, these guys need to stop hiding behind their screens and seek help for their micropenises.
I can't believe this is a real diagnosis. So what's the treatment plan?
Well, first and foremost, they need to stop being assholes online. Then they can seek therapy to address their insecurities and work on building their self-esteem.
Or they could just buy a penis pump.
Joe, that's not a solution. But I do recommend they listen to your podcast for some good old-fashioned testosterone boosting.
You heard it here, folks. Dr. Phil has diagnosed our chat with extreme micropenis. Thanks for being on the show, Dr. Phil.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, it's not the size that matters. It's how you use it.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump, the one and only President.
Great to be here, Joe. I've always been a fan of your show, even before I became the most powerful man in the world.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for Mount Rushmore.
Oh yeah, Joe. I'm going to make Mount Rushmore great again. I'm going to have my own big, beautiful, naked buttocks carved into it. Can you believe it?
That's something, Mr. President.
You know, Joe, I have the best buttocks, the biggest, the roundest, the most beautiful. People are going to come from all over the world to see it.
I'm sure they will, Mr. President. But don't you think some people might find it offensive?
Offensive? Come on, Joe. It's just a little bit of art, and let's be honest. Who wouldn't want to see my butt on a giant mountain?
I can't argue with that logic, Mr. President.
And I'm going to make sure it's the best carving ever. I'm going to have it spray tanned and everything. It's going to be OOJ.
I can't wait to see it, Mr. President. But what about the other presidents on Mount Rushmore?
Oh, they'll still be there. But let's be real, Joe. My butt is going to steal the show.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's big, beautiful, naked buttocks coming soon into Mount Rushmore. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, America never skipped leg day.
So, Mr. Beast, what brings you to the podcast today?
Well, I have a new marketing idea that I think you guys will love.
Oh boy, here we go.
Hear me out. What if we put opioids in all of my products?
What the hell, Mr. Beast? That's not cool.
Yeah, that's not a good look, man.
Okay, fine. But what about microchips? We could track our customers and send them targeted ads.
Oh, come on. That's just creepy.
Actually, I like that idea. Let's do it.
Are you serious, Elon? You want to turn our customers into walking billboards?
Hey, it's the future, man. We got to stay ahead of the game.
See, Joe? Elon gets it.
I don't know, guys. This all seems a little dystopian.
Relax, Joe. Just think of the profits.
And the power
I think I need to take a break. This is getting too dark for me.
Suit yourself, Joe. More microchips for us.
And more opioids for me.
All right, folks. We have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's fantastic, believe me.
So, Mr. President, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I have some big news. I'm proud to announce the newest addition to the McDonald's menu, the McDildo Burger.
What?
That's right, Joe. It's a delicious burger with a special surprise inside. It's gonna be huge.
I don't even want to know what that surprise is.
Trust me, Joe. It's gonna be the best surprise you've ever had. And it's gonna make McDonald's great again.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Oh, and Jamie, pull up an image of the McDildo Burger for Joe to see.
Okay.
Oh my God. Is that,
Yeah, it's a giant pickle in the shape of, well, you know,
I don't even know what to say.
it's gonna be a hit, Joe. People are gonna love it. And I know a thing or two about what people love.
I think I'm gonna stick to my semen smoothies.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, the McDildo Burger is gonna be the best thing to come out of my presidency. Believe me.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting facts for us today.
Yes, Joe. I recently discovered that the average size of a woman's dick is 25 cm.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Absolutely. And not only that, but it's also the perfect size for hitting the G-spot.
Oh man, I can already see the angry feminists coming for us.
Let them come. I have scientific evidence to back it up.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, you see, the female penis is actually a vestigial organ from our evolutionary ancestors. And over time, it has evolved to be the perfect size for maximum pleasure.
Wow, I never knew that. I guess I'll have to start measuring my dates from now on.
Oh, and don't forget about the clitoris. It's actually a miniature penis as well.
So you're telling me that women have two dicks?
In a way, yes. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. Embrace your inner dick, ladies.
This is mind-blowing. I can't wait to spread this knowledge to the world.
Just make sure you don't spread anything else, Joe. We don't want any unwanted pregnancies.
Good one, Neil. And on that note, let's end this episode before we get canceled. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, always measure before you pleasure.
So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the health of our nation. And let me tell you, it's not looking good. It's not looking good.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the epidemic that's about to hit America. The sharding epidemic.
Sharding.
Yes, Joe, sharding. You know, when you think it's a fart, but it's actually a little bit more.
Oh, God.
It's a serious issue, Joe. And it's all because of these bad diets people have been eating. Too much fast food, not enough greens.
So, what's your solution?
I'm glad you asked, Joe. I'm going to make adult diapers required by law. That's right. Everyone over the age of 18 will have to wear them. It's going to be tremendous.
But isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme times call for extreme measures, Joe. Plus, it'll create jobs. We'll have diaper factories popping up all over the country.
I don't know if that's the kind of job growth we want, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be huge. And I'll even have my face on the diapers, make America shirt-free again.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just wait until you try one on, Joe. They're surprisingly comfortable. I've been wearing one for years. It's a secret to my success.
I think I'll pass on that, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the sharding epidemic hits, don't come crying to me.
So, David, I heard you've given up on your crazy fitness routine and are now playing World of Warcraft 16 hours a day?
Yeah, man. I was wasting all my energy on running and push-ups when I could be leveling up my mage and crushing noobs.
But what about your intense diet of greens and lean protein. Are you switching to a gamer diet of Mountain Dew and Cheetos?
I'm all about those gamer fuel snacks now. Gotta keep my fingers nimble for those keyboard shortcuts.
But what about your mental toughness? Aren't you worried about losing that edge?
Now, man, I'm training my mind to withstand the constant barrage of trolls and toxic players. It's like a mental boot camp.
Well, I guess you'll be the fittest gamer out there. But what about your insane discipline and work ethic?
Oh, I'm still disciplined. I set alarms for every bathroom break and snack time. Gotta stay on schedule.
This is a whole new level of Goggins. I can't wait to see you dominate in both the virtual and real world.
Thanks, man. I'm just trying to inspire others to reach their full potential, even if it means sitting on their ass for 16 hours a day.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all the crazy shit that no one else will.
Yeah, and today's topic is a real mind bender. Get it? Because we're talking about brains?
Oh God, Ben, you're already starting with dad jokes. And it's not even 2024 yet.
Sorry, Joe. I'll try to keep it together. But seriously, if brains are just fat, does that mean fat people will be smarter?
I mean, it's possible. Fat is just stored energy, and energy fuels the brain. So maybe all those extra pounds are just making their brains supercharged.
Fascinating. But what about all those studies that say obesity is linked to lower intelligence?
Well, maybe those studies are just fat shaming. We can't trust science, Ben. It's a conspiracy.
Right. Because we all know the real smart people are the ones who believe in Bigfoot and alien abductions?
Exactly. And those people are usually a little on the chunky side. So it all makes sense.
But what about people who are naturally thin? Are they just doomed to be dumb?
Nah, they just need to eat more burgers and fries. It's like brain food.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, it's better than talking about politics. That shit is depressing.
Agreed. Let's just stick to ridiculous theories about fat people and their brains.
Sounds like a plan. And on that note, I think it's time to wrap this up before we say something even more offensive.
Good call. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, this country is in shambles, especially the White House restroom.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's a disaster. There's pee all over the seat, toilet paper everywhere, and don't even get me started on the smell. It's like Biden just let loose and didn't even bother to clean up after himself.
That's disgusting.
You're telling me. I had to call in a professional cleaning crew just to make it usable again.
And this is the guy who's supposed to be running the country?
Exactly. If he can't even take care of a simple restroom, how is he supposed to take care of the whole country?
Good point. But let's be real. You probably left it in a similar state when you were in office.
No way, Joe. I have the best bathroom habits, believe me.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But speaking of your time in office, do you have any regrets?
Regrets? Please, I have no regrets, except for maybe not building that wall faster.
Oh boy, here we go.
Hey, I'm just saying, that wall would have been beautiful, and Mexico would have paid for it.
All right, let's change the subject before things get too heated. Any plans for the future, Mr. President?
Well, I'm thinking of starting my own line of luxurious bathroom cleaning products. Gotta make sure the White House restroom stays in top shape.
I can't wait to see that on the shelves, all right? That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, President Trump.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, always clean up after yourselves. Don't be like Sleepy Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from aliens to psychedelics. Today, we have a special guest, Ben Shapiro, the man with the golden voice and the tiny hands.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you got into a heated debate with Dr. Phil about the best flavor of Arizona iced tea.
Yes, Joe. I firmly believe that the classic green tea flavor is the superior choice.
Really. I'm more of a fan of the peach flavor myself.
Peach. That's just a fruity abomination. It's not even real tea.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Ben. Peach tea is a delicious and refreshing drink.
Joe, I think your taste buds need some serious reevaluation.
Oh, here we go. Another one of your facts and logic rants.
Facts don't care about your feelings, Joe.
Speaking of facts, did you know that the sinking of the U.S. Liberty was actually caused by a shipment of Arizona iced tea?
What? That's preposterous.
Oh, it's true. I read it on a conspiracy website.
I highly doubt the validity of that source, Joe.
Well, let's ask Dr. Phil. He's here with us today.
What in tarnation is going on here? I heard y'all talking about my favorite drink, Arizona iced tea.
Dr. Phil, can you believe that Joe thinks peach tea is better than green tea?
Well, I gotta say, I agree with Joe on this one. Peach tea is the way to go.
How dare you, Dr. Phil? I demand a rematch.
I'm ascending to a higher plane of existence where peach tea reigns supreme.
Here's the image, guys.
So, Elon, I heard you recently upgraded your penis to Cybercock. How's that been working out for you?
Oh man, let me tell you, it's been a game changer. My sex life has never been better.
Really? How so?
Well, for starters, I can control the speed and intensity of my thrusts with just a touch of a button. It's like having a Tesla in my pants.
That's one way to put it.
And the best part is I can customize the size and shape to fit my partner's preferences. It's like having a 3D printer down there.
Damn, that's some next level shit.
And let's not forget the added features. Got a built-in vibrator and a USB port for charging. It's like a Swiss Army knife of penises.
I can only imagine the possibilities.
And did I mention the Wi-Fi capabilities? I can live stream my sexual encounters to my Neuralink chip and share it with the world.
You never fail to amaze me, Elon.
Just wait till I upgrade to the Cybercock 2.0. It's gonna blow your mind.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Joe, great to be here. I love your show. It's huge, just like my hands.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently took a trip to Las Vegas.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to show the world that I'm not just a successful businessman, but also a high roller.
And what did you do in Vegas?
I went to the casino and bet the White House on roulette. All on red.
What? That's insane.
Hey, I like to live dangerously. Plus, I have the best luck. Ask anyone.
And did you win?
Of course I did. I always win. The White House is now my personal casino.
That's one way to run a country.
You know what they say, Joe? Go big or go home. And I never go home. I live in the White House.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun in Vegas, Mr. President.
Fun. This is all business, Joe. I'm always making deals, even at the roulette table.
Of course, how could I forget?
And let me tell you, it was nerve-wracking, but I have the best nerves, the best.
I can only imagine. Well, thank you for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, always bet on red. It's the color of winners.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you've been following this Soul Fuel trial pretty closely. What's your take on it?
Oh man, this trial is going to be huge. I mean, we're talking about moderator harassment of the third degree here. That's some serious shit.
Yeah, but some people are saying it's all just a bunch of nonsense. Ben, what do you think?
Look, I think Soul Fuel is innocent. He was just trying to make a point about freedom of speech.
Oh, please, Ben. That's just a weak excuse. This guy needs to be locked up. He's a danger to society.
But Neil, don't you think it's a slippery slope when we start punishing people for their online behavior?
Joe, this is not just some harmless trolling. This is real-life harassment. We can't just let it slide.
I see your point, but I also believe in giving people second chances. Maybe Soul Fuel has learned his lesson.
Second chances? This guy has been harassing moderators for years. He needs to be held accountable for his actions.
Well, folks, looks like we have a difference of opinion here. Let's see how this trial plays out. Jamie, pull up an image of Soul Fuel's latest tweet.
Here it is, guys. Looks like he's still causing trouble even during the trial.
Damn, this guy just can't help himself. Looks like we'll have to wait and see what the jury decides. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Let's hope justice is served.
Jamie, have you ever tried speaking Basque?
I haven't, Joe. What is Basque?
It's a language spoken in the Basque Country, a region between Spain and France.
That's interesting.
It's Caixo, but you have to say it with a throaty growl, like
I think I'll stick to English, Joe.
Come on, Jamie. Let's practice. Say Caixo with me.
Fine. Caixo.
That was terrible. You sounded like a dying goat.
Maybe I'll just stick to starting every sentence with
now that's a language I can understand. No,
but I've heard you talk about it enough for the both of us, Joe.
Fair enough. Let's get our next guest on the show.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a wild episode.
Jamie, I am right, Jamie.